How's it going? Got the spooky music for today. Ooh. Uh-oh. Wait. Ah, there we go. All right. How we doing? How we doing? I'm excited to be back, especially on like a normal episode. It's gonna be very, very cool. What up? What up? How we doing? This is the... Is it? No. I wasn't mentally prepared. I've been told which one it was. But in my head, it was 28. Maybe 28 is the first one where he's gone? Oh, no. I wasn't mentally prepared. But also, Luxray could be wrong and or gaslighting me. It's happened before. They're all the Orion episode. Last episode was kind of the Orion episode. Oh, feel better, Just Mustang. Are you Eden? You can tell me. Eden's also sick. Serial Experiments, welcome. I recognize you, a new head. Welcome, welcome. How we doing? SSH is right as always. There is indeed a Critical Role spoilers chat in the Discord that I have never even taken a peek into. What up? What up? They're not wrong. Oh, boy. We are close, though. Oh, I know that we're close. I know that we're close, and I knew it in my head. I just didn't know if this was the one or not. Let's make it happen. I don't have a lot of takeaway from the Critical Trolls episode, mostly because it was just insane and ludicrous. I would love to interview Matt about it someday, but oh my god, that was just a train wreck. And my overall takeaway from it, honestly, is caution for DMs when you are considering making new mechanics for your campaign. When you are interested in putting in homebrew mechanics, maybe, you know, and they tried it in a one-shot. Hey, they tried it in a one-shot before they did it in the real campaign. That is how you should do it. So, there you go. Just wanted to say from last year, I loved your reaction when Salty Pete pulled out the wish card. Dude, it was, I don't even remember how I reacted. It was just so ridiculous. After I'd been like, yeah, just give him the wand of wishes, why don't you? Like, I couldn't handle last stream, dude. It was insane. I should have gotten here early enough to delete. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. No worries. I knew that it was coming up in the next episode or two. So I've been preparing myself. I was being a little hyperbolic when I was like, I'm not mentally prepared. I knew it was coming. I knew it wasn't 29. But I thought it was 28 for some reason. But if it's this episode, we gotta get moving. We cannot be dilly-dallying. All right, let's see here. So, and to update on my projected arc for the show, we are on this episode, and my predictions were thrown a little bit, as I'm sure Matt's plans were thrown a little bit, by the bottle episode that we had to go through, because, you know, we had to take some time off of the actual campaign for that. Let's do that over there. Bing, bang, boom. But I think that, again, in my head, I think that the bottle episode should have maybe worked into to the Briarwoods a little bit, but I think it's okay that it didn't. I think it's fine, and I think that this episode, I think we are going to teleport to Whiterun. Music covers conversation. Oh no. Oh, that's really quiet now. Holy shoot. Let me see if I can balance it a little bit better for future. There we go. There we go. Turn Orion counter. Ooh, good call, good call. So yeah, I think, we were, I think that, where is Whiterune? Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're chilling. I think that they are going to go to Whiterune, which is on the way to Whitestone. Or no, not Whiterune, Westrune. It's the place where Gilmore is setting up his other shop. And so I think they're going to go to Whiterune either through the normal teleporting means or through Gilmore. And then once they're in Whiterune, they're going to have a small interaction that ties back to the Briarwoods in some way, in a secret way, that they don't discover maybe until towards the end of the session. And, meta theory, it could even be that Orion is like a huge prick about something in Percy's backstory, or like really like takes the spotlight really hard and like ruins a big Percy moment. That could be it. And so they're going to do a little mini quest, and then we're going to go off to the actual we're going to go off to actual Castle Whiterune, and not Brightstone. And we're going to have that whole thing like a few episodes from now. And you need to be cooking since this episode is 2 hours and 58 minutes in session time, and most of the big stuff is towards the second half. Oh boy. All right, we'll get going. Woo! Bingo has the same square twice. It is not an inside joke. It's probably a mistake. Dang it, which one is it? Oh, it's the word maw. That is a funny thing that I could play off as a joke. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Okay, so I know what's happening. I have a hotkey set up as part of like my setup to go to the bingo card instantly. Like I just like press a button on my Steam Deck, but that button's going to the wrong one. So we need to go to this one. There we go. That would be a funny inside joke though. Love Whiterune fave wedding destination spot. I'm yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, no, nothing red there ever. I was in a wedding there. I can't continue that joke. It was a good joke though. So how do you want to do this? Dang it. Okay, I think we're good. And if most of the big stuff happens in the second half, we gotta get going. I'm gonna turn off the music. Normally, I like to banter. I like to vamp a little bit more. I like to talk a bit more in the beginning, but we'll have to get going if we don't want this to be a crazy late one. All right, let's see. Victoria, welcome. New name, I think. The channel last week through Super Geek Mike, watching the VODs. So I won't be able to watch the stream, but I can't wait to watch it later. Hell yeah. Hello, everyone that is here from Super Geek Mike. You will see me occasionally reference Super Geek Mike earlier in some of the previous episodes. He is an absolute sweetheart. We started talking over email because I knew that all the Tiberius stuff happened, and I knew that he had a really big video about Tiberius, and so I reached out to him to see if he was okay with me potentially reacting to his video after all of the Tiberius stuff kind of shaped up. And he started watching my stuff, I think to maybe partially vet me, make sure that I wasn't a shithead. And he liked my stuff, and I love his stuff. And we've exchanged a couple of emails. He's so cool. He's a really, and I know that I don't know him super duper well, but hopefully it's nice to hear that someone you follow, someone you like is also really nice in emails. He's really nice in emails and DMs. So welcome everybody. Thank you again to Super Geek for the shout out. Is that probably just Mike? I don't know why I abbreviated it to the not name part. But he's a cool dude. Yeah. I'm here from Super Geek Mike. Hell yeah, Serial Experiments. Yeah. I know 500 subs is coming up soon. I have some ideas. I have some plans. potentially some merch ideas. So I have some plans for 500 subs. I don't know how quickly it'll go though. It goes in like big waves. Like I'll like get a bunch and then plateau for a while. So it's unknown how long it'll be before then. What up, Ed? Yeah, no problem. Hey, no worries, you guys, about being live, not being live. The VODs are there for a reason. I mean, the VODs are half of the reason that I stream here on YouTube rather than on Twitch. Like, the automatic VOD creation is so amazing with YouTube. And so, like, I'm doing this half for my VOD frogs. I love you. I'm a VOD frog. I don't really watch streams. So yeah. Don't feel bad about missing it live. What up, Kirsten? How are we doing? Oh my God, so many new faces. It's so exciting. Welcome, everybody. All right. It was only 2 weeks ago you crossed. I know, John. It's been crazy. I mean, a lot of people are here from Super Geek Mike, which I appreciate all of you. I appreciate him. And yeah. I mean, I'll stop vamping. We got watching to do. And we'll get into it. Screw the cows. This is it. Did you decide to take off Wednesday stream that for 500 subs to do your version of Critical Trolls? I am not doing my version of Critical Trolls. I could tell you that much. I actually do have some ideas from that stream, but we're talking like next year plans. But I'm already, I'll leak it. You guys know I love leaking. I am already ideating a Hunger Games style competition between several players. So non-PvP based, but also competitive D&D. I don't know yet. I don't know how I feel about it yet. Like I said, it's not top priority and will probably not happen for several months, but I'm thinking about it. Is this going to be your biggest stream yet? It's probably. With all the new Super Geek Mike folks, woo, we're gonna get there. Also, everyone remember to like the stream. Thank you, Mr. Dad. All right, we're gonna. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited about that. I'm also. Oh, this is an announcement. The Discord bot that I have been mentioning ambiguously in and out. We are going to have a beta in December. So I will be posting kind of an interest poll, see how many people are interested in participating in the beta. And then if you are in the beta, there will be kind of a private video explaining all of it. And I think that we're looking really good for a January 1st launch. It is not just, it's going to be a bot that like facilitates a really big new sort of, I don't even know what to call it, like a system almost within the Discord. So I'm really hopeful for it. To minorly leak a little bit. It'll maybe provide some more kind of private and personal interaction and maybe allow people to play D&D more often. So, I'm super excited about that. Look out for that beta announcement in the Discord, and we're gonna get into it.
The night show where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors play Dungeons and Dragons and roll dice and all that fun stuff in between. So, for all you new folks, welcome to our chaos. For all you old folks, thanks for welcome back. We have a number of announcements to get through. I'll try and cruise through them as fast as humanly possible.
And we need to go to 626. Is the first timestamp. Let's see. Oh, volume low. Uh-oh, not good. God, I love having a chat to tell me when I'm fucking up.
You can probably win one. Be good. Last thing I want to mention, this has been a question that's come up quite a bit, and some people are definitely eager to hear the information. So I had the pleasure Monday this week of designing and running a very, very quick game of Dungeons & Dragons for Vin Diesel.
What?
That's when this happened?
You know, let's just cross that bucket list item off immediately. That was ridiculous. So it was a lot of fun. He was fantastic and super awesome and genuine. I was really excited to know that he was as cool.
He rolled this die. It's sacred.
That was literally bucket list too. That was like one of the things we discussed when this game started. Is like it could lead to a game with Vin Diesel.
In fact, I bet if you go back and look at the Q&A session we had, someone asked our dream
Yeah,
Players, yeah.
game crew.
Vin
and I think we
Diesel
said Vin
was
Diesel.
one of our bucket list items for players. So we've already knocked one off on the show. Not even
Much
6 months.
Closer, like a group mass suicide at this point.
Get matching tennis shoes and it'll be great.
I just want to
So
know.
is that's D and Diesel, which we have already watched. Which, I mean, to call that a one-shot is generous. I think we maybe call that like a 0.1 shot. I don't know. But it was impressive. I remember watching that and like having my gripes with it, especially in the way that Matt did it. But also, Matt had to cut it down like half an hour beforehand. Like, I think with the meta constraints, he did fucking amazing in that one. D and Diesel aired between EPs 28 and 29. I see. So this is when we heard about the witch hunter that would eventually become blood hunter. I see.
Seem that excited though.
Yeah, I'm not really.
That into it.
Look at the video. He's kind
We
of
can already
blasé.
announce that next Thursday at the midpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next Thursday at the midpoint of next week's Critical Role, we're going to be showing a mostly complete video of that entire game. We're going to probably run a cliffhanger. The full one will be released shortly thereafter. But next week on Critical Role during the midpoint, we're going to be showing you a majority of that game session with him. So
Can I
don't miss that.
Can I get a teaser? What did Matthew? What did he smell like?
God, that's such a cool vest. Does anyone know where he got this from? I know that it's a point of contention, and I know that I shouldn't be so into it, but God, I want that vest. That's so dope.
Vin Diesel.
Iron.
Like
Glory.
muscle.
Like strength.
Like a warrior?
He smelt like.
Antifreeze.
I thought a fan sent him $800 for it. I thought that was the whole thing, is that they send him like a bunch of money to buy it. Oh man, I wish I knew.
Lilac.
All of those answers at once.
Like Dragon's
It was
Bane.
a
Child's tears.
majestic scent that man carries with him.
That's awesome.
Like
You guys go check it out.
It was delightful.
And Grandma's
yeah.
breath.
So we'll have interviews going up for the Nerdist throughout the week. Exclusively here next week on Thursday, you'll be seeing most of that game here, and then more stuff's come out for the week thereafter. So really, really excited about that. And I custom made a Witch Hunter class for him that I tailored just for that level. And there's been such a wide response from everyone asking about the class that I've now spent a lot of my free time that I'm not preparing for this game.
I would love to make a class someday, or at least a subclass someday. It's something I've never touched because I know how fucking hard it is. But it would be something. I guess I remade one D&D's Druid a little bit. Maybe I'll go more into that. Maybe I'll just kind of like remake Druid into its own sort of class. I don't know. Maybe like a shapeshifter class or something. A robe like that isn't hard to sew. It's finding the cool looking fabric. I probably just need to go to a D&D fair. Is probably the end of it. Orion is a Megaphone Man fan, confirmed. I don't think he's a Megaphone Man fan after seeing all my thumbnails and titles. It's very hard to balance. Yeah, I mean, the DMG does provide some recommendations, and there are some templates you can use, but it is incredibly hard to not make overpowered, and so I think most custom classes end up being underpowered, which I'm totally down with. I would love to make one for one of my players that like gives them something hyper specific that they really want, but that is maybe a little bit less powerful, so that I can just like edge on the side of underpowered for all of the features. That would be my big preference. You could do your take on the garlic domain. Garlic bread domain cleric. I could make a chef class. I've always been interested in a more support class. Like I think that the most support class is probably bard. But I would love to do a take on like a chef class or something. That is sort of garlic bread domain-esque.
Game now customizing a homebrew witch hunter class for all of you guys to partake in. So that'll be fun and probably coming out sometime next week. It'll probably.
I mean, I think if if I was Matt and I'm making homebrews, I mean, this is how I start my homebrew in general. I always try to underpower it to the situation, but I tailor it to a specific player. So, like, I give them something that is underpowered, but that they specifically will absolutely love or make huge use out of. Like, maybe, you know, it's a rare magic item that is probably on the weaker side compared to other rares, but for one of my players, like, specific build or spells or, like, ways that they like to play, it is incredibly useful. That's how I try to focus a lot of my, like, real homebrews. I have posted a lot of homebrew that I try to balance as well as I can for a general audience, but when I'm making, like, you know, at home homebrew for my table, that's the way I try to go with it. Yeah, I've done a chef cleric with the Strixhaven background book. Ooh, I could see that. Hell yeah. I have a dwarf I have in my back pocket a dwarf old woman PC who just wants to feed. I should use the timer. Who just wants to. Wait, why is the timer not working? What's happening? No. Oh, the timer will be so necessary this time. Okay, I'll try to fix it on the other screen. Who just wants to feed her adventuring party and making sure they have a jacket on when they go outside. Chef feed, of course. Hell yeah. I think chef and leader could both work for that. I could see both. Is her name Edna by chance? The food you make gives heals or certain bonuses. That's what I keep thinking is something like maybe she, sort of like the transmuter's stone, gives you, you know, like with the, with transmutation wizard, you have the transmuter stone that you can give to a certain party member. Like, maybe you can make, like, a meal during a long rest that will give everyone, like, I don't know, like, some sort of rider to a specific ability, sort of, like, enhance ability. Because advantage would be way too strong, but maybe, like, a +1 or a +2? I don't know. But then you're introducing riders, which is very not D&D, especially in the class design, so who knows. Is there a legit chef trait? Yeah. Tasha's introduced some cool traits. I do like Tasha's, or not traits, feats. I like Tasha's feats a lot.
Welcome back. So, to get you guys caught on what happened recently, the group, having heard that the Briarwoods, a couple who had taken power in the town of Whitestone, far to the northeast.
Oh wait, this is his recap. We all know the story. We all know. You guys know the story better than I do. I thought this was the end, or this wasn't the recap. There we go. 55. All right. Because, I mean, already a 3-hour thing, we're going to be running long, and if this is the Orion episode, we got to get there.
Towards the keep. So that is where we left off. Percy.
Yes. Hello.
Darkness. Cold, lonely darkness. A flicker of light. It swells, bright, white, blinding, then flashes of your family. Screaming. Julius, silenced by a bolt to the throat. Vesper, thrown from a tower wall. Your younger brother's lifeless body is tossed in a pile, the smell of death filling your cell. Your father, Frederick, a blade jutting from his chest, slick with crimson. Your mother, Johanna, burned with iron, screaming. Cassandra running towards you, calling your name into the night, begging you to help. 1, 2, 3 arrows. She falls. Darkness once more. Darkness and red. Red of blood. Red of burning fire. The sky is fire. The world burns with flame and iron. The smoke rises from the cinders, coalescing into a face. Black as soot with eyes as burning coals, and a wicked grin. It speaks with a raspy, rumbling bass, like a slow-moving landslide.
You hold your vengeance, Percy. You made it. You only need to take it for yourself. Make the world right. My gift is yours, and your gift shall bring justice. Our bargain stands eager to close. You suddenly come to consciousness, gasping loudly against the air. You feel the warmth of the forge across the side of the workshop calling.
I immediately really like, I like, I should say, I'm not a big monologue guy. Just like, in general, don't do a lot of them, frankly. But I do really like monologues, whether they are from an entity, whether they are descriptive of the scene, what have you. Right at the beginning of a session. I think it can do a lot to sort of slowly bring the party into it. Like, one of the reasons I don't do monologues often is because I think that it can not necessarily kill the pace, but it really mellows out the pace. No matter the tone of the monologue, unless you do it really fucking well, like you do like a big hype up speech. And I think it can run the risk of being a bit boring and maybe losing some momentum of like role play that the characters were doing or ideas that they had or things that they wanted to do. But at the beginning of the session, they're not really in that mindset yet, right? Like maybe some of them are, maybe some of them came jammed and ready to play. But I think a lot of people, you know, they're still thinking about work, they're thinking about their other stuff at home, they're thinking about school, like, and a monologue, whereas mid-session, it might be a little bit too slow. I think at the beginning of a session, it can be a nice ease in. Like, yeah, it is a little bit slow. It's just you talking for a while, but that can be a good transition out of real life and give the players something to grasp onto rather than just like doing a very monotone recap and then being like, what do you guys do? Like doing the recap and then jumping in with a monologue so that they have something to react to, something to grasp onto, I think can be a really, really nice way to introduce a session, especially when it's something as dramatic as Percival. It's a good beginning, Rebecca. It was a good start. Oh, yeah. And at Serial Experiments, couldn't have said it better myself. Good way to bring him into the vibe. Yep. Taliesin missed a week too, so it helps him. Yeah, and helps him get back into his emotions. Like, targeting that monologue at him not only gets him back into the emotions, but it gets everyone else back into the emotions. I will say, he's really setting a tone here. Like, my prediction for this arc was that this episode was not going to be as Briarwood focused. It was going to be focused on something else with maybe a Briarwood tie-in. But with that sort of tone right at the beginning, I might change my mind a little bit. It might seem like we might do some more specified Briarwood stuff, or we might see like a trail of destruction in their wake. Like we're building up this tone of vengeance of No Mercy Percy. So it's a very cold, very intense note to start the session. You wouldn't want to do a nice jaunt over to Westrude. Like, like that's the type of monologue I would expect in like a Curse of Strahd campaign, right? Oh yes, sorry, John. The timer is broken. I was fixing it and then I got distracted. I will fix it during the next thing. But yeah, because we're gonna need it this episode. But yeah, it's that was a very, like, I felt like I was walking into Barovia there. Like, it's very dark, very intense. So that certainly sets a tone for this episode.
Across your face, you were sitting at your workbench, having fallen asleep amidst a pile of contraptions in mid-construction. As you look around, you can see your leather gloves are still on you. You are apron on, black and soot spread across your face, and a series of things you were in mid-build on just broken before you on your workshop table.
How long have I been here?
There's nobody in the room and you have no idea. You're underground, subterranean in the workshop. You haven't seen the sun probably for a good day and a half. And,
It's a new day. I didn't waste it at all.
You have no idea quite how long you've been down here, and you've been left alone for quite some time.
I'm gonna head upstairs.
Okay. You go and you open the metallic door that leads into your workshop. You come around the corner, and there's a chair set in the corner where Jarrett would be sitting. Jarrett, one of the head guards of the facility. Jarrett, however, is instead standing, hands up to his throat, going with no visible assailant.
Help! Help! Help!
Are we there? No, we're not even there.
I want you to go and roll initiative.
Oh shit! It's already started.
Trinket was down there.
Was.
No, you're here. Don't say that.
Just saying the trinket died already.
Natural 20, 28.
Really?
Percy, look at it. Look at that.
What's with that dice in you, man?
We're in it already.
It feels good. Feels good.
You are the yin to Will Wheaton's
I was
yang.
gonna say he was sitting here. So.
He was sitting here just like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, this is obviously going to be plot relevant, right? But I will just immediately just kind of point out and throw it out there that, like, I really think that solo fights have to be plot relevant if there's no other way for the party to interact. Like, Grog's bar fight is a slight exception where it's not necessarily plot relevant, but one of my main issues with Matt is that I think he could have given the party more ways to interact and didn't. But like a pit fight, there's a lot of opportunities for players to interact that aren't actually in the fight. None of these guys are even there. So I'm assuming that this will be plot relevant, but I do think that that's a big thing to point out is like combat takes so long already. You want to make sure that a solo fight is very plot relevant, which I think it will. I think it will be. Nat 20, let's go.
Here to keep the universe floating.
Also, yeah, Orion does look upset.
It wasn't at
I
the,
rubbed him for
it
luck.
wasn't at the table. It was a different table. We're fine.
A little rub for luck.
It's a different table. We're good.
No, it's
Here
good.
we
It's
go.
good. We have to have
But that
balance.
also could just
There
be,
you go.
you know, he's
We need him.
worried.
He's Barons.
Yeah, you have balance.
Very possible.
Barons? What's wrong with Barons?
You must practice balance.
Alrighty.
All right, that's my
So what's
saying,
total?
Barons.
What's your total?
28.
20? You are definitely
Going first.
okay.
That's totally rich.
All right. So you're up first. What do you want to do? As you come around the corner and you see this visual in front of you. Want to go ahead and roll for trinket too?
Hey.
You win this.
Oh no.
So I just see him up like this.
You can
19.
look down.
still
19.
listening.
Nice. All right.
Does it, just for some reference, does it look like he's possessed, or does it look like he's trying to remove something?
Looks like he's trying to move something around his neck, and looking down, you can see his feet are actually off the ground, kicking. It looks like there's a little bit of like air wisping around behind him.
How insane would it be to try and make a shot beneath his legs?
You can certainly go for it and try.
I'm going to drop down, and I'm actually, can I make an aim shot against something I can't see?
You can try. It'll be with disadvantage, but you can definitely make it.
Is this in the kitchen?
Yeah, I got
No,
three
he's
shots.
downstairs.
Can I make
classic
the rest of us
Universal
do the
try.
sounds of the ricocheting bullets in case he misses?
Certainly.
Okay, I want 5.1 though, so start here and make it all the way down. Okay,
You're
so
not gonna miss, so it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna take an aim shot for my first shot, and then just start firing block one.
Okay.
Aim shot.
Disadvantage against an invisible assailant.
No, that's.
Would you say it misses?
I'm just making. I missed. I'm just making sure I didn't hit a misfire. No, I didn't. Thank God. So.
The cold open into a fight is an interesting choice. Aha, timer fixed. All right. The cold open directly into a fight is an interesting choice. I wouldn't do it if we had a guest player or if Ashley was here, but when the next 5, 6, 10 episodes are going to be about Percy and his backstory, I think it can work. I think it can work as long as this fight is very plot relevant. Like, it needs to really progress things. Like, the monologue was great for setting a tone. Combat is less good for setting a tone. Combat is good for climaxes. It's good for giving clues. So if this tells them something really relevant about the Briarwoods, because as I always say, combat is a puzzle, right? Like it's not like chess. It's not a game that you win or lose. You solve combat. And sometimes the solution is to run away. Sometimes it's not. And so think about like what are the good things that a puzzle is useful for. Like it can be very good as a climactic moment. You use all of your knowledge to solve a puzzle. That can be a really nice, satisfying climax. It can also be really good, like think of like a puzzle lock on a chest that like contains a clue or contains like a note or something. Like combat can do the same thing. Combat can be a good sort of barrier or gate to gaining clues or gaining plot relevant information. So if this is just a random combat that means nothing, that's kind of lame. But if this gives them a big clue about the Briarwoods, their goals, their motives, what have we, I think that could be really nice. Mega lumping in Ashley with guest players. I mean, am I wrong? I don't know. Combat is good for climaxes. Yes, it is, and I will not take that back. Sick bird on Ashley. Title for next episode, Mega throws shade on Ashley Johnson. Mega actually hates Ashley Johnson. This DM thinks Ashley Johnson's the worst player in Critical Role.
What's the total?
What?
Jesus Christ.
Total of 15?
Try again.
Still hits.
Still hits. Still hits.
Hey, we didn't miss.
Take him back.
Inhale, Ricochet.
I'm sorry, I'm
totally
together.
lost.
So, that's 16 points of damage,
Already?
and he has to make a Constitution saving throw to not be knocked prone.
Okay, what's the DC on that?
Where's my DC? Let's see, what's it say? DC 8 plus my proficiency mod plus my dexterity mod. So 8 plus 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19.
Sure enough, you see all of a sudden the air go and whip for a second, and Jarrett falls to his knees.
I'm gonna take 2 more shots right above his head.
Go for it.
Don't hit Jarrett.
Jarrett on his knees, like prone, essentially, right
You
now.
can still hit Jarrett. He's our best guy.
That's
You still
20.
have disadvantage on these, by the way.
I don't?
No, you still have disadvantage on these. Because it is still an invisible creature.
20.
20 hits.
I think that's his monster, right? I'm assuming at least, like, I think it's Phantasmal Killer or something like that, or Phantasmic Assassin or something. I've never used one, but they've always seemed interesting.
13.
13 does not hit.
No, 13 points of damage.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then 20 again.
20 hits.
9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Gunshots are echoing through the hallway. Whatever this weird entity is, you can see some of the nearby cloth and dust kind of swirl up from its movement. You hear this kind of angry sucking sound in the air around you. Do you want to move? You stay where you are.
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
I'm gonna just keep yelling. So
Okay.
help! Help!
All right. So for this
I
turn,
don't think I have an earring.
you see another some sort of shift of wind come around the corner towards you. This one turns around and
No, through the
go
bars.
over to the bars, and you can see in the distance it's moving over towards where your captive currently is.
Where the Vox Machina is, relative to where the keep is, how far away are we? Whew.
At the end of this combat round, we'll say for now, all of you guys are right towards the outskirts of the keep, and you hear the muffled ringing of gunshots from the inside of the keep.
You do hear that?
You do hear this as you're
I'm
like
sure
just getting
it's
to the outer
nothing.
gate.
He's probably tinkering.
Nevertheless,
as soon as I hear that, I'll cast fire myself. Just,
okay, we'll get to that.
Are you wearing an earring, Percy?
I don't think I am.
So he's not.
That's a small OAC. It's honest. It's not that egregious. It's only, I think, 1, but just like Matt said, we'll get to you like 3 or 4 times, and oh bug, oh no, shit, I forgot to take her out before stream. I'm gonna see if I can go make a deal with my wife really quick. Oh goodness, Bug is upset. There she is in her little sweater. Getting soft on Orion, are we? Oh, doggy. Okay, I'll go take her out really quick. Yeah, it's only a 1 because there is an amount of, like, when you're in this sort of situation with your other players, I do think it is, like, important to let them know where they are and where they stand and what they can do, especially in, like, a really dangerous situation like this. Hi, Poochie. But I do also think it's like, Matt told him, hey, dude, hold on for a sec. Like, 3 or 4 times. And it's like, you have to eventually just, like, respect what Matt's saying and just shut the fuck up. Like, he's the one that's ultimately in charge of the pace. As a DM, you should work with your players on pacing. Like, it should be a collaborative process, just like the rest of the game. But ultimately, like, they're the ones who have the story and the world and the reality of it in their noggins. Unless you're playing, like, you know, Warhammer 40K. If you're playing a war game like that, you know, obviously the world's on the table. Bug does say fuck my stream. She hates the stream. Yes. Yeah, hi girl. Okay, we're gonna go outside really quick. I will be right back. Dog says go touch grass. She does want to touch grass. All right. Yep, we will be right back. Ah! Oh my goodness. I was muted. Shoot. Dude, ridiculous doggy. I try to do it before stream because I take her out at nights and like the FedEx and Amazon and mail people come while we're on stream and she is so afraid of the mail people. She just like will sprint the other direction. And so if we go out there while the mail people are here, she won't go to the bathroom even if she needs to. So she had like a tiny little pee after all that hullabaloo. Ridiculous puppy. Oh my goodness. Watching some snow hit some of my dogs. They do not want to go inside. They want snow. Bug loves snow. Oh. She also got scared because my bottle fell off. Bug loves snow, but we do not have a private backyard. Puppy. I know. Anyways, there's no snow in Chicago yet. There's like a little dusting. None of it's sticking. I just went out there. There was a little bit of snow. I know this music. Hell yeah. Mega's got the best guard dog ever. I mean, she barks whenever anyone even approaches our door. So she will not fight anyone, but she will let us know they're there. Mega sad that May is back because that was the great background music for the game I'm playing. Hell yeah. Hey man, you can look it up. Welcome to Taldori. The adventure begins.
The swishes down the stairs and comes at you. That's going to be a 22.
That hits.
And a 12.
That does not.
All right. It swings towards you and gets poof, a giant slam of extremely condensed air, like a raking claw impact, hits you in the torso, doing 15 points of damage against you.
Elementals are.
The other one swings out in the same direction, though. This time you actually pull off to the side and knock it out of the way with your pepper box. The one back there is going to attempt to grapple. Succeeds. Alrighty. That's its action now. You can see now the driver that you had last you had put into prison is currently being now.
What about I? Sorry, you can't stay.
That ends at Trinket's up.
I'm gonna try. This is no promises. But potentially over the next few weeks, I might try to slip in a CR episode on the weekends, like during a more EU-friendly time, because I know a lot of the EU frogs liked the timing of the what did I just do? Book club. So I'm gonna try to slip in a CR episode here or there. I'll let you know well ahead of time. Like I'll let you know like 3 or 4 days ahead of time if that's gonna be the case. But potentially. So hopefully some earlier episodes for folks there. Just got to ask. We were in combat. Oh yeah, we can speed up. Yep. Matt rolling for grapple without being asked. Shut up, Robin.
I guess you can see Percy getting attacked. And
I think the book club went great, Mr. Dad. I did not prepare as much as I wanted to for it, but I think it went good.
instinct takes over, and he runs forward, and he claws him.
All right, go ahead and roll for the attack.
Thanks. I'm so curious about Phantasmic.
That does not hit. That's a natural 20.
Yes, that will hit. Yeah.
So,
It begins.
Ambidextrous.
Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. That's
No, this is a spell.
2d4.
Correct.
Yes.
So roll 2d4 and then multiply those by 2.
Weird.
17 damage.
17 damage, nice. Trinket runs up, kind of coming out of his somewhat
I'm
sleeping
always
stupor.
trying to spoil this dude.
Goes for a bite attack and just grabs nothing, but then turns around and just rakes a claw backwards, manages to get the back of whatever this entity is, and you hear it scream. You do at least.
I have a technical speed really quickly.
Yes.
Could the Wraith have gotten that far since I knocked him prone?
Yes, it could have. It moves half its movement speed.
Oh, thank you. Never mind.
Movement is actually 50.
Ignore me.
So yes.
50.
Oh my gosh.
Not that you know.
Not that I know that.
But it moved far for what you think it should have been.
By the way, for the record, Matthew, I have no idea.
I will say, if that is so something that I recommended in a video that I have called like Why'd Your D&D Group Breakup or something like that. I talk about how at my tables I really like to do some sort of like debrief. So be like, how did that go? How did everyone feel about that? Any criticisms, critiques, constructive criticisms, whatever. And that is exactly the sort of thing that sometimes people will bring up. Sometimes they'll bring it up in the moment, like if they think it'll really, really matter. But if it's like a small thing that is, just a small technical dispute, like, oh, I don't really like how you ran that monster, I didn't really feel like their motivations made sense, whatever. That I try to have a time at the end of the sessions where like we sit around and talk about those sorts of things, so that we don't have to break up the pace of a potentially really cool moment. Not to say that this moment's like huge or whatever, but if you have those sorts of technical disputes, that is my recommendation. It serves to keep the pace up and like keep things moving during the actual session. And I think if you have a very distinct and designated time to talk about things, to talk about issues or critiques or criticisms at the end of the session, it's still really fresh in people's minds. So there's not going to be a huge dispute about what happened. And since it is a dedicated time to talk things over, it doesn't feel as emotional if you're like critiquing someone, especially if like you're a player critiquing another player, like, hey, I didn't really love how like your character did this, or did X or did Y. It can seem, since that's like the time to talk about those sorts of things, it seems less, less serious, which I really, really like. So I've tried to work that into all of the games, at least the games that I run, is that sort of like recap or like rehash time at the end of the session.
What we're fighting?
No.
Nobody.
I'm just saying I have metagame.
Congrats. I'm proud of you.
That's
Fresh start.
I'm proud of you.
Who knows?
Jarrett then gets up, sees this happening, moves over.
So funny that this is the episode and that's how it starts, with him being like, wow, I can't even metagame this session.
And pulls out the key to begin to try and open the prison door. Spends the turn doing so, manages to get the door open. That's the end of Jarrett's turn. Okay, so that brings us now. The rest of you guys will initiate.
Come on, you giant
ball bearing.
Does that count if I get in my box and I just slam into the side? Does that count? Or should I let it roll naturally?
Let it roll naturally. Well, I mean, that would normally count. It's fine. Wherever it lands, you take it. Just going forward.
Okay, I won't roll the big one.
All right, so 25 to 20.
Huh? Oh, we're doing this?
Yeah.
Oh,
Keep up, people. Keep up.
Guys,
Come
you guys
on.
are now, you hear the gunshot, you're
running.
entering this.
I don't think it's anything. I think it's just him tinkering.
So Stalin stays behind. All right, so 25 to 20. 20 to 15. All right, what did your score? Sorry, 15?
16, sorry.
16. Thank you. Thank you all, by the way, for leaving a bear on Suicide Watch. That was really cool.
You're welcome.
Really cool.
Well, because if you want to pet
Honestly,
something, it'd be cuddly. And it'd be
Rob, you were 17.
When he started talking about the guy choking, I was like, oh my god, is
Zach, what'd you get
Jarrett
again?
himself? This is what's happening
17?
right now.
I guess I'm
That emo.
All right. And 15 batteries up there. And what'd you get, Dax?
15.
All right, 15. All right.
15. I got 3. Just that.
You got 3? Okay.
With my. I don't have to go initiative. Oh shit.
All right, so you guys all spend your turn, if you choose to rush through the gates. As soon as the gunshots go off, you can see Shane's up on top, and she sees this and gives a quick turn, and you can see the gates begin to open. You hear this angry grunting as your orc guard is pulling the doors open as fast as you can. You guys find a moment and slip through, running towards the front of the keep. You guys manage to get, with full dash and full turn, including your flight, because you fly a little faster, but you have a little more arc to get over. You guys get to the front of the keep this turn, so you won't get into this until next round.
Okay.
That brings back to top. Percy, you're up.
I do think that this is an interesting conceit for a combat. Like, separate the party somehow. Maybe a person gets teleported away. Maybe they fall down a fucking shaft. I don't know how they get separated. But put one of your people, or maybe two of them, or maybe half the party, in a fight that they can't win. And they just have to survive until the rest of the party gets there. And then they'll be very easily able to clean up. I think that you could put a lot more, I don't want to say put more effort into it, but I think that could be like an interesting central like conceit and kind of factor of a dungeon. Like the dungeon at its like core, like one of the like main fights of the dungeon is that they get separated, and the other one maybe has to like succeed on some skill checks to get through some doors or get past some obstacles, and all the while the other, half of the party, two of the party, whatever, are just trying to survive in like in a room against these assailants. And it's, again, the assailants are balanced where it's definitely too hard for half, but it would be easy for the full party. I think that would be like a really interesting conceit for a combat. I mean, I think it's interesting here, but I do think I don't know that Matt set it up quite as thoroughly as I think the idea really needs. Like, I think for this idea, the players have to have a better idea of exactly where they are, how many turns before they can get there, what have you. If this was like a big blown out combat situation. But obviously he wanted to transition very quickly from the monologue straight into this. So I get why he didn't take all that time. But I think this could be a really interesting kind of like core combat for a dungeon, especially like a Feywild dungeon where you could very easily like teleport some players away, or maybe have them like trip into like a pool that's a mirror, but then it closes behind them. Like, you can do all sorts of weird, wacky shit. And especially if you make, like, say, right, it's, the floor falls out from under them. They all make dexterity saves. You can be fairly confident just by, like, the composition of the party, if you set the DC right, that half of them will make it and half of them won't. And even if it's different than that, it's like one of them makes it, 3 of them don't, whatever. Like, no matter how the party gets split, if you subject all of them to a saving throw, you can feel fairly confident that some will make it and some won't. So that's actually a very easy way to split them up and make it feel nice. Like, you don't have to teleport them without them being able to contest. I hate teleportations where there's like no contested rolls or whatever. But you can do a lot to give them a chance to roll, and just like by the statistics of the dice, that will naturally separate them. And then they'll, look down the hole or whatever, and they'll be like, how the fuck do we get down there? And maybe there's like some obvious stairs. Maybe someone stays at the top and just tries to chuck shit down. Like, there's a lot of different options for that. I think that'd be a really fun combat. I might work that into a one-shot recently. It's cool because assassins would attack when less people are around. Totally. That's another very good option, is you can have a group of assassins maybe even stalking the party throughout the dungeon, and maybe you're using like their passive perceptions, or maybe you do occasionally roll an active perception check, whatever. But, if the assassins don't get caught, then they wait until one person's isolated and then attack. Like, yeah, I think that would totally work. I think it works because this is his storyline. Oh, I totally agree. And I shouldn't say that I think this combat is bad or like poorly executed. I just have never thought through this idea a lot. That is like kind of the core conceit of this combat. And I think it's a really interesting one that could be really fleshed out as like a core idea and make for a very interesting encounter.
There's no way I can fire at the one who's far away from me right now, is there?
It's hard to see.
But Jared's got him.
I can ignore cover, though.
You can ignore cover, but it's still, you have this entity in front of you. I mean, you'll be at disadvantage regardless.
So I'm just
something invisible, and you have something that's in melee of you, and you have a ranged weapon, so.
I'm gonna see if there's a charge left in my glove and try and take the there wouldn't be a charge left in my glove, but it's
you glance down at the glove and you can see the gemstone in the center of the palm is currently dark and lifeless.
Okay.
Disengage and run up the stairs, Percival.
Hold on, sorry.
And the hammer, motherfucker.
It gets weird when it's up close. Okay, let's see what we do. All right. There's no way I can step back right now, is there?
Currently, I mean, you can if you want to. It'll get a free strike on you.
Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna try and take shots then at it. I'm just gonna fire.
The one in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. With disadvantage on each shot.
Firing with disadvantage. Screw it. I'm gonna take my first one with the sharpshooter just to see if I can do any damage.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
That's a misfire.
So the pepper box, you go to shoot, and there you go. The actual barrel gets clogged with a burst of flames. It rattles the flame section. The front actually fire for a second, and kind of like shake it out. Right now, it's like completely offset, and it's gonna take a moment for you to even get it to a quick fire again.
Okay. Do I have 6 seconds?
No, you do. You use one attack. You have 2 more attacks, but
I don't have time to. Well, it misfired, so that's.
That weapon you have to use an action to repair.
Okay, I'm going to do something a little weird. Okay. I'm going to pull out bad news. I know I can't shoot this close with it, or God only knows what would happen. I'm going to try and swing it like a pudel stick. I'm just going to try and hit him with the front of bad news.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead and make a melee attack. This is strength based.
Oh boy.
So I just based modifier and your strength modifier.
Get him.
15.
So disadvantage on it. You can't see it. You're not proficient.
15.
Yes.
15 just barely. All right. So go ahead and roll. I'll say 1d with the size of bad news. I say 1d6.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Plus your strength modifier.
4.
Okay, so 4 points of damage. You bludgeon it with your. So if you took a turn, take it out as your third attack is then standing at the side. Wherever entity you smack, push against the wall. You're afraid. Go and roll d20 for me. Just.
Huh?
14.
Okay. So the impact does not appear to damage bad news in this instance.
Yay!
It is a fragile, construct, and even doing melee attacks with it does subject it to a misfire possibility. As actually
I hit it with the stock. I was careful.
I know. Okay, so that concludes your turn.
Yeah, I'm kind of, yeah.
Okay, so all right. The one that's in front of you now is gonna go ahead and kind of go over this way. Trinket. Well, no, it's still melee, so it doesn't actually get an attack. It does get 2 strikes on you. That is
Yeah, I think he used the bad news. I think that counts for N. Yeah.
a 17.
Nope.
Bad news.
And that is 18.
I'm 18. Armor class is 18.
So it does just hit you.
Can I do that crazy thing?
No, that's been I've eliminated.
Oh,
that.
you removed that. Okay, never mind. I don't have the new update. Sorry.
Oh, I get that for you.
I don't have a dodge anymore, right?
No, the dodge is not there. It really
It was really good.
Okay, so that puts you at another 15 points of bludgeoning damage as it smacks you right across the head. Your eyes kind of go dizzy for a second, and you take a minute to refocus your vision. And you can now see in the air the shimmering expression that looks like a humanoid face just stretched and ghastly going in front of you, but it's still barely even visible, and only because of the proximity are you able to actually make out any sort of shape or shimmer in the air in front of you. The other one is attempting to go ahead and make a it's going to choke out your prisoner.
Choke a prisoner. What?
Yeah, he's trying to kill the prisoner.
Versus his.
What?
However,
shit.
the prisoner resists
Feels like
through
I-
athletics.
No,
So it's currently holding back at beta strength of the entity.
Man, I've been looking at.
So that ends its turn. Trinket's up.
Trinket's up. He's gonna try to jump and land on top of the ghostly thing and bite its face.
All right, go for it. Roll.
I don't know how to do that.
Well, to do like a real leap, Trinket would have to back up and then run towards it.
Okay.
The Trinket wants to do that. because he
Yeah.
gets- Okay. So Trinket backs up. As it does, it gets 1 free swipe at Trinket.
Oh.
That is a 18 hit.
I am having an issue here.
Okay.
Because I have 18 in parentheses, and then I wrote a 20 and I circled it, and I don't know why.
I don't know either.
18 is probably.
Yeah, we'll say 18.
Okay.
Because that hits. Trinket takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage. As
For
it swoops
Trinket.
out and like backhands Trinket. Back.
Like the camera here or there more? I'm debating. I think I like it
Now
here.
we're Trinket. Now leaps. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
He has better armor class than I do.
It's more towards where I'm
He
actually.
does. He's got his bullet armor, man. He's getting a cannonball. What am I doing? A strength?
Athletics. So yeah, would be
17?
17. Yeah. And yeah, Trinket leaps forward, slamming his entity onto the ground, knocking it prone, and you can go ahead and make a bite attack.
Yes! That didn't count because it slipped out of my hand. That was even worse than the other one. So 11. It did slip out of my hand. I should have counted if it goes like that. Well, that.
Yeah. So Trinket manages to knock it prone, however, because it gets pushed out of the way, and Trinket has a hard time, Trinket just makes a big slash and a bite out in the air where it once was, and misses entirely.
But he's got him prone.
But it's not
Oh,
prone. Jared's not going to attempt to
Wait, Trinket missed?
grapple the entity.
Oh.
Jared manages to reach out and grab on whatever this creature is.
Go,
This
Jared!
chain's grappling, and is going to attempt to try and pull it back. For this, I will do a contested roll on that. Roll the 1. Jared pulls it back that far, managing to let go of its quarry, and is currently holding on to some sort of angry, whirling entity at that point. That ends Jared's turn. The rest of you guys
For our guest at this point. I'm just gonna move all my
just managed to
guys.
make your way up into the armory up top. First is Vex. You rush in there. And what do you want to do?
I want to run down and shoot something.
Okay. You can get just about there.
Can I see anything? Can I ricochet an arrow to hit?
I would say you have this guy's 3/4 cover,
Uh-huh.
so it would be
Disadvantage?
disadvantage on the attack. Triple.
Okay.
It's like a pool player.
Or yeah, disadvantage is invisible, so it's just one of those like just hard to
This
hit.
is a real
regardless.
shitty. I didn't know that. Okay. Whole time. That was the
Same
same on each
thing,
time. 28.
28.
Is 3/4 cover disadvantage? Am I crazy? I thought cover was +2 and then +5. Am I smoking fat weed right now? I don't think I am. I'm looking it up.
Oh, shit. Weird children.
Oh, I didn't fucking Hunter's mark him.
Yeah, +2 and +5.
Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, there are different things. Nope. Oh, it is also invisible. So 3/4 cover, it would be +5, and it would be disadvantage. Whew. Just go with the vibe, man. I mean, true. Very true.
Back. 15.
15 points damage. The first arrow sinks in whatever's there, and you can see it just kind of jutting out of no physical space.
Now I'm gonna Hunter's mark him, and I'm gonna hit him again. Can I do that?
Technically, it's part of your attack.
Yeah, invisible is disadvantage. So this thing would have 3/4 cover at +5 and have disadvantage because of the invisibility. Impossible to hit.
You do attacks first, and you bonus action. So you're like, and then you Hunter's mark after.
Not right. That one doesn't hit. Doesn't matter. Doesn't hit him anyway. I missed it.
Second shot just shatters against the back wall of stone. You can't Hunter's mark. Wait for the
I
bonus.
Hunter's mark him.
All right. That is now Hunter's.
Oh yeah, rules lawyers are welcome here. Rules lawyers, power gamers. I'm not personally a power gamer. I am a bit of a rules lawyer. But everyone's welcome in chat as long as you got, chill ass vibes. Everyone's welcome.
Mark, and Vex's turn. Keyleth, you also make your way into the doorway.
How far can I get?
Yeah, I have a rules lawyer tie somewhere.
Oh.
Not there. Nothing's in visual sight right now, unfortunately.
Nothing's in visual sight?
No, not with full, like half of that was that point. You could dash and try and make your way in, but you won't be able to do anything.
Can I dash and make a bonus action?
You could, yeah.
My rules lawyer tie.
Hello.
Good call. Yeah. Rod, you're on deck.
No, I'll just wait.
Okay.
My name is Rule M. Lawyer, attorney at law, and you've been ruled.
Feel place there. Grog, you're up. You managed to just charge. You have a,
And let me scooch over so I can be behind Vex.
there. Okay.
Vex.
You have a little better movement, so you actually managed to get 2 more squares in. What's your speed again? It's
50.
50. Okay, yeah, you managed to get up to there, and now your turn begins.
I'll go into a rage, and I come in, and I turn to the right, and I run up as close as I can to Jared, and... Jared. Wish me fun.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So you just charge in. Angry, you see Jared's like currently reaching back and trying to go for his crossbow. Now his energy's like in his face. He just he's grappled with one arm. He's like reaching back, trying to grab it. You can rush him in.
Bert,
I take out a holy oil.
We do not say the name Burt Reynolds, attorney at Small, in this chat. All 5 of his names. That is our sword. That's my rival. You know that, SSH. We run competing law practices. And I made all of those diss track commercials about how small and short and cubic his member is.
Vial out of the bag of
Burt
holding.
Reynolds
I crush it in my hand, and I take a swing at whatever he's holding.
Yeah.
Also, Mages.
Cool. So as you pull out, the pain from the glass even just further angers you. You can see a mix of holy water and blood trickle down from your fist as you clench it. Go ahead, swing for a punch at disadvantage.
Oh.
That's a 1.
So that first strike just whoofs over. Through your anger, you're able to focus on where the sentiment
That's a good start with this.
No.
Number 2. Disadvantage. Oh, fuck. You're not.
Different dice.
What's the total damage?
15.
15 just barely hit.
Hey!
Go ahead and roll.
These guys?
Go ahead and roll that half that damage. Yes.
1.
Plus rage.
Plus rage, which is...
Plus strike.
3. Oh, right. So...
He has a freaking laser.
8.
So 8 points of damage to it. Alrighty. Whack! It hits and you hear this sound as it takes the impact. You can see this like, kind of strange, angry face appear suddenly out of the shimmering air that just then disperses again, and you don't quite know where it is.
Bet, SSH. I will put just the right amount of effort into it. Not enough to be respectable, but not nothing. I'll put together a diss track on Scanlan. Or no, not on Scanlan. Sorry, Burt Reynolds.
You make a third strike now if you want.
Did you do any holy damage?
Did not appear to have any additional effect on the enemy.
Well, hell, it was worth a shot. At disadvantage.
Oh.
19.
19 still hits. Go ahead and roll next attack.
8 again.
8 damage again. Whack! You backhanded with your third strike, this time finding the edge of its face again. You see the chair right next to it kind of tumble as it barely manages to catch itself and keep itself aloft. Nevertheless, this strange, invisible entity is still there holding its ground.
Would you say the blood from my hand is splattering Jared Biden?
From the over, Jared's currently trying to grab onto the creature and keep it grappled. So yeah, it's kind of spattering on him. And,
I'm a painter.
Alright, that ends Grog's turn. Vax and Tiberius, you guys both just get up to the edge of this room here.
Your cape is looking really nice, Vax. I'm clicking my boots of haste, and I get double movement, so I get to go 60 feet.
Yep.
So I'm gonna slink right up beside Trinket and stab the shit out of this invisible thing.
Stab him!
Stab him.
Hey, what do they look like?
Alright.
So because Trinket's right there, this is a sneak attack. That hits. That is
I will.
29 to hit.
That'll hit. It is prone. It is invisible, but it is prone, so that evens out to just no advantage.
Oh. 3, 4, 7, there's 11, there's 14, 16.
New math. Yeah.
16, and where am I? Okay, it's 19, so I play with 25 for the first hit.
25. Alright.
Yes.
Double it?
It's only if it's oh!
You have to double 19.
No, he didn't.
Also, I totally forgot that this was a square when I was talking about how Ashley is a guest player. Look, that was not on purpose. I did not mean for that to be there.
That's a critical hit.
Oh, right.
Sneak attack.
One shy. Alright, so now out comes the dagger of lice. I don't know that one. Lice. Yes, of life stealing. It misses, so then I come back. Well, does 15 hit?
I think just barely hits.
Just barely hits. Oh, that's better than I thought. That is a 3 plus 6 is 9 for damage.
Alright.
And then the keen dagger comes back. Woohoo! And that gets a 27, so that also hits.
Yep.
For 9 of damage.
Alright. So as you rush over, you stab downward, you hear this sound as your blade comes down into whatever there. Your hand kind of moves around as it struggles against the blade. You pull it out, grab your other dagger, and throw it in the air, catch it, slam it down against the third strike, and then pull back and stab a third time.
Yeah.
That's pretty sexy.
And Trinket is very comforting, pressed against my shoulder as I do all that.
He's like,
Supple bear. Hashtag supple bear. Alright, that ends your turn. Tiberius, what are you doing?
How far can I get up?
He's still alive-ish?
He's right.
That's about as far as you can get your movement. You currently do not have visual on either of them.
Oh,
you're flying. What's your fly speed?
60 feet, infinite.
You said that last time. We found it was 40, I believe, wasn't it?
Was it 40?
No.
I thought it was 60. It was double the... Shit. Hold on, no, I have a card. That's
You have a card, yep, I find it fast.
60 feet.
60, right?
It's 60 feet!
So you can go double. So you're now just like coasting down the stairway.
I'm going to attempt something I haven't actually tried before.
Alright, go for it.
I'm going... Because there's one to my right, one to my left, right?
Correct. There's one over here that has Grog and Jared kind of flanking the other one that has Percy, Vax, and Trinket all around it. That one's actually prone on the ground. It's kind of hard to see normally. It's very hard to see now that it's like swarmed.
So I'm like, am I visual? Do I have visual of both wraiths?
Oh, I know, he's so fast. Also, this is making me like sick to my stomach. I am so nervous. Every time Orion opens his mouth now, I'm like, oh, is this it? like every time I'm like, what is it? Where is it? What's happening?
You have visual of both entities.
This is scary. This is a
Okay,
scary way to watch this show.
I'm going to cast at
Have we rested, by the way?
Nope. No, you have not rested yet.
We're
we've been
down
up
a
all
bunch of
night.
spells.
Yeah, you're still where you were when you came back.
Well, to be fair, we didn't have a battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, or some of us use
Well,
spells.
at
I'm
least
good.
me.
There's flies.
What'd you
and
do?
stuff. Which I'm gonna try to do this bad now. I'm going to look to my right and my left, and at 6th level, I'm gonna try to do glacial blast and split the damage, and try to hit both of them because it does 8d8 damage.
Are you doing a single stream?
I'm trying to split my arc, so I'm trying to instead of doing this, I'm trying to.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be fine. I'm trying to.
How much damage is it?
At 6th level, it's 8d8 damage.
Okay, and what's the saving throw?
It is 17.
17. Okay.
Is it okay? Glacial Blast is the one that is a 5e spell, but I had never heard of before this, right? Glacial Blast, D&D 5e, or is this the one? No, this is the one that is a Pathfinder rework. Okay. Did Matt already say that there are raids, or is Orion guessing what they are? Orion has been calling them raids. I don't actually think these are raids. I think he's just calling them that just so that he has something to call them. Is Glacial Blast a 180-degree arc? Because if it is, like, I got no issue with him, like, aiming it up and trying to hit both of them. Anticipation Fear, which, I mean, what are you gonna do? It's a Pathfinder rework. Okay. Huh. I would have to see exactly what it is, because in D&D terms, that's not really possible. Things are cones, they can be lines, or they can be, zones, but there's no, like, 180-degree arc spell. There's no, like, half-circle targeting zone spell. I don't think you lowered your volume, but you're quieter now. Uh-oh. Oh, just you, John? Okay. Oh, okay, interesting. I think they're a type of elemental. With all of the, like, wind attribution, I thought so too, but wind elementals are definitely not invisible. There's something that is... D&D 5e monster... it's like... killer... Monster Slayer Killer. Ugh. It's like Phantom Killer. Phantom Killer? No, Phantasmal Killer. Fuck. Is it just a phantom? Is that what I'm thinking of? No. This is not it. I can't think of what I'm thinking of. I can picture the monster in my mind. It has like a very specific looking monster manual entry. But I cannot think of its name for the life of me. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Well, I'm sure that Matt will reveal it later in the episode. Unless it's a 30-foot radius from you or something, that could be it. But yeah, but how he presented it, I don't think that this works. But this is one of those classic ones where, like, okay, they're being kind of interesting with the spell. They're being, creative with it in a way that makes sense, like, within fiction for them to probably be able to do. If I'm Matt, I'm saying, roll me an Arcana check. If you fail the check, this becomes a save or suck spell. Like, I'm very willing to let people kind of on the fly do cool stuff, but I'm going to put a large risk on it. So if you want to use your stuff in a non-standard way, that's fine. That's not like crazy broken. I'm not letting shape water freeze the water inside someone's body. But if he's like, I want to kind of split the streams or whatever, I'm down to let him try that. But again, Arcana check, you fail the Arcana check. Let's say, I don't know, DC 15. You fail, you just waste the spell slot. That's probably how I'm running it over here. Literally no spell like that has a 180 cone. They just make it a half spear. Yeah, it's definitely a weird one. Yeah. Silent Stalker. Invisible Stalker. You guys are exactly right. Invisible Stalker. I think this is exactly what. Yes, this is what I was thinking of. So it is an elemental. You were right. It's a medium elemental. I am nearly positive that this is what this is. It totally might not be, but what CR is it? Like CR5? CR6. Yeah, I think that two of these is already a solid challenge for like a regular like level 11 party. Like that's a little bit more challenging than you might give to a party of like 4 or level 11s. might be about right on the challenge rating. But because they have 7 PCs and an NPC and like maybe the prisoner is like a little meat shield, like this is definitely something that one of them, no shot they could ever even pretend to handle it. But you get the entire party in there and they will absolutely wreck these things. Like these things will be like no problem. It'll be like, you know, it'll take a little bit. They have 104 hit points. But the party should be able to handle it without really even trying. And a bear. The bear is part of Vax. But they do have the bear, you're right.
Jarrett and Vax have to make saving throws as well.
Easy evasion.
So, go and make that, Jarrett. Roll an 18 for his high dex. Yeah, Jarrett makes a tap damage for Jarrett.
28 for me.
Alright, so you take no damage because you're a rogue. And roll damage. 18 for 1.
Right hand. Left hand.
This one fails, this one succeeds.
Cool. Right hand does...
That's a 10.
Oh, sweet.
That's a D10. No. That's a D10. These are D8s.
Sorry. My bad.
It's actually not prone.
That's a D8, right?
That is a D8.
Pretty cool. Right hand, the 8, 10, plus that's 14 to my right, and then...
I'm sorry, was he just rolling D10s instead of D8s? Is that what I was just getting from that?
So you take no damage because you're a rogue.
I just want to rewind just to make...
roll damage. 18 for 1.
Right hand. Left hand.
This one fails, this one succeeds.
Cool. Right hand does...
That's a 10.
Oh, sweet.
That's a D10. No. That's a D10. These are D8s.
Aha. Okay. Very nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at all those eyes on him. Oh, no. Oh, that's so crazy. Yeah, and you make a good point, Robin. Like, I think that was a pretty reasonable request from Orion. Like, and if he offers, like, honestly, at my table, if he's like, if he just wants to do it, maybe it's a DC 15, save or suck. If he offers to split the damage, maybe I lower the DC. Maybe, you know, I lower it to like a DC 5, DC 10. Because I'm always, if they're wanting to modify their spells past, like, into non-standard territory, I'm always going to have the possibility that it just fizzles, that they just can't do it in the heat of combat. But if they're willing to sacrifice some stuff, I'm willing to, like, lower the DC, you know, make that much easier. They're watching him like Vex watches Coin. It is kind of a Renaissance painting, you're right.
Sorry, my bad.
It's actually not prone.
That's a D8, right?
That is D8.
Pretty cool.
What
right hand,
Can't
the
be
8,
what?
the 10, plus that's 14 to my right, and then 18 to my left.
How much that?
So 14 to my right, 18 to my left.
Okay. Gotcha.
That was a bit of a weird reaction on Matt's face.
The one that doesn't save gets...
It would if it wasn't immune.
Who?
However, as you arc down, ice blast comes through. You can see Dash manages to pull down to the ground, get out of the way in time. Jarrett ducks out of the way and just blasts over, hitting both his entities. Ice
Yeah, I definitely need to not forget the timer.
crackles around both their forms, but then the forms kind of shift out of it. That ends your turn right there. Comes back to Scanlan.
Oh, where am I?
You are right there, just in the room behind everybody else.
Where does Percy do his tinkering?
Over here.
Because I can't see what's going on down there.
Nope, you just see currently these 3 down the hallway. You
So-
just see Tiberius like blast a bunch of ice arc in the air.
Okay, so I know there's shit going on down there, but I can't really see what.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably just dimension door into the tinkering room because that's where I assume Percy is.
Okay.
And then I kind of see what's going on and nobody's there. Do I still have line of sight on anybody? Can I see through the
Currently, you see Percy through this doorway right there.
Okay. Well then I can't move. I can move also.
You can move as well. Yeah, dimension door's your action.
I'll move towards him.
All right.
And then
That's a nice little bit from Sam of trying to think through. You know, Sam is like, okay, clearly something is happening, but Scanlan doesn't know what is happening. He's heard gunshots. He knows everyone else is looking kind of bloodied. You know, maybe there's the scent of magic in the air. Like, he knows something's happening, but he can't tell what. And I think that Sam thinking through that of like, okay, if Scanlan didn't know what was going on, but he knew that there was something, he would teleport to the last known location in his brain of Percy. Which I think it's just a great logic train to think through as a player. And I think that if you consistently are able to do that within combat, within roleplay, within exploration, of like the logical kind of steps of what your character would think, I think that is like, I don't want to call it an easy step to level up your roleplay, but I think it will help you invest a lot in your character and in your world. And it's definitely, like I said, not an easy step to level up roleplay, but a medium step. You know, it's not all that hard, but it does take concerted effort to think through those things. And I never compliment Sam or Scanlan, so I gotta get one in there. if I really feel it. Oh man. Sam only plays what his character would know. It's awesome. Yeah, anti-metagaming. I love it. Exactly. We all love it. Sam is my model for how to accept nat ones and not metagame. Travis is my model for how to cheerlead your fellow players. I totally see that. I honestly think that Grog and Travis kind of hedge on to the degree of like almost anti-spotlighting to like the point where I'm like, man, Travis, like talk more. Like get involved a little bit more. But I think he does a fantastic job of being so supportive in all aspects. He's always down for wacky plans that other people suggest to him. Like, he's always down for what the other players and characters want to do, which is very, very cool. But Sam is Mega's favorite by the end of C1. Sam is the most like me. I think that's why I like have an initial aversion to him. Is because, like, my wife was like, which one of the CR cast are you the most like? And I was like, it's Sam. It's Sam Riegel by far. It's really not even close. And I think that's why I don't like it. It's looking in a mirror, and I don't want to look. I don't want to see it. Oh, man. I don't know.
See a crazy thing in front of me.
Yes, you do.
So I probably take a couple steps back.
Okay.
No. And then I'll just inspire Percy.
Yay.
Make it fight the good fight. All the single Percys. All the single Percys. All the single Percys. Put your guns up.
All the single A's by Beyonce. Fuck you, SSH.
What
is that? Is it D10?
D10, yeah. That means at the top combat round, Percy, you're up first.
I'm going to use my action.
Beat you, nerd. SSH, how many times in a row do I have to beat you to it for you to stop doing it? How many? I actually said it before you said it. There's a delay. There's a delay and you know it, SSH. Streamer flips off chat. I'll mod you, but your only job is just to post song like requests and sings bingo. Oh yeah, Scanlan sings a song.
To try and clear my gun.
Oh
okay.
My God.
So go ahead and make a check.
That's what is that again? Did it change since last
That
time?
one shouldn't change, no.
Okay, so it's 11. I'm adding my bonus die.
Roll.
9.
9. As you pull over your pepper box, you're like, ping! The actual barrel comes off and hits the ground, ting, 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 and rolls off towards the back of the room.
Fuck!
I'm tossing it into my room.
Okay.
I'm using an action surge. Actually, can I even do that? Yes, I'm going to use my action surge, and I'm going to walk over to the Wraith on the ground, put the barrel of bad news up to it, and pull the trigger.
The Wraith is no longer on the ground, by the way.
Is he not?
The entity, actually, upon looking, is immune to being prone. So we won't recon anything, but as you go pull the barrel up, you can see on the faces standing up before you.
I'm just going to try and shove it until I hit something and then pull.
Okay, so go ahead and roll disadvantage.
Okay.
Bad news.
I mean, you're
22.
already at
22 hits, go ahead and
22
roll
because it's.
We're all going to go
Or sorry, not
Oh
22.
man, that's gonna be the loudest book.
You're already at disadvantage for it being invisible. You might as well melee shoot it, you know? Did we drink at the same time? Oh wow, much they look like be having a good time.
19.
19. Bad news goes off. The sound is deafening in the room. The echoing of the explosion through the stone walls. I'm gonna go ahead and have you roll a Constitution saving.
Vax or Liam?
Vax, both maybe.
No, wait, what now?
Constitution saving.
Constitution saving.
You feel like it's a screaming in your ear.
That is a 15.
A 15. Okay, you don't go deaf, but your ears are ringing very, very hard. The entity screams and disperses.
Yay!
I get a hit point back.
Oh, you do? Dope.
Okay, so one more attacks. Or you have to use one to reload.
I have to use one to reload. I have one more attack, but I didn't move. I'm gonna try and roll around the corner and see if I can take another.
Okay, so you around there. Okay.
And I'm going to take a just another shot.
Okay.
27.
27 hits. Go roll damage.
13, 14, 15, 16, 19 points of damage.
Okay, this time the shot goes off right by your head, Tiberius. You're flying in the air. You look down and see him pull bad news out beneath you, and before you have a chance to react, the flash of the muzzle just bursting forward. A big plume of black powder, like just smoke, fills the air around you.
So I say big flash?
Yes.
Okay,
Make Constitution save.
Out of control. Sorry.
That was it.
7.
Okay, you are considered deaf until the start of his
Okay, so as soon as I see the flash, I go, ah!
Okay.
As I make it.
Alright. So So that ends your turn, Percy?
Yeah.
All right. Next, this entity, center mark, is going to rush forward.
No.
Straight out of the grapple from
Do you guys see me scrunching up my nose? I don't love that. This combat is already designed to be bad for Percy, right? Like, this is not good for him. Invisible enemies are really bad for fighters. They're bad for anyone who makes attack rolls. And like, I don't know, and they're in close quarters. Like, Percy's not only a fighter that has more of an issue with disadvantage, he is also a fucking, like, gunslinger sniper type. So, I don't know that I want to, even if it's thematic, like, I'm fine with players, like, acting things out and making decisions based off of in-game stuff. But, like, unless the bad news has a fucking mechanic written into it, which I doubt it does, that it gives, like, deafness if you're within 5 feet, I don't know that I'm penalizing Percy even more in this fight. I don't know. Debating on whether or not to take it. Oh, no. This isn't even an Orion thing. This is a Matt thing. I don't know that I give deaf in there. That's tough. I mean, deaf isn't that bad of a condition, but it's just like one more thing to track and like keep it. I don't know. I just think it's kind of complicating it too much for someone who is already in a bad situation. I don't know. He's doing pretty good, but damn, his guns keep breaking. Yeah, because this is not what he's designed for. And I've already gone on my rant about the misfire mechanic in general. Speaking of the homebrew class not being very strong. Or being very underpowered. Deaf isn't that bad of a condition. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my community. Not my community, but it's the community. Clip it and ship it. It's a weird call for Matt, not like this is Firefall. Yeah. I think Matt has played with Tal so much that he knows Tal loves this type of stuff. It does seem like Tal's very into those sorts of conditions, especially from how Gunslinger was made. So I'm not surprised by that. I would try to focus then on giving him like different types of ammo that can inflict these like a deafening shot sort of thing that are maybe like separate from his like maneuvers or his what do you call them? Not the grit. But basically give him like expendable magic items that are like, you know, a fucking loud bullet or a fire bullet or an ice bullet or what have you. I think that's where I would focus my mind if I was Matt, making these situational calls to give out kind of random status effects. I'm not super into it. I don't know. I don't. And maybe, you know what, and you make a point that he's just played with Tal long enough that he knows, and he's played with the other players long enough that he knows it'll go over okay at this table. I just don't know if it's a good general practice to model at this point. Not bad if you know sign language. I used to be fully fluent in sign language. I am definitely not anymore. It's one of the things I really want to relearn. But when you're out of, you know, signing for so long, you know, speaking a foreign language, signing, when you don't do it for so long. Like in Kansas City, where I grew up, has the second highest deaf population in the U.S. And then I went to a tiny town for 4 years for college that had, I think, like one deaf person on campus. So I just fucking lost it all. Tal loves options and then options on top of those options. That's what I'm saying. The ammo could be a cool thing for him, but I won't, you know, step on his toes there. I think it's better about consistency later on. Yeah.
Jarrett just shifts right out of his hands. Is going to run forward.
I know we've talked a lot about Campaign 2 has a lot more consistent rulings and just consistency within the rules in general. It's hard to remember, for me especially, that while they've been playing this campaign for so long, like I see level 11s and I'm like, come on, they should have this by now. They've only played 20 odd sessions of D&D ever.
Take the double attack against prisoner. That's a 19, so 65 hits, and that is a 15 hits as well.
If you can finger spell, you can mostly get by. I mean, I could have a very limited conversation with someone who spoke, but I mean, it would be like if you spoke English and you were trying to have a conversation with someone and they were like, I am GOING TOTHESTORE instead of I'm going to the store. Like, I've ordered prescriptions for deaf people before. I have done a lot with deaf people, and I could converse if I really needed to, but it's a big barrier if you don't know the signs. And I do know like really simple stuff still, but not as much as I used to. I was like fully fluent at one point because I worked at the Kansas School for the Deaf for I think 2 or 3 years. Matt does like applying realistic effects regardless, though, even later on, but probably less. Yeah, which I'm fine with in like really distinct moderation, and I mostly like it out of combat. Timer, yeah, fuck, I need to respect the timer. I reset the timer and then just ignored that I'd reset the timer. I need to respect the timer if we're ever gonna get through this.
Takes 30 points of damage. It's currently unconscious.
Oh, shit.
For the new folks, if you don't know why people are bugging me about the timer, you'll understand around like episode like I'd say like 19-20 range, you will really start to understand why I have to respect the timer. Because those were starting to get to like 7-8 hour episodes, and then I had to just start splitting them into 2 5-hour episodes. Then it was like 2 6-hour episodes. The timer is a good thing for me.
Punches him twice, and you see the poor driver is knocked up into the ceiling, falls down onto the bed, is like half laying off. You see blood dripping down in front of his face.
Oh, God.
And slowly close.
Make him alive.
That brings us to Trinket's turn.
Not Trinket.
Trinket rushes forwards. And goes...
We're not going to roll Trinket into your turn.
Oh, alright, then he stays there.
Okay, Trinket stays there until it's your turn. Jarrett's going to rush forward and come to this corner. The crossbow is not much aid at this point. Reaches over and pulls out a short sword. And lunges forward with short sword. Yeah, that's with disadvantage. That's with a 9. God, rolls. 20 and a 3, great. Sorry, Jarrett. Yeah, just swinging through, trying to pierce through the bars at this entity, and just can't seem to get any sort of attack to hit.
So he's actually locked in the thing still?
Jarrett got the door open and came through trying to grab the creature and has tried to pull him back. If you just stick it right through his hands again, to go ahead and attack the prisoner. That ends Jarrett's turn. Vex is now your turn.
Okay. Can I move forward so I can see?
Yep, you can see about there, video visual on the entity.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll shoot him.
Okay.
He's hunter's mark already. Okay, good.
Yes. So both attacks at disadvantage.
A 15?
15 hits.
Okay.
Jeff hits.
16?
16 also. 16
that's the damage.
All right. With the additional hunter's mark?
Yes. And then 14 doesn't hit.
14 does not hit. Arrow just disappears in the back of the cell, just scattering and shattering against part of the stone wall.
And Trinket, can you get up to him?
Trinket can get up to... Rush up.
Oh, but I took all the attacks.
Right, so Trinket runs, rushes up, doesn't it?
Trinket stays in the corner then.
Okay,
He can't do shit.
Okay. Trinket cheers you on.
He just shakes off.
Cool, that ends your turn. Keyleth.
Okay, I'm going to, seeing the direction that everyone's pointing, going to kind of walk up and reach around Vex, and I'm going to cast Fairy Fire. Right? Oh god, wrong direction.
Wrong direction.
On yourself.
Oh god. Crit fail. It's a 20-foot cube, so I want to cast it right in this cell.
Okay.
Doing the reach
Okay, cool. So as you cast that, you can see now.
That's just curious.
Okay, it's going to make. What's the DC on that?
Against my spell DC?
Yes.
18.
It fails with a 14. Alright, so you guys watch as she reaches her hand out, the entire cell, all of a sudden, there's a burst of purplish light, and these little kind of dust stars of purple glowing begin to drift down from the ceiling. As they do, they cling to whatever this form is, and you can now see very clearly this invisible entity that is surrounded in these purple sparkles. It looks humanoid from the torso up, but its legs are kind of shimmering and shifting around. You now have a very clear look on it. You've nullified its invisibility.
You have advantage now.
There's advantage as well?
Yeah, you have advantage.
So you guys all now have advantage on this entity.
And I'm going to take my bonus action.
Yeah, absolutely perfect Fairy Fire use. I don't want to say odd that she had it, but like I find Fairy Fire to be so rarely useful. Unless you're like hunting something you know will be invisible. So very lucky that she had it prepared.
Healing word on the...
you're right,
It's not Jarrett that's unconscious.
No,
it's the cat driver. On the cat driver.
Okay. So go ahead and roll for the healing gift.
Desmond.
What's his name?
Desmond.
Desmond?
Sorry about that. Jarrett and Desmond Hubert.
How much is the heal?
6 plus my spell modifier, so the 10? I think is that right? Is that how it works?
Shame.
Is my plus my spell level? Is that what it is?
What are you doing?
It's plus, I think it was 5.
Healing word?
Healing word.
D4 plus my spell casting.
It is
ability.
always nice when you have a rogue.
6,
That's true.
so 12.
12, gotcha. Okay, Desmond's eyes kind of clarify for a second. Begins to breathe heavily, still looking very wounded, but conscious and prone across the bed as the entity of Son of Brothers Mark still looming over it, bringing its fists up for another round to try and finish its job. That ends your turn, Keyleth. Grog, you're up.
There you are. Hold still, Casper, and I run up and I swing.
As you rush up, eagerly make your strike.
Nice!
Come on, kill.
That's a 28.
That hits.
Okay. That's a 27.
Hits.
This would hit Tiamat.
If any of you tells me that this is bingo for something that the fucking CR person was in, I'm gonna lose my mind. None of them were Casper, right? You're not gonna sit here and tell me that young Sam was Casper somehow, right? Because I feel like I feel like you would be lying at this point. I feel like you've already lied to me about things they were in. Does this healing word, confusing, count towards bingo's a PC for getting a spell? Confusion. Oh, did he get a healing word issue? Was there a healing word issue? I missed it. How much does it heal? It gives advantage as well. Let me see.
Is it advantage as well?
Yeah, you have advantage.
So you guys all know how to advantage on this entity.
And I'm gonna take my bonus action to do healing word on the. It's not Jarrett that's unconscious.
Oh, because she can't cast a leveled spell. It's not her forgetting what the spell does. It's just them not understanding the rules.
It's the cat driver. On the cat driver.
Okay. So go ahead and roll for the healing again.
Desmond.
What's his name?
Desmond.
Desmond?
Sorry about that. Jarrett and Desmond Hubert.
How much is the heal?
6 plus my spell modifier, so.
Oh yeah, she literally says, "Is that how it works?" Okay, yeah, that counts. That definitely counts for a them forgetting what their spell does. Where is that? My sister. Aha, there it is. Yeah.
The 10? I think is that right? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Is my plus my spell level? Is that what it is?
What are you doing?
It's plus, I think it was 5.
Healing word?
Healing word.
D4 plus my spell casting ability
Yes, it was
modifier.
plus 6.
6, so 12.
12, gotcha. Okay, Desmond's eyes kind of clarify for a second. Begins to breathe heavily, still looking.
Also, I had someone in the comments the other day actually clarify the leveled spell ruling in a way that I had never heard before. So, the whole, like, you can't cast more than one leveled spell in a turn, that's not actually true. It is only if the leveled spell is a bonus action. If the leveled spell is a bonus action, you cannot cast a leveled spell as an action. And, like, vice versa. So, if you're an Eldritch Knight or something that action surges, you can cast more than one leveled spell as multiple full actions, but you cannot cast a leveled spell as a bonus action on the same turn. Crazy. I never do that. But I reread the rulings, and that whole leveled spell requirement is specifically within bonus action casting. It has nothing to do with, like, the full action stuff. Crazy.
Very wounded, but conscious and prone across the bed as the entity of Son of Brothers Mark still looming over it, bringing its fists up for another round to try and finish its job. That ends your turn, Keyleth. Grog, you're up.
There you are. Hold still, Casper, and I run up and I swing.
As you rush up, eagerly make your strike.
Nice!
Come on, Grog, kill.
That's a 28.
That hits.
Okay. That's a 27.
Hits.
Can't counterspell. Oh, hey, tiny keyboard. I don't think I recognize you. Welcome, welcome.
As you just rush up, the bars open, bringing the axe out on top of this now sparkling purple entity.
Can't counterspell after Misty Step.
14 on the first one, plus the fire damage.
Wait,
Cool.
could you not? Oh, because Misty Step is bonus. Yep, you're totally right. I was just thinking through. I was like, wait, why? No. Yeah, but Misty Step is bonus. Yeah. Although in C1 they have the home rule where they can, as long as it's 3rd level or lower, right? Yes, which I always forget about. That is a home rule, so she is actually well within their set of home rules there. Wouldn't that be a reaction? Yes, but the Misty Step was the bonus action, so it doesn't matter. It's still your turn when you counterspell, because your reaction is still part of your turn. That's why you can do the ready action, and then that reaction is still on that turn. It's crazy.
17 plus 21. No, is that right? Did I do that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 41 for the second one.
Okay.
And 17. 21 again!
Nice.
What about again?
Alrighty, so hammer down a third time on top of this creature. You can see its body being beaten around by the attack, and you see the whispering of its wind around its lower body starting to slow. It's looking like it's getting more sluggish, but it's definitely still intent on its job. Then your turn, Grog. Vax, you're up.
All right, in a split second, I'm watching Grog take the thing apart. I size up everybody in front of me in the distance, and I think I can sort of assassin.
Yep, well, I mean, it's for the whole turn. And your reaction is still a part of your turn, I believe. Now, the rules lawyers can feel free to correct me, but it is you can't cast another spell during the same turn, which I believe that the reaction is still part of the turn. Reaction doesn't specify there, but I believe so. Reaction can take place outside your turn. I believe that your turn... you might be right, Robin. You might be right, Robin, because... you do end your turn, and you just have one reaction as an out-of-turn action. When it's either your turn or another person's turn, you're always with someone's turn. So... Misty Step and Counterspell might be kosher then. Yeah, because it is one reaction per round. So, and it's you can't cast another spell during the same turn, except a cantrip with a casting time of one action. So, Misty Step and Counterspell might be totally kosher in that case. Very, very interesting. There we go. I learned the intricacies of such a simple system. You just have your action and your bonus action. There's nothing complicated about it. Oh, it's so funny, dude. How would warlocks do rebuke? You're totally right. Yeah. Hellish rebuke is a good example of how they would do that. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. My way through the crowd because I can go 60 feet normally, so 30 feet if it's crowded, and I'm going to use Grog's proximity to take this thing apart.
Okay, I will say, you want to get advantage because you're attacking through the bars of melee. You have it disables it, so it's just a straight test.
Right, that's fine.
So I'm fighting through prison bars with daggers, which is
right.
Rob, so counter spells. It sounds like Tiny Keyboard, because I am totally. I'm hearing what chat's saying, and I think they're totally right. Your turn ends, and then you would use your reaction later. So, yeah, big the more you know. You can't counterspell something during your own turn, only on someone else's. If someone used their reaction to cast Hellish Rebuke after you attacked, what? Yeah. I think Robin makes a good point about that. You could counterspell a Hellish Rebuke. Can I link a tweet? You can try, Serial. I won't block it, but the chat is weird about links. It normally doesn't allow links through. You can send it in the Discord though. Feel free to send it in the Discord.
14 misses.
Timer. And Fuck. We just gotta move on. We gotta move on.
The first attack you get on it, we get it. So even if you miss the first attack, you can still get it in the second turn.
Also, I think Matthew is new. Welcome, Matthew Kalea? Not sure if I said that right, but welcome.
Third one is a 21.
That does hit. Go ahead and roll.
There's the delivery system, and that is the Draconian Dagger.
Dagger.
16. Oh, 20. 26. 27. Oh, 32. Ooh, 38.
All right. With that, the first blade comes through, and you try and get through the bars, and it gets nothing. You pull back, take the other dagger, and swing through it. It falls too wide, and you have to bring your arm back. This time, you can see after Grog is with the hammer, it kind of falls, and you see its form. The sparkles kind of come towards the edge, slamming its back into the bars, and try to in front of you, and use that instance to go ahead and reach the bars, grab by the throat, and just stab it repeatedly. At which point its form just spits the person in the wind around you.
Andy Dufresne. And I slap Grog on the back and say, "You soften the shit of him." That's terrible English. So you soften him up for me, asshole.
Still soften him.
You softened the shit of him.
For me. You shitted him up for me, Grog. Good job.
You guys look over in the, you see Desmond is still in the bed, kind of like eyes wide.
I rush over to Desmond, and out of my pouch I bring out a sandwich that I had made earlier.
We're out of combat. Okay. Okay.
Desmond, Decker, here, have it. It's a Decker sandwich, you should have it.
Kind of gets up in the bed and takes it. What happened?
I run up and I cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay, let's go and roll for the Cure Wounds on that.
Oh, you're casting that all over the place now, aren't you, fancy pants?
From the tinkering room, I yell out, "Is it safe?
Is it safe?
Can I come out now?"
Yep.
It's safe.
There's like 4 more of them. Stay back, stay back.
I'll stay.
I remember I have the holy oil in my hand mixed with the blood, and I start blessing him with bloody fist.
17.
Oh, the prisoner?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Do I add my wisdom to that, or is it just 3?
Without saying.
Then
Pardon
it's...
me, he doesn't make touches very often.
Alright, cool. Alright, so.
How was that sandwich?
Desmond isn't eating it, Desmond's just holding it and still kind of like taking in. What happened? What was that? What was that thing?
Nasty bits.
Yeah, what was that thing?
What was that thing?
I would say opaque buttholes.
Can we do like a
Make an Arcana check.
An Arcana check.
I'll make an Arcana check too.
Oh, I don't know anything
I
about
rolled one by
Arcana.
accident.
No.
I'll take the.
As a note, if you roll by accident, you have to roll intentionally to take the score.
22.
Because if you were to roll accidentally
It's
really
the
bad,
same
you'd be like, doesn't count.
God damn
And
it.
actually roll. But just,
Hard.
Yeah, Matt. Yes. That is why people should not roll before you ask for a goddamn check. Ah! That is why people cannot be like, I'm making an Arcana check. Like, Matt is saying the right thing here, but I've been saying this and he's been allowing it. I guess better late than never. I shouldn't complain. I'm sure he's on the we're on the same wavelength now. I can't complain about it now. Oh my god.
12. By accident.
No. An Arcana check.
Yeah, what was that thing?
What was that thing?
I would say opaque buttholes.
Can we do like a
Make an Arcana check.
An Arcana check.
I'll make an Arcana check too.
Oh, I don't know anything
I
about
rolled one by
Arcana.
accident.
No.
Oh, okay. To be fair, that wasn't even a situation where they rolled before the check, but that reasoning, that logic is why I hate rolling before checks so much. It's because if you say, I'm going to roll Arcana or whatever, especially after you rolled, which Orion does all the time, you could just be like, never mind. I got a bad roll. Sam Hawkeyed on Orion's dice.
I'll take the.
As a note, if you roll by accident, you have to roll intentionally to take the score.
22.
Because if you were to roll accidentally really bad, you'd be like, doesn't count.
God damn
And
it.
actually roll.
Also, fuck your little face right there. Dude.
You have to roll intentionally to take the score.
22.
Because if you were to
Stop
roll
it.
accidentally really bad, you'd be like, doesn't count.
God damn
And
it.
actually roll. But just,
A hard 12.
I rolled
Total
a 22 Arcana check.
Solid.
Arcana.
22.
Yeah.
Oh, he's faced these things before. That's what it is.
That's the thing. You've seen these entities are used by certain high-level arcane practitioners. They can be summoned as certain spells.
It gets a plus
they're
2,
element
Serial.
based in nature, but they're generally known as invisible stalkers.
Invisible stalkers.
They have they're used as assassins that have a very sole single-minded purpose.
All I know is they feel like the Briarwoods.
Get that based on recent events. There's probably a
we
good
hit
probability that
five
was the
on the
source of
way,
this.
see
Do
you.
you know from your previous experience if there's any way to protect against them? Other than setting up walls?
All I know
Probably
is how to stick my face into beehives, apparently.
Yeah.
That's right.
Do we know? Does anybody know how to protect against airs, stalkers?
Give me a day. I will find out. I will find out.
Jared, at which point he's
Arrest.
hand against the wall and goes, I would recommend that next time you decide to put me on watch, you let me know if we're up against things that are invisible. I apologize, I was not prepared for such a Photoshop.
We're unprepared to warn you. I'm sorry.
That's alright. If I might ask, what exactly are we up against here?
Fuck if we know.
It seems like.
Okay, so now that is all done, I'm resetting the timer because I forgot to reset it. Now that is all done, autopsy on that fight, not plot relevant enough. I don't know what I needed to happen there, but I needed there to be some sort of like, as they die, like a psychic message gets like implanted into their minds on the way out, like. They leave, they shriek a single word, fucking find the greatest words a man can say or whatever. Like, there needed to be some sort of lore drop. Otherwise, that's a really grueling way to introduce the session right after you really got it started, I think, really strong with the monologue. And then you just kind of got it into again, kind of an interesting concept for a fight, but that fight is inevitably going to end up kind of as a slugfest. And they didn't learn anything from it for it being like so close to the front of the session. So I don't know. Did you pick up on the targets for the enemies? It wasn't the cast members. Matt was saying that they went for someone or specific. They were going for a mix of like Jarrett, the guy in the cell, and the cast members. Like it was a mix, and I do think it's interesting. And I think there's something interesting in that they were going for the other person. But I think if you wanted that to be like a really clear plot message, they needed to both just swarm the guy in the cage. And, like, they have to, like, get him out of the cage. Like, maybe, like, when they see everyone show up, they just have to go whoosh into the cage. Like, start getting the guy. And, like, maybe that's a plot message. But even that, I would say, is somewhat weak. Like, that does not enhance or increase our knowledge at all. We can already assume that the Briarwoods want this fool dead, you know? So I again, I don't know exactly what I wanted towards the end of that, but something. So like they pop into, like, as they fade, they coalesce into a rune, and maybe that rune is like they have to draw it on a wall later to like get into something. Maybe there's like, okay, here's an example of something that I could see this fight being useful for. They pop into kind of an arcane sigil when they die. And we find out later, through maybe an Arcana check right here, that is an elemental control sigil of some sort. And later on, in Briarwood Castle, there's some sort of obstacle, maybe a wind wall, or a firewall, or a water wall, something, that is being powered by a piece of Arcana tech. And they figure out, because they love taking notes. Matt loves making them remember shit. Keyleth loves taking notes. If he puts that sigil out in front of them, they copy it into their notes. You then have to use that sigil later, either to just deactivate the wall, the obstacle, or potentially to control it. Maybe it's an arena-specific mechanic where they can shift this firewall around to benefit them during the fight. That could be very interesting. That could be very cool. But right now, this just didn't give me enough to justify its place at the top of this fight. The guy in the cell would have been better to send them if they tried to sleep at home. I could see that tiny keyboard. Yeah, this could have been a pressure mechanic. And I think that there's some, you could look at it through that lens that potentially this is a mechanic to get them out of the castle. Like, that's a feasible way to look at this. I don't know if it was quite that clear, especially because, I mean, maybe it was that clear. I think that's probably a pretty optimistic and favorable way to look at that for Matt. I didn't quite get that, but on reflection, I could see that. I could see that this is maybe a way of Matt keeping the pressure up, getting them to head out, you know, getting them to take care of this threat. Shit. Yeah, we can talk. I gotta respect the timer. But we can definitely talk about that fight more at the end of the stream, because I thought that was very interesting, and I'd like to read more of your thoughts on it. I'm going to read
We're
the
up
thoughts
against
right now.
either vampires or liches.
Once again, I could...
Prepare the troops. There will be some changes made to the keep over the next couple of days. We shall shore up security.
I would like also to consider possibly some changes made to our income, as this has suddenly turned from just a general guarding job to going up against the denizens of the afterlife. It's already been a very dangerous proposition.
Of course. We shall discuss that in late. Is it the morning?
Very well. I'm going to go ahead and make sure the rest of my team is alive.
Jared, are you up for it?
I mean, if the pay is good, yes.
Jared's up for anything.
You understand. Okay, I'll talk to you in the morning. I think a bit of rest is necessary. And he makes his way up the stairs to the rest of the keep.
Rebecca, that's a very good
point. He's kind of still in shock and just starts absentmindedly eating the sandwich that you handed him.
That's cool, right? I had one yesterday.
Maybe it's best not to leave him down here.
No, you shall stay in the guest room. Come.
Don't we have already someone in the
Is it safe for that?
Yes, it is.
I told you they'd come for me.
Yes, you did.
I told you they would.
Don't worry.
But you know what? You're still alive.
You've had the worst couple of days.
Okay.
Wipes the blood from the side of his face and looks at it and goes,
Take you upstairs and get you all fitted.
God, I can't help myself. The only thing I'll say to that, Rebecca, is I would have preferred for it to be maybe if they had been lounging around a little bit. I don't think we needed to do that because they had given us no indication that they were going to stay and that they weren't going to go afterward. But I do think you make a fantastic point that it certainly did accomplish that, of them making it feel like it's not safe.
Who do we talk to?
What?
Who do we talk to that works for us that does the actual construction to the keep?
That is one of Uriel's staff, in which case we cannot talk to them right now. Exactly.
The individual responsible for the construction of the keep was Lord Riskel Daxio, which is an elven gentleman on the council that helped oversee the whole construction and help you guys design it. So,
is he still on the bed?
Still on the bed, just
I
sitting.
sit down next to him and say, listen, you were a victim of circumstance. We understand that. We are, to a certain degree as well. We're not leaving your side. And really, there's no other choice. I mean, you're kind of fucked like we are. So we will do our best to protect you. I promise you. I promise you.
Okay.
Are you a servant that does stuff for us?
I volunteer to sleep down in the room.
Oh, wow.
Well, you shall stay in my quarters.
Oh.
It's better down here, isn't it?
No,
In a
no.
locked cell with Grog, I think it's pretty safe.
I think it's probably better to bring him upstairs because
The rest of the
if
team
it's
is,
locked, we can't get to him
somewhere
very
as well.
quickly.
Don't worry, we can enchant his room as well to have an alerts thing go on if anything happens overnight, and it would be safer. I shall be sleeping in my laboratory for the next several nights as well.
I mean,
have
I
to
can
prepare.
still go ahead and do the planar bindings to an elemental.
Right.
That maybe I should have done beforehand.
Remember, nobody got by 'em, they're
invisible.
No, last 30 days.
I like all of these things, but I think Grog as a bunkmate is a good idea.
Yeah.
At this point, Desmond leans into you and kind of quietly says in your ear, Vax says, Is when I'm sleeping going to be away from him? Looks over towards Percy.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, it will.
totally
You don't
away
hear this.
from
You don't hear that. You don't hear that.
It's fine. You'll have him in between you and him.
You don't
You
hear
hear that? It's whispered to Vax.
Oh,
Which
my.
I heard. Oh, sorry.
Who's our supercut this next week?
There is a lot of history for Percy wrapped up in this, and he has done you wrong, no question. The answer is yes. You will be separate from Percival. You will be protected. And you have my word.
Make a persuasion roll.
And you have my axe.
As he does,
I'm
I'm
going
like,
to use luck. I'm using my luck.
call for a win.
Natural 20 for luck.
You.
Kind of takes another bite of the sandwich and kind of packs it away. A little piece of cloth he had in his pocket and puts it in there. And you can still see as he brings his hand up, you can see the blood streak against where the fingers were on the lower half of that hand. He just kind of strokes it with his chin and goes, Okay, I trust you. Please don't let them kill me.
We may be fuck-ups,
Speak for yourself.
but we're not without ability. You have my word. I promise you.
Okay. Really tired.
Desmond, dear, let's go upstairs. Grog,
Yeah.
that bed needs to go back up to the guest room.
Fucking hell. I started to take the fucking bed up the stairs.
It takes you roughly another 20 minutes or so to
Oh,
get up. Fitting it through the door. As you call up, Erwin actually comes down. Hey,
Yes, Tiberius, you called?
Yes,
it's quite early in the morning. He has his nightcap on and he's kind of rubbing his eyes.
What time is it?
Oh, right now it's about probably 6:30 in the morning or so. It's just after sunrise. You guys haven't slept yet.
Oh, shit. Never mind. I'll talk to you once we've slept.
Oh, you're an asshole.
Go back to sleep. I didn't realize what time it was. I thought it was like 10 a.m.,
You
which is totally
woke 4
different
men up for
than
a
6
second.
a.m. I didn't know that.
It's all right. In the morning then, Master Tiberius.
And he goes off to his, back to his bed to sleep.
We go to sleep?
Yeah, we need to sleep.
Yeah, we sleep.
I gently fall asleep under Percy's workbench
really gonna do that?
where I've been hiding this whole time.
Okay, make a stealth check.
You're not going to sleep down there.
Natural 20.
We're rich in 20s tonight.
All right, so the rest of you go to sleep. You're going.
I'm going to go into my
your workshop.
My workshop.
On the way up, I fall in next to Keyleth. Ask, is your hand all right?
It's fine.
Do you need anything?
Since he's sleeping in the room with me, I take a few of the caltrops that I have and I put them on the inside of the doorway before I close it.
Okay. So you guys are going to set it up there. Percy, in your workshop. Go ahead and roll a perception check, Percy.
17.
17. Okay. You go about your work as is necessary.
I'm fixing my gun.
Okay. The materials that it requires you to do so are expensive. You actually have to pay the cost of the gun and go ahead and make another check.
The fuck is that sound?
Percy was trying to sleep.
So make another tinkering check.
Cost of the
And the cost of the pepper box should be at the bottom of your.
Okay, is it the whole cost or half? Or
It should be half the cost of it. It should stay under the repair rules for misfire.
Percy tinker
cost? Oh
something.
my god, that's awful. Okay, tinkering check. 12.
No. I think fixing something counts. I think
12.
it counts.
Okay.
Higher, technically that would be a success.
Yeah. So you take the rest of the morning, kind of unsleeve the dark bags under your eyes. You manage to get the pepper box back.
Well, I was asleep. I wasn't with them, so I just woke up really early.
Right. But even so, like you're not even though you slept, it hasn't been very restful. Like it's been technically enough to rest, but your evening has been fraught with nightmares perpetually.
was talking to you.
But your pepper box is repaired and does cost you half the cost of the pepper box.
75 gold,
Okay.
which I have.
I go to sleep in my little nook in my laboratory.
Okay. So
I mean, okay, obviously they have the cash, right? Like, it's not terrible for them to have a gold sink. But the misfire potentially taking one of his weapons out of the combat is already really bad. And then making him fucking pay half the cost to repair it for his, like, main thing, like, that is... It is not an overpowered class, I'll tell you that much.
you guys rest through the rest of the morning, waking up past noon, about 2 in the afternoon. You all gradually begin to come to consciousness, making your way downstairs. As
suppose he is a former noble.
As you come downstairs, you can already smell breakfast has been prepared. You can see Lena already has the meals set out for you. As you guys come to approach, she's like,
Oh, it's so nice of all of you to come down. It was very interesting. These very nice folks came by this morning and got a whole bunch of food and fresh veggies and stuff. Like for a great meal. It was very nice of them.
Wonderful.
Food served.
and she kind of gives out of the plates and she gives you kind of a smile through her.
I love you.
nipples.
Is this a frittata?
I believe that's what it's called in some circles. I'm trying a few new things.
Come on, give me a check.
Go for it.
I'm gonna take some food and feed it to Lockheed. I'm gonna roll for my
66.
animal handling for the
That's
day.
no-
Don't you do your check now?
66. He's doing it.
No, unfortunately.
Either way, this dude. Either way.
Just a little tingle.
There is a slight tingle, but it's mostly just a placebo. Sorry. As you guys are having your meals and you're getting food and teaching this, everyone roll perception check.
Perception check.
Hello?
16. I rolled a 1.
17.
This frittata is lovely.
6.
8.
16, but my passive is 21.
Right, understood. Good to know. And Percy,
I'm down.
So you guys are in the middle of your meal. You hear clearing the stillness and quiet of the low munching up. And sitting at the table adjacent to you guys, completely unnoticed in his entry, is Sikarasum, arms crossed.
Motherfucker, you are sneaky. I need to talk to you.
We are not cool right now.
Well, obviously not. That's why I'm here to have a conversation with the rest of you. Please continue to eat. I don't mean to disturb you.
Oh, very well.
Help yourself to a frittata.
I've already eaten, but I appreciate the offer.
Try this Hakuna frittata. It's really good. No.
Hakuna Matata?
Let him talk, let him talk, let him
Sorry.
talk.
What a wonderful meal.
Well, things have certainly gotten sticky, haven't they? Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank you, Keyleth, for clearing my head. Lord Drywood had locked me to some form of mental charm during my attempt to aid Vax. And,
Sorry, I'm a little defensive right now.
That's alright, things are a bit mixed up. It's hard to explain. Let's just say I've been clouded in my judgment for the past few days until you cleansed me. I'm sorry to uphold the charade back in the palace.
Apologies are mine, I think. I believe you had some sort of plan and I thought I knew better, and for that I'm sorry.
I cannot say that is untrue, but I accept your apology.
Can I roll for insight to make sure he's...
You may.
I know! That was a shit roll.
Fine.
He's a hard person to gauge anyway.
He really is.
You gathered over time that most of his work deals in a network of spies and gathering information across all of Taldore, and so he's very well trained to hide the essence of his true nature and intent. Hard to read, but he seems...
I'm sorry. Wait. He's... Excuse me, Matt. This man's is hard to read. He runs the biggest network of spies and informants across all of Taldore, but lil' ol' Keyleth was able to tell by his body language, by his posture, that he was still charmed. I think I feel a little vindicated on that one, because that's an insane thing to be simultaneously true. Oh my god. Yeah, and I do see the talking about like the misfire versus the break. I know that, you know, some classes do need like materials in order to like do their thing. Like spellcasters need focuses, a wizard theoretically needs a spell book, but very few like really need it, except for like not even the Cavalier. Like the Cavalier, only some of his stuff. Like I'm trying to think. I guess the Arcane Archer is the other one, but the Arcane Archer is notoriously terrible. Like, I just think it's a really harsh punishment for him to have to pay half the cost to repair it, even in that unlikely scenario. Anyways, but it is a brutal class. It is a brutal class. And I mean, fuck it. And as I've said, if I do make bad classes and bad homebrew for my home players, and that's what this was. So fuck, if Taliesin fucking likes it and the table's down with it, who am I to judge? But wow, it's not good. And I don't even say, sorry, when I say it's not good, I don't want to say it's like not balanced or whatever. It's just it is there are heavy detriments to using it, which is tough. I guess he does have backup weapons. That's fair. But yeah, definitely serious drawbacks. But yeah, I'm interested to see how this conversation goes. What the fuck this guy's reasoning is. Because obviously it's going to be a big plot point of like why he didn't respond to it. Let's see.
Isn't as he's been, and given the circumstances. Just want to. Nevertheless, I accept your apology, and I apologize for having upholding the charade during the council meeting. But I had to keep up appearances so as not to cause any sort of stir at the time. I fear, based on my observations since, that our very own sovereign also fell with the same charm I did, and has been clouded since the dinner the night before.
Sovereign?
Shit, that makes sense.
We're kind of afraid of that.
He's fallen for that stuff before.
He's been through quite a bit, and while he's a very resolute and a very good man, I would say that he is predisposed to outer influence from those that are quite strong-willed.
And this is why you kept up our accusations against us in front of him.
Under those conditions, the room filled with guards that were all intent against keeping you at bay, should you have made any attempt to try and cleanse him as well, during that time, I think you all would have wound up in prison. Or worse.
So why didn't you want to show that you were also cleansed? What was the point of holding up the charade?
Because when you're under this influence, to speak against the proposed ally of the charm is to draw a line. I wish to stay in his good graces because that would enable us a much better chance of getting you close enough to him to absolve him of this charm. If I was to reveal this instantaneously in the presence of the entire council, I fear that might have put me in the same court of disfavor as you and lost any future chance of expelling this influence.
Do you think it's only Uriel, or do you think it's the rest of the council as well?
Best I can gather, most of the council is not as well, how do I put it, not used to business with Vox Machina. Allura seems to be of clear mind, as she's very powerfully protected against such influences, and did not have any immediate interaction with the Brywoods during that dinner. I fear the intent was on the Sovereign himself. So,
Wait, are you saying that the Brywoods corrupted him?
They corrupted me.
During the dinner while we were all sitting there?
Yes. Apparently it takes not but a glance.
Oh shit,
I
they could have
learned.
got any of us.
Yes, they did. Me. It was rather inconvenient. I hate them. Sorry.
I think we have something in common.
Aren't you deaf?
No, it was brief. It was brief.
I mean, what? Is that why you're talking so loud? Yes, I was getting it back.
There are a few options at our disposal. You could continue to work to clear your name during his distraction southward. If you have some idea as to how we could get close enough to him to absolve him of this now, that means the risk of, should anything go poorly, being poked with many, many spear holes.
Is it possible to sneak into his room and restore him without anybody knowing?
If you're confident, that may be more of a mission for the quieter of your bunch, should
What
they
about
be
drawing
a little
out?
more intelligent with their actions going forward.
About drawing him out, like to a luncheon or whatnot, a brunch.
I would say, based on recent circumstances, he is very, very careful and defensive.
I have fair chances of getting in, but no ability to cure him.
Well, what if
of any such
Keyleth,
thing.
who can do it, polymorphed into like a fly or a very small creature, travelled on you, you snuck in, she popped out, did the thing, money.
Don't really, unless they're...
Money. That's classic Laura, or classic Vex. She makes a great point though, and like, yeah, this is a job for Pike. This is actually one of the things that Druid is kind of uniquely skilled for, like actually. And I think this is really funny when this is one of the reasons that high level druids can be so disruptive to DM, because when you get, I think it's either 18, maybe 16, 20, one of those ones, you can cast spells while in your wild shape. And once you can cast spells in wild shape, I don't want to say druids are untouchable, but they're close. Like, being able to turn into a fly and just, like, walk into a room and cast Lightning Storm and not even have to unflyify yourself? Like, how do you fight that? Unless you're, like, unless you're an NPC that has, like, True Sight. That's literally the only thing you could do to fight a druid is to, like, give all of your villains True Sight. Like high level druids. Oh my gosh, excuse me. I got too excited there. High level druids are just terrifying. And even at this level, all she has to do is zzz into his quarters while he's sleeping, unpolymorph or unwild shape, and then you're good. Like, you're done. That's it. Yeah, flame striking fly, yeah. 18th level, thank you. Yeah, the somatic and verbal components. Yeah, true. No spells with material components, so you can't revivify while you're in beast shape, but I think that's one of the only ones here. Or maybe not one of the only ones. There's a lot with material components, but it's an insane ability. And druids are a nutso class. I won't hear anything else about it. Flame strike as a material, foresight. Look, I think I said, what did I say? I think I said thunder, lightning class. I don't remember what I said. Either way, it's a nutso ability. Keelan's going to look like Edward sneaking into Bella's room to watch her sleep. Yeah. Rub yourself in sulfur. Yeah. Just roll around in it when you're a fly. Just get it all over yourself. You're all good. Would you be able to use material components if they weren't something that got merged with your form? It does. The feature explicitly says you are not able to provide material components, I believe. So I don't think allowed, but still. I mean, Beast Spells just goes nuts. It's just an insane feature. And Druids, even without that, are kind of looty. And by looty, I mean ludicrous. I don't know why I abbreviated it.
Caught, in which case you've got 2 of our members against the entire Palace Guard.
Right.
Well, then you go with them and Dimension Door out.
I didn't even want to face the little invisible thing downstairs.
Why don't we hold like a special dinner to invite
He hates our fucking guts.
Why don't we let Speaker Assume finish?
So in your opinion,
Sorry,
is it
dear.
safer to try and steal him or to try and clear our name through the traditional legal means?
Honestly, I have no idea. I think this plan, if successful, is quite inspired. However, failure would probably end in the immediate incarceration and or death of both individuals involved.
Yeah.
Public execution.
That's the equivalent of you can certainly try. In-game NPCs speak. I think this plan, if it were to succeed, is quite inspired. That's literally just you can certainly try.
Execution does not befit the countrywide name of Vox Machina. If you were to fail, if you were to succeed, that would be the most direct route between 2 points.
So, are we in agreement that we have to clear Uriel's mind first?
No. The other option is to clear our names and not worry about clearing his mind.
Uriel, if he's got his mind controlled, it doesn't matter if we try to clear our names, he's going to find us guilty.
But during our trial, we will have a direct line of sight to him. We might be able to get
Restore
through to
him.
Does he still trust Allura?
As far as I know, yes.
You know, if we kill the Briarwoods, is this even a point?
We have to leave.
That's true. He doesn't trust Allura. She wasn't even allowed in the room to talk to us. There's definitely suspicion there, right?
He did question her allegiances.
If that's the case, then perhaps her current power is not as strong in the council when regarding you. But she is still a member of the council, should she not be immediately affiliated with you for her purposes. And this is up to you. Whatever you choose to do, if it requires my aid, I would give it a day before I have to leave. My next intent is to head... Well, I wish to go past the eastern curtain set up by Whitestone into Wildmount. I have spent the better part of the past day since the cleansing, seeking all records of the Briarwoods and their doings. There is a period of about 8 years in which there is no public record of their goings-on. It appears that most records that deal with their involvement in Wildmount and whatever homestead gave them their title Lord and Lady Briarwood has all been but erased. So I intend to go to the source. Wildmount itself in research. This will take me some time, of course.
When do you plan on leaving?
Sooner the better. I was thinking tomorrow.
Is Percy here? Is Percy in the room?
Percy's not in here. Percy is down in the workshop.
I go get Percy.
Okay.
I was going to be at the door.
Oh, I come around the corner and I see
You come around
Percy.
the corner. Percy is currently leaning up against the side of the wall, listening to the whole conversation.
Hey, I was looking for you. You want to come and actually join the conversation for once instead of standing outside the door and just listening to them? Because I really feel like this is going to be your time to input and maybe really help.
I don't feel like doing that. Lead on.
Okay.
Speaker Assume, we have managed to
I don't
capture
feel like
and
doing
keep
that. No, thank you.
one of the coachmen down in our cell. Would he be safer in our hands or within the castle walls?
Percy and I walk in.
I'm fucking asking.
Well,
this. No, I think that's a good during stream question, John. How to talk through NPCs to provide advice and or hints. A lot of times, if I am willing to give players hints, I become more and more willing the more specific they are. So if my players are just like, "What do you think?" I don't, I don't clam up necessarily, but as the NPC, I will literally say, "Can you be more specific?" or something like that. And I will provide really specified, really tight guidance about things that I feel like the NPC would know in this case. So if he, is asking about, I'm trying to think of a good example that would be related to this. Maybe asking about the Briarwoods of okay, you read over all their records. What do you think about them? He's going to give some generic, vague answer, but if my players go in and then I would give a generic, vague answer and I'll be like, I read a lot. I'm not sure if any of it's relevant. Can you be more specific? And then if they said okay, do you know about any businesses that they own in the region? I would give them the name of a business, or maybe not even a business. I might give them the name of another important NPC that is like a hint over where they should go next. Of being like, I don't think that they own any businesses, but I did read some letters between them and this merchant over in Whiterun, or Westrun. And then, you know, kind of get the ball going in that direction. So get them to be specific and then latch on to something specific. Because one of my major sort of thought processes as a DM, and sometimes I'm better and worse at this, but it's one of my goals, is that I want to, a lot of times, let the players direct the action and the direction, direct the direction of the campaign in all ways. So I don't want to just provide them with something that they don't give a shit about. So by asking them to be more specific, even with this NPC, I can kind of detect what parts they're interested in. If they are interested in the connections of the Briarwood, I'll give them a hint in that direction. If they're interested in the Briarwood's current movements, I'll give them a hint in that direction. If they're curious about the nature of the Briarwoods, you know, do you have any information about vampires? I'll give them a hint in that direction. Likely in the literal physical direction that they need to go of like, I don't know anything, but I know this guy in the woods or in the mountains, and that just so happens to be in the direction of Brightstone. So that's where I try to go with NPC kind of hints and advice. Now, if it's kind of an in-person or an in-action puzzle, I'll do the exact same thing. So I guess the kind of the collated advice is get them to be specific and give them a hyper-specific clue so that you're directing them in a nice, tight direction that at least one of them actually wants to go in. I feel like they're asking relevant questions that Seeker A would know, since isn't there a question about the council, which he has spent a lot of time with? They also trust him. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong here or that Matt's doing anything wrong. I think this is a solid conversation. And what information Seeker Assume provides, I think, and I think Matt's very good at this, of kind of shutting up and letting the players direct the conversation. I've complimented him on that specifically a lot, that he's really good about just shutting his mouth and letting them roleplay. So I think he's done a good balance here with Assume of letting them talk and kind of pick apart the conversation. Mega gets Whitestone name wrong counter. No! I did mean Westrun there. Did I say Whitestone? I don't know. Yeah. I think that is one thing that I've noticed a lot with Matt, is he's really good about shutting the fuck up, which I could do a lot better at.
That depends. If you have strong defenses and the enemy has no means of entering, then you'd be safer here. The palace itself is a very well-protected area. However, there currently is, an open invitation into the palace, and if the essence of our enemy is as I think it is...
And I think they're asking about defenses, where is safe, where is not, and he specifically hones in on a reminder about the open invitation. Like, I think that's a very good hint as to what is safe, what is not. Don't go to the palace. Oh my god, don't do it. There's an open invitation.
Then they can enter whenever they like.
Never mind.
I think we're really choosing between two paths here. Either we stay in town and tinker and gamble,
or we go with the...
Or we're runaways.
That's very true.
Runaways. No, we go into the Briar.
And John is right. OAC has ticked more than 5 times. We're only at 5. I'm sure we'll get there. Yeah. No. I do not have 7 people at my table. My preference for DMing is 3 to 4. I can do 5. I prefer it lower. Because I like to give really personalized attention, and I like for that to not be super disruptive.
That's what I'm talking about. The minute we leave, we're outlaws. They've told us not to go anywhere.
We can leave, we just cannot flee. We can travel as we see fit. We just need to let them know where we're going.
Yeah, but we can't tell them
we're going
to check out your
we're going to get
your
proof,
associates.
which is what they want.
Yes, we lie.
Also, isn't... wait, what's the name of the town?
Whitestone?
Not Whitestone.
But I agree, we should not leave.
Wait, I thought he was saying he was going to go to their
No one
hometown.
will sanction us going to Briarwoods.
They're from,
other continent, far
he's going to go to Wildmount, which
Of course,
is
because
another
they're under the
continent.
influence. Wait, hold on.
She's going to Wildmount. He's not going to White...
And this is my fucking arc, my prediction is coming true. I think that this arc, what background color is this? Is this greens or is this blues? We're in blues. I think that blue halfway through, also this is the path to Whitestone, so nice. That they are going to, in maybe an episode or two, maybe 2 episodes, they are going to go through a dungeon crawl at Whitestone and they are going to fight the Briarwoods in Whitestone. Now, I originally said that they would defeat the Briarwoods there and that they would take on a larger enemy back in Wildmount. And I'm still sticking with that prediction, but I do also think that potentially this could be a scripted runaway situation where they get the Briarstones down to enough health, and then the Briarstones flee Briarstones. Fuck Briarwoods. Shit. The Briarwoods then flee back to Wildmount, and they meet Assume in Wildmount. I also think that Assume being placed in Wildmount goes much more into what I was talking about. Like, he is going to insert himself there. He's going to work himself into the politics there. He's going to set up his little spy network business. And I said, I think that the back half of this is going to be them rooting out the core corruption in the Wildmount government. Wildmount is going to be immensely more hostile to Taldore than we originally think that they're going to be. And that they would have some sort of ally in Wildmount that would get them the in and would allow them to dig in and burrow out the corruption. That could be Assume. That could be Assume. Maybe he disguises himself. Maybe he sets up an alternate identity. Maybe he already has spies there that work on that. I think my arc's looking all right. My arc's looking all right. Okay, but where does Kima fit in? Kima's behind it all. You don't understand. You're trying to slot Kima into a level 11 adventure. That's ridiculous. That whole Kavarn stuff, that was her foreshadowing. She's the level 20 villain. Oh, that whole Kavarn arc, that was just foreshadowing for like episodes like 80 to 100 of the of the campaign. That's where Kima's gonna come back in. I can do 5, but I prefer it lower. I mean, I'm just saying. Briarstone, Whitewoods, West. Oh, no. They're all just like 2 little parters. It's so hard. It's the multiverse of madness. Clearly Kima's running it all from the shadows. I can't follow along with these mixed up proper nouns. I know it's okay. It's going to be hard. But I think that my prediction is solid if you can sort through all of the mistaken proper nouns that I said. I think if you can sort through that, the prediction is solid. And how does he do it, ladies and gentlemen?
So he's going to Wildmount, which is on another continent. If we go to another continent, it doesn't matter if we're fleeing or not. It's going to look like fleeing.
Why are you going to Wildmount again?
Notify them that we're leaving the continent.
I'm trying to find as much information to incriminate them in case whatever you're attempting does not work.
Seeker, would you mind staying for a week or so before your venture? We need time to convince the council to let us leave without conflict and to procure particular items and things that we need. Very briefly, we'll just take some time.
I've already made arrangements to travel. I could try, but depends on what you need me here for.
What do we need him here for?
Ultimately, protection or a good ear.
And what do you genuinely think that they're going to let us go with permission? We're not on their good side.
No, they're not. They're not going to let us
No,
go.
we're going to be outlaws. We have to
already
clear
told us.
ourselves by ending the charm on Uriel by finishing off Silas.
Or by killing the Briarwoods, thus ending the charm.
Silas
Briarwood. So that would be a way to clear your name and clear his head.
Let's do that.
Percy,
choice.
Percival, what of 8 days? Okay, instead of 2 weeks. Sorry.
It's such a small thing, but Grog just trying to go, let's do that.
No, Percival. What do
I love
you
it.
think we should do? Go seek revenge on your family and get some blood on our hands, Briarwood blood, or do the sneaky thing and try to...
Probably Briarwood.
Please, we need your input.
You know them better than anyone.
I really don't. I think we're here because I wasn't prepared.
Can I do an insight check on him? See if he knows more than what he's saying.
Sure.
Yep.
It's a little aggressive.
19?
You can go ahead and roll a d20.
9.
Okay, this is something that definitely can work depending on the table. Depending on, inside the party checks. I'm not a huge fan. Not a huge fan. I don't want to tell a player that they have to like reveal feelings or backstory before they're ready. And to be clear, I'm fine with players rolling checks against each other. I'm just not going to be the arbiter of it. If she says, Percy, I would like to roll an insight check against you to see if you're telling the truth, and I'm like, whatever. And then Percy's the one that's going, in this case, Taliesin. I'm letting Taliesin set that DC. I'm not going to be the one that says, Taliesin, you have to RP. You have to RP right now, sir. I'm not going to do that. And I think that, so I encourage, like, if players want to role play in this sort of cagey way, if they want to keep secrets from each other, especially if it's, relatively harmless, like background or backstory secrets, that's fine. And they can roll all the checks they want against each other. They can roll deceptions, insights, whatever, but ultimately they are going to be the arbiters of what those dice mean. Because inside the party, I'm not going to force a character to RP. That's just not in my bones. And I don't love it as like a base concept or as like a recommendation. If you have a table that is going, I guess, somewhat competitive, or there's like maybe a PvP aspect, maybe it can work in those situations, but I don't love it. I cast Zone of Backstory. I mean, yeah, like I think that's kind of lame. I am fully for, like, again, players being cagey with each other. Like, that is totally fine. I was just I was playing in a game 2 or 3 weeks ago that I revealed that I had been straight up lying to the other characters. As players, they knew what my backstory was. But as characters, my character had been lying to their characters. And it was revealed in its due time. Like, one of the reasons that I loved the Percy reveal, like the No Mercy Percy, the your soul is forfeit shit, was because he got to wait. He got to hold on to that until a really nice, dramatic moment. And I don't want another player to force that out of him. Or even to know that there's something to force out. I want to leave that in the hands of my players. So yeah, that's probably all I got on that. Hell yeah, 34 watching. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad to have you. It's very good to see you all. All the new faces, all the old faces. Very good to have you.
Is there anything you're holding back?
It's very exciting.
He seems clear as day, telling the honest truth.
I don't think we're here in this city to become lords and ladies serving Uriel, as good a man he is. I think Percival is our ally, and this is a grievous wrong done to him, and we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Right. I think we are in the situation we're in because we now know how much we don't know, how much I don't know. I'm not prepared. If we face them now, I'm going to get you all killed.
I agree. We need proper preparation. Percy, I'm pretty sure you have a good background on vampires and what have you. As do I, as I've researched them in the last couple of days. There's other things that we should research as well, and probably arm ourselves for that kind of conflict if it comes to it. Quite frankly, I have a dealing, if it's a whole town we're dealing with, we need to find out how many innocents there are to save. And if the number is low enough, we can just fly in with an army ourselves, which will take some time. The Draconian Knights. I am an ambassador to Draconia. Officially, after all the 6-month stint of giving them the Wheel of Mending and proving my point.
You gave them the wheel?
No, I showed it to them, proving that my quest was true, which they gave me full ambassadorship, which means that if harm comes to a Stormwind, harm comes to all of Draconia.
What? When? Am I crazy? Did he do that? Or is this another I went back to Draconia real quick to buy a bag of holding? Am I insane here? When he didn't do that, right? He's being crazy. I'm not crazy. He's crazy, right? With I did stuff for X days and end with an army. I guess the Wheel of Mending was from pre-stream, so theoretically he could have done this pre-stream. seems weird that it was not brought up until now. Everyone hold the line. Go and get a bunch of knights.
A town full of vampires and witches.
I didn't know we had a whole army at our disposal. That's wonderful to hear.
If worse comes to worse.
Started on the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah.
Diplomatic community.
But even then, our relations must be strong with Iman, which is, we need their allyship as well.
I agree.
Draconia will not go into things alone.
While
We need a union.
I agree. While we're not serving Uriel, that's not our purpose, I also don't want to leave an enemy of the state.
Right.
That's not good for me, for what I want.
So...
I got it to Jared. 8 days. What do you think of 8 days? That's your first name. I got
And what, go with Jared?
Well, he's not going.
Or not Jared, Hassoon.
He's not even going where we would be going. We would be going to Whitestone, right? That's where the Briar Woods is.
But Keyleth, Uriel is the law, and the law is now corrupt.
Then why don't we save his money?
And see, this is so hard. This is so hard because if I trusted Tiberius more, or Orion more, around like Tiberius and the character and like not introducing like crazy wild things, like I actually think that is a fire moment if it's all complete horseshit. You know what I'm saying? Stream. Oh no, is stream lagging? I hope not. Is disagreeing with Orion's wild idea of moral dilemma? No. I don't think that Keyleth has a moral dilemma here. Like, that's actually a really fire thing if it's all just not true. And Orion, like, or sorry, not Orion, if Tiberius as just like this low whiz doesn't understand anything, like, character thinks that his name can pull all that weight and it just can't. Like, I actually think that that's like a dope speech to give. But no one's pushing back on him about that. They're like, really? They're not like, are you sure? Because he's being serious. Like, and this is the difference. Like, we've talked about, like, it's very clear between like what Percy thinks and what Taliesin thinks. I am not clear right now on whether or not this is just like something that Tiberius thinks can happen versus Orion thinks can happen. Right? Because if it was clear, if someone was like, we have a whole army at our beck and call, and Orion broke character really quick and was like, no, not really. Like, if he just like said that really quick, whole room's laughing. Whole room's laughing at that whole speech. Like, that's so funny. But I think he's dead serious, and I don't think it's a thing. And that is so awkward. That is so crazy awkward. Oh my god, dude. Moral dilemma for leaving without telling the council she doesn't want to be an enemy of the state. I think I need it to be more Keyleth-centric for Keyleth has a moral dilemma. This is sort of like the party is having like a strategic dilemma. I don't know if I quite see the Keyleth moral dilemma there. Backstory is back, not right now makeup. Hey man, honestly, I am okay with players making up backstory on the spot if it is not mechanically impactful. I'm down with them making up characters, like NPCs, making up locations. Like, as long as it is not immediately like mechanically beneficial, and like not even in the near future mechanically beneficial, him having an army is insane. But if he was literally like, maybe we can convince the Draconian Knights, maybe then him like being like, I'm an ambassador. Maybe if we met, we schmoozed, we boozed, like maybe we can convince them. Like, that's something. That's something I'm totally down to let him make up. But him just being like, yeah, we're good. That's insane. Oh, that's so ludicrous. He actually thinks his player in-game can pull that stuff off. Yeah. I actually think that would be amazing, but then I think you should make it clear as a player that it's Tiberius being low whiz. Oh, 1,000%. Like, Orion needs a moment in here where someone's like, oh, we have a whole army? Like, when Vex said that, and him be like, oh, no, obviously not. But, you know, Tiberius doesn't know that. And then you drop right back into character. Like, that's money. But that's not at all what he's doing. He's not using his goofy voice. He's using my let me inject myself into the arc. Yeah, that's true. That's why everyone at the table, including the DM, is confused. Yeah, yeah. I have a friend named Ryan, not I have a legion of men to call upon. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Insane.
He's going to find out stuff about the Briarwoods.
Right.
What's the fucking point of him going if we're just gonna go attack the Briarwoods before we know what he knows? We need to let him go, find out his shit, take care of Uriel, wait till he gets back, go take out the Briarwoods.
As Vex is saying this, Tiberius is getting a half chub.
A what?
A half chub?
Well, that's just weird.
You can't see it because it's inside.
Yeah, because you said it out loud. So.
Anyway.
I'm just saying, strategy.
Fair
Strategy.
enough.
Oh, it's strategy chub. All right.
Strategy chub.
Strategy chub. Okay.
Still
Okay.
weirded out.
Come on.
It's an odd choice of
Sorry.
words.
Specificity.
But now 30 seconds later, I see what you mean.
What the fuck? I don't even know. That was crazy. What the fuck? Also, I didn't even give him the OAC counts for the other shit, but that was... I don't even know. That's the moment. Like, it's so weird because it's not even like that crazy. It's just so out of nowhere. I don't even know how to react to it. Like, yeah, I don't know. I have nothing there. I have no, well, and especially with him so recently being so weird, when he was drunk at Keyleth, like, what is he going for here? Like, is Orion or Tiberius like a big strategic thinker? I don't even. That's crazy. Yeah, it's a moment. Rewatch it full speed at 1 point speed for full cringe. That's so true.
Strategy.
Just weird.
Saying this.
Go find out his shit.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. Let's get full on cringe here.
Take care of Uriel. Wait till he gets
He can
back.
still
Go take
find
out
out
the
things. He
Briarwoods.
can still find out.
As Vex is saying this, Tiberius is getting a half chub.
A what?
Hey.
Well, that's just weird.
You can't see it because it's inside.
Yes, because you said it out loud. So.
Anyway.
I'm just saying, strategy.
And look at Travis. I mean, obviously this is not grog. It's just Orion saying he's getting a half chub at his wife.
As Vex is saying this, Tiberius is getting a half chub.
Look at this.
A what?
Hey.
Well, that's just weird.
You can't see it because it's inside.
Yes, because you said it out loud. So.
Anyway.
He's just like looking like back at Matt like did he say what I think he said? Just that is insane.
I'm just saying, strategy.
Fair enough.
Strategy.
Oh,
It's
it's strategy
Bonner.
chub. All right.
Strategy chub.
Strategy chub. Okay.
Still weirded out.
Come on.
Okay.
It's an odd choice of
Sorry.
words.
Specificity.
But now 30 seconds later, I see.
Dude, oh my god. Wait, okay, I gotta go one more at one time speed. Watch when Travis says specificity and then makes a little eye roll.
Still weirded out.
Come on.
Okay.
It's an odd choice of words.
Sorry.
Specificity.
But now 30 seconds later, I see what you mean.
Woof. That was crazy. Tal saying, well, that's just weird. That was a crazy moment. I don't even have to explain that one. That was just crazy.
Sorry.
Easy.
Or brain.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Assume says,
Oh, that's good too. Damn it. Okay.
Assume says, my getting to Wildmount is not easy, nor is it safe. I cannot linger for long.
Yeah, that's true, Ed. Cause like, honestly, I think some more like overly sexual things have been said by the players at this table. Like I'm thinking of Sam and like the way he's like that he interacted with like Kima and like even those were weird. But they did not, and like I called him out for those. I was like, that was fucking weird, Sam. Don't do that. But at the table, it did not cause such extremely negative vibes. Cause like even though they were weird and bad things to say, Sam sounded funny saying them. Like, they sounded like jokes. That didn't. Yeah, I love the duality of Liam say, oh, haha, strategy chub, I get it. It doesn't be like weird, man. How many on the OAC is this cringe comment? I already worked part of it in, but I do think it needs more, especially on reflection of how everyone's reacting to it. I think I'm gonna give it 3 more. I don't even. That was. Go back and watch your own VOD. Your reaction is hilarious. That was. Yeah, that was crazy. Trying to pull a Scanlan, but does not work for him. Kinda. Yeah. Like. It did, yeah, and that's honestly a core problem here, is that I've gotten on Sam for, like, not being able to tell who Scanlan is, not being able to, like, I honestly think that the line between Sam and Scanlan is much too blurred. Like, that's one of my main problems with Sam. I have never once thought that one of Scanlan's inappropriate comments was actually Sam saying it. There was always such a clear difference between the two. And, like, yeah, it's one thing to be sexual with NPCs or known players like Scanlan and Pike, but it's out of the blue against a player is weird. Look, I even think that Pike was weird, but, like, you're right, like, that was so out of the blue. It was. We'll talk about it later. I'm sure I'll include this in my Orion autopsy, especially if this is the episode. Then Wednesday will be the autopsy. Maybe, I don't know, or maybe next Monday will be the autopsy. One of the two will be. Like repeating a joke but not pulling it off, kind of.
Be a few days.
How soon will you return?
This is crazy.
That depends on if I even return.
Nice. Can you give him some parchment?
Every spy I've sent to seek information on the Briarwoods or to Whitestone has not come back.
I'll give him 2 strips of scroll transcription.
Okay.
If any harm falls upon you, roll right on this. Blah, 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 explain what it does.
Okay. How many of those do you have left, by the way?
I have like 30 tickets left, so
Okay.
28 now.
Check it out.
I have another idea. Uriel said that he was resistant, but he said that he would bring me in to have his people check me out.
Yes.
Check out my story.
That could be an entree.
What if Keyleth and Scanlan rode in my pockets as
I'm not that
mice?
small.
As roaches.
You're pretty
Mice.
small, just as mice. Or
Or bug roly-polies. Little
magic
teeny
user's
tiny-
choice. Can you cast magic when you're transformed?
No.
So they'd have to pop out.
That's Matt. No.
Okay, wait.
That's Secret
Question.
awesome.
Can you shrink yourself and still do magic teeny tiny?
Are you asking me? Scanlan.
Either of you.
Give the secret, I can shit on things. Yes. Could you get the secret inspiration before you go some adventures? They could last him 20 minutes, yes. Damn it. Get him to the docks, maybe?
Damn it. That is a great point, though. Fucking reduce Scanlan. He's already small. Make him tiny. You could probably conceal a tiny creature in, like, a backpack or something, and he could still do all his magic. That's a great plan.
I'm not in a No, no. I don't
Seiko, what do you think? What was your goal of coming here?
Do you want us to come with you or what?
My journey requires the utmost of silence, speed, stealth, and I mean no offense to your entourage, but I think I can do this alone, and should. However, this journey may take me 2 weeks, a month, many months, I do not know. I'm doing this just in case whatever you're choosing to do fails, at least. If Vox Machina falls in this, I can come back with proof enough to try and, once the army has been gathered, perhaps we can rally all of Imon against Whitestone.
If you die, can you, like, write a letter and sign your name saying that we were right, you were wrong, you were full of shit, the Briarwoods are assholes?
But a lot more eloquently than that.
That's a great point.
I can try my best.
That would be lovely.
That's a really
What I
great
can do,
point.
I go ahead and druid craft. I go up to his arm and I druid craft like a wooden kind of armband around him. Now I can scry and put that on him.
Oh, sorry.
Onto Tiberius?
No, onto Hasum.
Oh.
Now I can scry through that. That way I can at least check in on you every once in a while. You're okay with that?
I think, okay, so they did the same thing with Scanlan's glowing poop with the scry spell. It's actually a very good idea. I've never seen it with scry before, where they give someone something familiar, because maybe it's a Pathfinder thing that you need something in order to, like, scry to or through. But I believe in D&D it just makes the check easier. But either way, that's a great idea of like giving them something that you made in order to like make it to where you're familiar with at least part of them. Or maybe, you just scry onto that thing because you made it. You're very familiar with it. It's unique. That's a really great idea for scrying. I've never seen that before. That's super cool. Yeah, Grog with the insurance policy. Yeah, in D&D, it certainly makes the DC lower. They have done it so consistently that I feel like it might be like a Pathfinder requirement, but maybe not. Maybe it just makes the DC lower in Pathfinder too, and they're just used to doing it and very smart.
Had the same effect.
I figure a cool arm bracelet might be a little
persuasion
more
roll.
style.
Here's a persuasion roll.
What about being invisible? Can you cast spells while you're invisible?
They're immediately.
Only have greater. If you have greater invisibility, you can.
21.
Just greater invisibility, you can.
21.
We've always sought out the path of the most glory, and I think that is the Briarwoods. Going into a giant vampire lich-ridden castle and killing two evil bastards amid their army of protectors is the coolest thing we could ever do.
It's super duper cool. Here's the thing. It's not going to be just two, I don't think. It's going to be an entire town of people that they control.
You think we can get into Sovereign Uriel without anyone detecting magic on us? He's got clerics all around him, paladins.
But Sigurd knows all the ins and outs of the palace.
We're leaving town tomorrow.
We'd have to do it stat, but he knows how to get in.
He did say it was an inspired idea.
You did?
His words.
He did.
Regardless, you have to make a choice soon. I cannot dilly-dally.
Either way,
Well,
I
okay,
feel
wait,
Take your back, yes. He takes the windband and puts it around his arm and says, if this will put you at ease, I'll take it.
Don't worry, I won't abuse it, I promise. Could you potentially help us with sneaking in the castle if
I could get you in the door, but I could not escort you to that room. That would put myself in extreme danger in the entirety of our mission.
Could you distract people?
I can do that quite well, yes.
Here's my
we
reservation.
can get there, but something tells me we're still going to be fighting a big fight in a palace. I'd rather fight that big fight in the Briarwood Palace.
Scanlan and I are in agreement, and here's the problem. If things go south in Uriel's palace, we are then forced to fight against people who are good and true. If we are... Or give up and go to jail, which sucks.
But
and
in
if we go
Briarwoods,
to
we can kill
Briarwoods...
every motherfucker in that place.
Yes.
There are a number of innocents that we need to figure out still.
What if we talk to Alora?
No, the part is what
You killed an old lady!
She attacked us, and I will not back down from that decision.
She did have an old lady smell.
Alright. Can we just vote on something, please, since Percy's being oh so quiet about all
Percy
this?
is being very quiet about this.
Are you sure you have nothing to say?
Also, I so agree, Hans. I'm not gonna harp on this. Lol. Booms. But it's so true. That is so Bard, and I so love it.
It's fucking your family. It's the people that attacked your family. You have no contribution to
Maybe
this.
we should leave it up to...
I still feel I owe everybody an apology.
No, we shan't do that.
Okay, before he even answers, I think that this is a great example of what we have just been talking about the difference between the player and the character. It is super duper uber clear that the hesitant one right now is Percival, not Taliesin. It is so ultra crystal clear. None of the other players are mad at Taliesin for being quiet right now. They are frustrated with Percy, which is great. That is amazing drama. That is amazing character conflict. That they have fucked up his family. He went no mercy, Percy. Your soul is forfeit. He shot the fingers off of this prisoner in their dungeon. And now he won't even make a decision about whether or not they should go after these people? That's amazing character conflict. And they all feel comfortable engaging in that conflict. They feel comfortable saying and yelling at Percy as Vex because they know that it's not Taliesin. They know that this is in fiction drama, not at the table drama. Which is why they can never, rarely at least, do the same to Orion. Keyleth tried it once and shit got turned back right on her. Like, because it doesn't work when you blend your character and your player too much. There needs to be a nice distinction when you are doing these sort of negative things. So, I mean, huge props to Taliesin for making that so clear throughout the past few episodes. And props to Laura for engaging him on it. And Marisha, for engaging him on it. Like, this is how you do, like, really nice character drama, is you I'm trying to point to Taliesin. You get flaws. You express those flaws, even when it is in character annoying. And then the other people aggress you on them, and you don't take it out of game. You keep it in character. I think Taliesin is... It's a spicy meatball. It's great. It's perfect.
You'll feel terrible about dragging you all into this and putting you in danger.
We're choosing to do it.
We're in this now.
Percy, let me ask you.
A voice whispers in your ear, Percy. No one hears this.
If you're with me,
leave it up to this.
If you're with me, we can be prepared for them this time. We know enough to prepare ourselves. We can have ourselves ready this time.
How many days do we have? Do we need? I would like 8 days.
Can I see if he looks like shaken or fucked up at all?
I mean, he looks shaken and fucked up. Yeah, he looks like he had a horrible
answer is yes. I think a week to prepare is reasonable.
And then leave.
And then we leave. We leave quietly.
Wait, we're leaving to White
What time of day is this?
Yes.
It's probably like 3 in the afternoon.
I've been avoiding it for too long, and now I know too much.
The law of this land is compromised. Percival, I agree with you. I think this is the right choice.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Moo. Nice. Then it's settled. I'll be on my way.
Wait.
Beautiful. Thank you, Grog. Push it forward.
Before you go, can I talk to you?
Oh, certainly.
Were you going to say anything else to them? Because I'll talk to you in private.
3 days, and I'll be off on my side of the mission.
Cool.
Very well.
I'll follow you out?
Yes. He walks out, walks with you.
Okay,
as you guys scatter.
I'll hold you before you. I just wanted to say, I'm so sorry, and thank you, and thank you for doing this for me. I fear my temper before this weight is lifted from my heart. I do not wish to lose myself like that again, and I'm so sorry for everything I've done.
I put my hand, Tiberius puts his hand on Percy's shoulder and go, I'm sorry for the tragedy which is your family, and what these briars have befallen to them. And I will promise you, I will do my best to have you give that final blow in that barrel to the names assigned to them. But now, this is a far dangerous situation, as you very well know.
I will do my best to maintain myself. Apologize.
And as you all scatter, Percy, as you walk out, the same voice creeps into your ear. Now, as you step out with Secret Soon, who now has like a bit of haste to his step, arms kind of crossed, looking around.
Son of a bitch.
So, you wish to speak with me?
Yes, I do.
You know, I try to be as generous as I can, honestly. And there, I'm not, I don't think I'm going to take the OAC. I think that was legitimately his best effort. And I don't think that it was unwarranted. Percy was apologizing to the group. I didn't like at the end how, Orion was kind of like, oh, all right, closing up that moment. He kind of went and look up at Matt. I didn't love that. I think they should have let some air breathe for the rest of the party to weigh in on that. But that is also partially up to them to weigh in, to get in there. Laura's already leaving, trying to talk to Assume. So I'm willing to, give some grace on that one. I don't think it was the best RP in the world. But I think it was best effort. As disappointing as that is. It is their choice. They make a choice after this in regards to those sorts of actions. Yeah, okay. There you go.
You're a ranger.
I am.
You're very, very sneaky.
I can be.
I've only ever seen people thieves, like my brother, do things like you've done.
My
Can
brother?
you teach me anything that you know to help me maybe be a little more stealthy as well?
Only my sister.
We'll go over what you know, and perhaps there are a few tricks I could teach you in the 3 days I have. I can't guarantee they'll be extremely changing, as there's a very short time to train over what I've learned over a lifetime, but I can certainly attempt.
I appreciate it.
I require your concentration for those days, though, before I leave.
Utmost.
All right. Meeting at tomorrow, crack of dawn. I'll be at the front of your keep.
Okay.
Over. And he heads off outside of the keep. The rest of you, what are you doing?
I go to my laboratory.
Okay.
What time is it?
About 3, 4 in the afternoon now.
The Temple of Ceremony is in the city.
It's part of the keep, yeah.
Before I go,
the actual temple you went to, that is inside the city, yes.
I'm going to use the earring. I'll use that earring real quick.
You can go into the city, you just can't get the Cloud Top district.
Use the earring real quick. I'm going to write a quick letter. If anybody goes shopping, let me know.
Various love shopping.
He really, really does.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back here in 5 minutes. Keep it astringent. Break, guys.
So errands will happen after that break? Because I have some errands that I want
Yes, we'll try and keep the errands pretty concise so we can keep on the story. So, yeah. So,
Pretty concise. Please and thank you, Matt. And I think I'm going to do a break as well. We'll do a quick be right back. Get some water, everybody. Hydrate or dehydrate. You're all probably dehydrated. Probably don't drink enough fucking water. Me neither. Let's get hydrated. Bio break. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Tell the world that I'll be right back. I'm going to start doing the Scanlan on breaks. Let the break wash away all the back of yesterday. And I'm gone. Oh no. I apologize, chat. I apologize. I left the desktop audio on, so it was doubling. I need to figure out a better way to capture this audio, but also pipe in the music. Maybe I'll just, like, not hear it, and that'll just be fine. Especially if I'm not using it as background music. But I know that it was doubling there, and damn it. I didn't even notice it doubling. Oh, well, that's good. I'll have to think about that. Oh! Actually, I just thought of what I could do. I could change it to where you guys can't hear that track, but you can hear that track. Ooh, I just had an idea. Anyways, I'm glad you didn't notice it. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you got your drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. And we will get back to the cringe.
Like, use this break to conjecture exactly what you want to do. Yes. All right, guys, we'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
Hey. I also do love that as a I don't know what you would call it, a strategy, but setting up right before your break of, okay, guys, like when we come back, we will do the errands, we're gonna do downtime, you know, what have you, whatever kind of menial tasks you're going to do, give them that warning, and then go on the break for bathroom, drinks, food, whatever. So that when they come back, they have a list in their head. Because that can just delay things so much more than the actual errands and the actual shopping, is just people not even knowing what they want to do. If it were my table, that would be a point where I gave them the menu. I was like, I'm going to put the menu here. Like, I'm going to put the menu here. I'm going to put your options here. Like, review it during the break and, like, know what you're going to do. So that we can get through it as quick as fucking possible. Super quick errands is a great warning. It is also a very good warning. So, you know, separate from my personal preferences, whatever, for this table, telling them, people that are used to longer errands, longer shopping, whatever, telling them it's going to be quick is a very good place to put their mind before it actually happens.
Welcome back. So, to try and expedite this over the next period of time you guys want to take to prepare, what are you going to do? Percy?
I'm going to finish up those things that we talked about earlier, spend some time making some ammunition, and and I'm going to attempt to build what we were talking about.
Okay, go ahead and make a tinkering check for your ammunition.
What we were talking about?
Yeah.
Can I help him with that? Can I assist him?
I would say the tinkering, the mechanisms involved would be so far beyond your understanding as a druid.
Okay.
Like, even just metalwork in general is, you could
Go,
cheer him on, but you wouldn't
Go,
be able to
Percy,
assist
go.
him with it.
Go, Percy, go. Go, Percy, go. That's pretty good.
24.
24? Okay. You managed to produce 25 rounds
that is definitely
for your pepper box. And 10 rounds for the bad news.
Ooh, that's good. Use that for training.
No, I use that.
Use that to repair it. Use that to repair his pepper box.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sure Scanlan will have more. Just give him more.
All right.
Okay.
Roll for the secondary construction.
Is this the
bombs?
Oh, okay. 11.
11. You take a better part of 2 days attempting to get these to work, and most of your materials are ruined, unfortunately. You managed to come out with it with, and I want you to write this down, smoke bomb, question mark.
Thank you.
It may function. We will see upon use. But you have one at your disposal that is questionable.
I love that.
However, for the cost of the ammunition and the cost of the smoke bomb's construction, already that comes to about, I'd say, 75 gold pieces. So mark that off. And you're attempting to make, based on what you told me, an Archimedes death ray.
They're not hard. Like, I mean, I say that as like knowing my actual skill level, I could make one.
You could. To be functional with the materials that are at your disposal, it's going to be very large and hard to move.
Bag of holding. We were talking about making it collapsible.
I could make a collapsible one where it's basically a one-third dodecahedron, like an observatory.
I just need you to make a skeleton.
You spend the remainder of this week of preparation. Go ahead and roll your tinkering check. This is going to cost you in materials.
Hold on, can I just pause real quick?
Oh,
you don't need to do
it's a heat lens. It's like a series of mirrors. I see. Okay. So is he wanting to put that as like a scope? Like it's supposed to be like a series of lenses to like focus light? Is that the... So like, you know, you cast like the light spell on one end of it, and then it's a series of lenses that focuses the light into a heat ray? interesting. Okay. I could see that. Huh. Yeah, I mean, the thing about that is that these mirrors, these lenses need to be incredibly precise for the time, for his single laboratory. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm sure that Taliesin could make one. You can order fucking dope-ass lenses and mirrors off of Amazon or Kijiji. Like, yeah, of course he could make one, but I don't know about Taliesin. Or, sorry, Percival. Now that's a tinkering check. I'll say with the weight of being a mod, chat, let's do our best to allow Meg to experience the second half without too much hindsight comments. Fair, especially for this crazy episode. I have that's I think that's a fair warning. My stomach is on the floor. It's crazy. Please note there's no historical account this ever existed as a combat weapon like depicted. That doesn't surprise me. But like maybe it could be used to blind someone, like if it was like on like a rod, like a device. Maybe? Like maybe it's a magic item where you can use the charges to blind someone. I could see that. That kind of works. No one has ever built one as far as I know. They tried to make one at Mythbusters. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, yeah, timer reminder. We gotta go. None of this Archimedes death ray stuff.
I can do this without you making this. And spending the rest of the time if you want to make other stuff. Option.
What do you want to do?
Story-wise, it's more amusing.
Okay, go for it. All right, so the actual materials for this...
It's copper.
I know it's copper, but the actual dodecahedron that's involved, the mirrors, the lenses, the whole thing, in order to be the scale and quality to even make it even remotely functional, all have to be extremely high quality, and some of them custom made within the first couple of days in this with a rush order. I'd say the total cost of this can come to about 1,200 gold pieces.
I'll pitch in for that.
Okay.
How much do you have?
At this point, I have less than 100 gold.
You have less than 100 gold? I'll pay for it in full.
What is the diameter of this?
Of the actual focal lens is about this big. The whole construct.
And to be slightly fair to Taliesin and all these people, yes, they do not have the precision engineering of like modern day engineers and mechanists, but they do have magic, like straight up. So like there is something to be said for that, of like the type of materials that they have available and the precision with which they could assemble things, the way in which they could adhere things to each other. Like it both is like a detriment of like they don't have the technology that we do and the engineering knowledge that we do, but also they have magic and like probably much. I mean, I don't even know how to quantify how much light does. This is just getting real physics-y for like my magical setting. I would probably, if I was Matt in this case, and you know, I would probably really try to dig down into like, okay, what do you want out of this? Like, let's forget about how complicated it actually is to make. What effect do you want out of this? Do you want this to be a blinding thing, a lighting on fire thing, what have you? And then I go and look at other magic items like Flame Tongue or you know, any number, because I think he wants it to light them on fire. So then you go and look at, you know, other magic items that light things on fire. and you know, you kind of base your gold measurements off of that. And yeah, it's hard though. But Matt should have thought about this more, especially it seems like they talked about this beforehand. I feel like Matt should have thought about this more and probably communicated this to Taliesin. Maybe not, but I don't know. It's a really cool idea. Taliesin always sells his contraptions as very simple. Taliesin's confidence through Percy is off the charts. It really is. I don't like science in my TTRPG. Look, brother. Could Artificer put a sunlight spell into a doodad? That's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, the level, like, magic gives you a lot of flexibility that you just can't get in real life. Like, the fact that light or sunlight can attach to a surface without needing any sort of external hole. Like, one of the limitations here in normal life is that we would somehow have to get the light in there. right? So like you need both like an entry and an exit, and you have to be really precise with your mirrors because you have to make sure that it all goes to the exit and not the entrance so that it doesn't like burn up your battery or whatever. And that's one angle of the dodecahedron or whatever that you can't cover in a surface. But sunlight, like a lot of spells do not have that restriction. You can just reach inside them and tap them and fucking activate them, right? So there's certain things that would make this easier because they have magic, but also a lot of things that would make it harder. So it's really hard to say. And I would just try to, at my table, I would just try to understand the goal. Like, what is the end effect that he wants to have? Abstract all the sciencey shit. Be like, yeah, you figure it out. And then, look at what kind of magic item is that replicating? What rarity would that be? And then look at the crafting the magic item rules in, like, Xanathar's. But I don't even think Xanathar's was out at this point, so I guess in the DMG. Well, Tao's 1,000 years old, so his perception of difficulty is different. Gotta wonder what stage of development Artificer was while CR was streaming. Poor Percy was... Oh my god, dude. Every time I see Percy, I'm like, oh, poor lad wasn't an Artificer. Poor lad. Because I don't even think Xanathar's was out at this point. And Artificer came out in, what, Rising from the Last War? Not even Wayfinder's Guide to Eberron. So, like, probably like 5 years after this. Maybe 4. So poor Percy.
Be carried by 2 people.
I can see such a great argument for him being a multi-classed warlock artificer who has taken the paladin oath of vengeance, but his warlock patron is blocking him from realizing the power of his oath. Like his warlock patron is almost like siphoning off that power. And then at some point, if he ever tells the cloud to kick dust, he loses his warlock levels and gains that in paladin levels. I think that could be such a cool arc. I know, I gotta respect the timer. Fuck! Gotta respect the timer.
But it will fold.
What's the radius of the actual
lens? Of the lens itself? This is the radius of the lens. I mean, even when it's collapsed, it can be carried by one person, but it's still a heavy mechanism.
So it's only 1 foot?
I was kind of ahead of the
I think it's about 2.5 feet in diameter.
Are you sure you want to do that?
He's already agreed. Go ahead and roll.
That's fine.
Oh, he's ahead of his time. I misread that entirely, Rebecca. He was ahead of his
22?
time.
Actually, got 14. Yeah,
22. Through the materials and the construct of it, you get partway through the final stages of it, and as you're tightening one of the sections, all of a sudden there's a sound. Your whole body freezes, you glance over. The lens itself is a giant crack through it.
There shouldn't be a blast beat. There's no blast. Oh, man.
For the construct, for this one,
there was a glass.
There was a focusing lens that is part of what the initial blast, otherwise there wouldn't be a point of actually projecting away from.
Oh, fuck.
the wrong mirrors.
There's all different sorts of construction based on this one going for here. Or you could say the center of the dodecahedron, but regardless, the tinkering level was not high enough to construct the device.
Yeah, and at the end of it, you just have to say it. Yes, I agree with Matt. Matt does not even need to explain himself here. You can just say, like, the thing that he is saying is flavor for the mechanical failure. The flavor can be whatever you want. It doesn't, the specifics of why it failed don't matter. And again, and at the end of it, you heard him say, like, look, it just failed. And from a sciencey standpoint, if the whole point of the, like, Archimedes' death ray is that you had all of the mirrors on the shore that all focus on a single point. If you're trying to make a portable dodecahedron with all of these mirrors, you would have to have a focusing lens that takes all of the disparate rays of light and focuses them into a single ray. So I think Matt's totally right here, personally. But Mega missed the Orion. You sure you want to do that anger? Wait, what? I did not hear that. Rocks fall, heat ray dies. True. Tal does push back on the DM a little more than I care for. Yeah, it's interesting. I think he simultaneously gives a lot of respect to Matt in a lot of situations, but there are very clear situations where he does not agree with how Matt is DMing some particular thing, and it's a little awkward. I don't disagree there. Wait, I did miss the Orion thing. Where was the Orion thing? Was it back here?
Be carried by one person, but it's still a heavy mechanism.
So it's only 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet?
I'd say it's about 2.5 feet in diameter.
Who cares? That, like, okay, they're getting really bogged down in the specifics of, and like the physics and the science. This is magic. This is a fantasy world. This is D&D. We're not actually constructing this thing. Yes, it's very cool to construct things that, you know, would actually work in real life in D&D. That is very interesting and very cool. And I want to reward my players for it. But at a certain point, I think as a DM, you just have to abstract these things, and you just have to tell them the abstracted mechanical impacts. Otherwise, you can get way too bogged down in the details.
Are you sure you want to do that?
He's already agreed. Go ahead and roll.
Fine, it's fine. That's what we were talking about.
Ooh. Yeah, what the fuck was that? Wait, what? Are you sure you want to do what? What's wrong with it? I guess he's saying, like, are you sure you want to do that because he knows it'll be a hard roll and he doesn't want him to waste all the gold, but it's his fucking gold. Back off.
3 feet?
I'd say it's about 2.5 feet in diameter.
Are you sure you want to do that?
He's already agreed. Go ahead and roll.
Fine, it's fine. That's what we were talking about.
I do think that Matt is rushing a little bit on that chiding of Orion. Like, I think that was a little rude on Matt's part. So I'm honestly not going to fully dock Orion for that. I think that Matt is just trying to keep the session moving. I think that's why. I don't think he was actually trying to be rude or you know, really being that rude, but he was being brusque because he wants to move on, which is totally fair. They're spending way too fucking long on this. But I don't think I'm gonna penalize Orion for that because that was, I don't know. I don't know that Matt handled that the nicest. Tim said he could build it himself. Oh, what? I didn't even hear that part. That's crazy. I think IMO Tal never crosses the line. He'll briefly argue a point, but he lets it go. Yeah, I think I would agree. I think he approaches the line maybe more than the others, but I definitely don't think he ever crosses it. I agree there. Yeah, it's maybe like I think I agree with both of you of like it's a little bit more than my taste, but he never crosses the line. Maybe Taliesin actually has Archimedes' death ray in his garage. I think Orion said that because Orion already offered an alternative offering where Orion could do it himself through some convoluted means. I see. Interesting. I'll trust you guys on this. You know, obviously don't go too far into it. I know you guys are holding back right now. Okay. Yeah, I'll maybe hold off on my judgment as well on the OAC, but I'll keep that in mind.
Ooh. 22.
22?
Actually, 14. Yeah,
22.
The dramatic
through
irony.
the materials and the construct of
Dude,
it.
your guys' dramatic irony must be so high of knowing what the character doesn't know. That's so crazy. I didn't even think about it that way.
You get partway through the final stages of it, and as you're tightening one of the sections, all of a sudden there's a sound.
We're at 1.5, John.
Body freezes. You glance over. The lens itself is a giant crack through it.
There shouldn't be a glass bead. There's no glass. Oh, man.
For the construct for this one,
there was a glass.
There was a focusing lens that is part of what the initial glass. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a point of actually projecting the ray from.
Oh, fuck.
There's all different sorts of construction based on this is the one we're going for here. Or you could say the center of the cohesion, but regardless, the tinkering roll is not high enough to construct the device. Sorry.
The whole thing's wasted. Can we try and repair the crack?
No, you have to commission a whole, like, it isn't something you can repair. The entire piece is constructed from a solid piece. You would have.
What, can we put it on the mending wheel?
You could attempt to.
Hey.
Oh, this is okay.
Okay.
Just a piece.
All right.
I want to go to the store. I would like to get a shovel and a pickaxe.
Okay.
We're going to go most too. All together doing that.
I don't give a fuck where we go.
We don't have to. We can
just a shovel and a pickaxe.
Sure.
Big ass comes to.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
Save RP for good shit.
Now we're done. 4 gold pieces for the 2 of those.
Right.
You got them. I'm saying, make a secondary tinkering check.
Make a pizza check.
22.
22.
Check's good.
This time, you go back, and as you're tightening it, the actual metal housing of the device ends up bending in a way that both cracks the gem and causes the frame itself to be dented to the point where the beam will be imperfect. This is a very, very hard thing that you come up with your mind that has not been constructed before, and the level of difficulty to create this is very difficult. It does not cost you additional money, thanks to the mending wheel, but right now the entire device looks like it's going to take more time and money to construct it.
can always use this for spare parts or other things, but...
You're already 1,200 in. How much more would you have to put in?
I'd say about half the cost of an additional 600.
How many more days?
2 more days.
Ooh, I like that.
How many more days have we had?
8.
I will say, I don't love how Matt is handling this in general, but if we're going down this road, the way that he is handling this, of like allowing them to iterate and like, you know, making the cost lower, I would also make the DC lower. So like every time he tries, the DC gets a little bit lower as he like, you know, learns from it. I also just wouldn't have let him retry immediately. I would have just said, oh, like that was what you did for the week, like, you know, retry later. And I would have immediately made the DC lower. And maybe, you know, make him say like, okay, you have to put in 100 more gold each time you try because of the mending wheel. And every time he tries, it takes a bunch of time and it lowers the DC every single time he tries. That's what I would go for. Doesn't argue the check, yeah. Any guesses the DC Matt set? I guess I mean, from how he is describing it, I'm guessing it's like a 30 or a 25. Yeah, exactly, SSH. Also, so much is this construct 1,200, which is a lot, depending on what it's going to do. And I think that is one of the problems here. And it's actually something that I just, take that bit D counter. I actually don't think I've transferred over the bit D counter. I keep forgetting to transfer the commands. I'll transfer them, I swear. It's something that I just, actually, during the part of the session at the end where we talk over the good and bad things from the session, one of the things that me and my players talked about was how, especially in bit D, the goal of what you are trying to do matters a lot more than the actual mechanics of how you do it. That's like very implicit within the system. And one of the things that we talked about afterwards is that we need to be better about clarifying that, of like, okay, not how are you doing it, what is your goal? And then like what skill are you using to do it? And I think that that's something that they really need to clarify here, of like, what is this device meant to do? What is the goal of it mechanically, so that I know how to price it as a DM? Because, like, we can flavor it to be as interesting as we want. Like, we can flavor it to be whatever. But, you know, it'll be a weak or a strong beam, depending. And then if Taliesin says, like, I only want it to light things on fire, it doesn't even need to do damage on the initial beam. Maybe he's able to construct a weaker version, and he can, like, maybe build up to a more expensive version later. And you can abstract that through rarities, which can then give you a very stable price point compared to everything else in the game. So I think that, and this is also kind of a symptom of they're new to the system, they're not really used to using it. I know crafting is much more of a thing in Pathfinder, but I think that Matt is leaning a bit too much on intuition and like his intuition of like what things might cost depending on the fantasy reality in here, which is hard to communicate to players. So I don't know. You will let him retry the cost of gold and days. Yeah. Bad news is 800 GP. I agree they're not talking about the goal of the item, and that's a big issue. The players want it to do a thing. But I think Matt thinks he's trying to construct something to shoot dragons out of the sky. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. For 1,200 gold? That's really fucking expensive. I mean, I guess 1,200 isn't as much as like I think very rare items. Let me see. I'll look it up on the other screen while we watch. But I mean, well, let's I'm gonna pause the counter and let's review rarity costs for a second.
3.8, so you're pushing about 7 then.
Built a smoke bomb and a round of bullets, so.
Right.
All right, I'll put a little more time in this. Can I get some inspiration for this too? That would be awesome. Music, you mean?
There's nothing I can do to help him.
I can even recommend.
Unfortunately, what's your intellect?
Go for it.
What's your
I can even
intellect?
recommend a song.
My intellect?
What would you like?
Here comes the sun.
I've got plus.
Here comes
Here
comes the sun. It's all right.
I actually don't know who this song is by. Oh, it's by the Beatles? I hate the Beatles. That would explain why I didn't know who it was by. Okay, so 1,200 is going to be a rare magic item. So honestly, not that crazy. I think the Flame Tongue is a rare magic item. So let's check it out. Flame Tongue. Flame Tongue. Flame Tongue. Why isn't Flame Tongue coming up? Am I totally... Is there space? What's going on? Am I insane? Is Flame Tongue... Okay, there we go. Yeah, off the top of my head, Flame Tongue is a rare, and it does 2d6 extra fire damage to any target it hits. I say fuck it. Treat this as a ranged magic item that does 2d6 fire damage. 1,200 gold? That's in line with what we're talking about. But 25 DC to create it is nowhere near what Xanathars is going to recommend. I'm going to guarantee it without even seeing it because I've looked at these rules quite a bit. DC 25 is ludicrous. Let's see. Crafting magic items. A rare should be a 9 to 12 CR. So unless we're talking about something that's way above the Flame Tongue, right? Either the DC is too high for what he's trying to construct, or the fucking gold value is too low, which goes all back towards we need to talk about the goal. Is 2d6 fire damage okay with Taliesin? If that's okay, gold cost is great. Let's lower that DC. He can create it. Sure, easy. Piece of pie, piece of cake. Maybe give it a certain number of charges because it's ranged, so it's easier to use and hit, whatever. Like, bing, bang, boom, we're done. So, you monster. Classic Megaphone Man L. Oh, dude, what, me not being a Beatles fan? Is because one of my childhood friends growing up was a huge Beatles girl, and we carpooled to school, and when I wasn't like walking, and we carpooled, and she insisted on playing only the Beatles, and her parents drove, so I had to suck it up. And we listened to the Beatles probably every day for 3 years. Or probably every other day. And now I hate them. I hate them with a burning passion, and I will not talk about this anymore. Fuck the Beatles, and that's it. Bro just needs to listen to Abbey Road. No, I've listened to it too much. Too many times. I will not. I'm not saying they're bad. I just don't fucking like it.
Come on.
Come on. Percy roll, come on.
23?
Working on the device a third time, you get it right to the point where you think it could work, and you go to set it up, and as you do, you find that the light focuses in a way that actually slowly melts the copper on the outside of the housing of the device, and it begins to melt onto itself, and you kind of pull it out of the light. It's just, this design it's beyond your grasp right now. This is something, you're inventing something that it takes quite a lot of time to eventually perfect.
Are you just gonna, okay. I'm gonna put these away as a for a later time, and if I have one more day, I would like to work on a...
Can we work maybe a version of it that's not collapsible that we can at least mount?
I got it. We've got it taken care of.
So anyway, that's been your guys' week.
That's my week, okay.
Okay, you bought your pickaxe and your shovel. Cool. Vex, what are you doing?
I'm training.
You're training? Okay.
All right, I want to be brief. I have 4 things I want to do, but I'll be very brief.
Very brief.
I promise. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is, I think at some point I heard Tiberius talking about wooden stakes in Vampire, so I just want to go buy about 10 wooden stakes.
I give him 20.
Okay.
I give him...
I'm going shopping. Does anyone need wood?
Yes, give me some holy arrows.
Can I get a loner on that, or...
Yeah, maybe
almost out of... I've got about 230
Like you said, you're going to be brief.
Quite frankly, Vex, anything I buy...
On my own?
I thought we got a bit of an allowance, didn't we?
We did.
Money? Yeah, I
Alright, so this is a week, so I get some gold from these people, and I go and I get...
Me and Grog are the same. Even if I'm playing an artificer... Ooh, excuse me. This is honestly one of the reasons I will probably not play a fighter, or if I do play a fighter, I would play an Eldritch Knight, because I'm just not into equipment. It's also the reason I would not play a Thief Rogue, even though Thief Rogues are cool. I don't care about equipment. I don't care about shopping. I buy the shovel and pickaxe. I'm chilling.
I don't even know what they said. I'm getting 10 wooden stakes for myself.
20, technically, because Tiberius requested
20
cereal, me and
those
Travis
will
are
cost
the
you a total
same.
of 2 gold.
We're-
That's the sharpened wood.
And then what
We're
do you
on
want?
the
I want
same
some
way.
holy arrows.
Make an investigation check.
And try to get, or just like holy water. Try to get some holy water. Or holy oil.
I'll get to that, yeah. Investigation, you say? That is a 13.
13. Asking around the town, holy arrows, and it is an enchantment. They're pricey, and they don't appear to be anywhere in the major shops, even top of my Gilmore's. That's not something they specialize in. It's usually like a special order type thing. But holy water flasks can be purchased at 20.
I just realized that I probably saw SSH's message before anyone else did, so they just see me lifting up my shirt with absolutely no context.
Hey, I'll get to that. All right, so we got wood. That was 2 gold, you said? All right, -2. The next thing I want to do is... where'd I write it? Is go to the Temple of Sarenrae.
Okay.
And get my sister's holy oil for her. Yes. How much is that?
Holy oil?
Yeah.
You're supposed to the holy water?
Like both, if you got it.
Well, holy oil is a more... It's an expensive version. Holy water is a one use. Holy oil can be applied to a weapon.
2 things. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
How much does the stakes weigh? Like each stake?
Each stake, let's say a cluster of 10, if that's what you wanted, would weigh about 5 pounds.
Oh my
sure.
God.
All right, so I'm going to get...
They're relatively
Tell
light.
him that he bought me 20 more.
Tell him that he bought you?
Okay.
I'm going to reckon that.
Okay. All right, good. 40 stakes, 4 gold.
Sure.
Totally happened.
All right.
Then I went to the Temple of Sarenrae, and I got 2 vials of holy oil, one for my sister.
What up, David Backner? And no, we are just getting into it. Everyone else has shopped. And I know that this is the episode, so we're being a little tight-lipped. I want to experience it fresh, raw. Just get it on in there. I am excited.
The one for me.
Those are 100 gold apiece.
Okay, got it. I can't. You gave me gold.
I did.
I'll get 4 vials of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gave him gold to do it.
We'll work that out, I promise. And I also find, I ask if the cleric who helped bring Pike back to life is here.
Yeah, Tristan is here.
Jesus, how do you do that?
Because I have to.
And when I find him, I say, you remember my friend Pike?
I do, yes.
You remember me?
Yes, we inspected you. Is that healing well, by the way?
It inspects the wounds inside your neck.
It is. I'm grateful. I need to keep sake of your deity.
Hold your tongue. Oh, what? Oh, this is the part where it freezes. I remember this in the chat. Frozen feed for 33 seconds. All right. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Wow. I am so nervous. Props to Matt for not only the name call out, but also the personality call out. Oh my god, yeah. Matt is great.
He steps away, goes back, and disappears for a minute, comes back, and he's holding in a chain around his neck it looks like it's seen some years of use, but it's still clean and still very well kept. A identical holy symbol of Sarenrae is the one that Pike keeps around her neck and hands it over and kind of puts it over your head.
May she keep you safe and bring your soul to redemption.
It reminds me of my friend.
As it should.
Pats you on the cheek.
As it should.
All right, so chore number 2 down. I would like to go to Uriel's temple and ask the guards if anyone has seen my belt or Simon.
You are stopped at the edge of the Cloud Top District. The guards see you as you approach, and they try to block the doorway and say,
"We're sorry, but Vox Machina has been given no passage into the Cloud Top District at this time."
I understand. I don't mean to go in. I understand that we caused a lot of trouble, and I'm very sorry. And I don't mean to be any further trouble. There is a belt that I left inside.
That's certainly unfortunate, isn't it?
Have you seen a snake called Simon? Or any snake?
Both the guards can look at each other and laugh for a second.
Piss off.
Okay, chore number 4.
How long my stream has been up? We're looking at 3 hours, 30 minutes, Mustang. Experiencing the 33 freeze on 1.5 was neat. A lot faster.
I would like to go for the rest of the week, and I give everybody the things. I would like to spend the rest of the week, because I'm ready, hanging out across the road from the butcher's house.
Oh, yeah.
That Kynan ran from, and if there are any youths his age who go there to shop, I would like to ask as they leave. You're not yet. As they leave, if they've any idea where he's gone.
Okay.
You go ahead. That digital noise was.
Yes. Make a perception check.
Perception check. Oh, that's a 7. I thought it was a 1. That is a 17.
17, okay. Keeping an eye out, you do eventually come across a boy who looks about his age, late teens, maybe early 20s. Comes by and gathers a little bit of meat and rushes off, and you kind of stop him.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to take you away from the day, but I'm sorry. What's your name?
Jameson?
Jameson.
Yeah, can I help you?
Yes.
I've really got to get this over this.
I understand. I'll just take a second of your time. I owe a boy who lives here named Kynan. I owe him a few silver, and I want to see that he gets it. Is he in town?
Make a deception check.
It's the meteorite. That's a 15.
15? Gives you a look over. Yeah. Well, I'm certain you're going to miss silver, but Kynan's been gone for the better part of a week.
Where would he have gone?
I don't know. He just told us all he was off to find his destiny or some sort of bullshit like that.
And
he still had his head in the clouds, that one.
I agree. He never talked about where he was going, how he meant to go about doing it?
No, kept himself mostly. Sorry, I wish I could be more service. If I see him, where should I send him?
You... Well... I don't know who that guy is. If you see him, Tell him that V is looking for him at Grayskull Keep.
Well, I'll pass that along.
Thank you.
Good day. And he kind of hurries off to continue his errand.
Are you alright, Holden?
Well, and I think that it is an interesting character arc, and I also think that it's interesting in relation to this Keenan thing. I don't know if it's accidental. I don't know if it's, totally, I don't know if Liam is meaning to marry them up, but him finding God when he potentially got this young kid killed that wanted to be his apprentice, it sort of gels. It fits really nicely together. And also, in regards to him having 4 tasks, he is rolling through them. I do think that it's sometimes easier depending when it's mostly roleplay stuff. I think it's easier to roll through roleplay than mechanical stuff where you have to make a lot of rolls. You have to talk about numbers. So I think this is a little bit easier, but he's still doing a really great job at it.
Man, do you need to help out?
I'm fighting this
This is the last errand?
That's it.
Skinner.
I go to Gilmore's? Are we near Gilmore's?
Yeah, Gilmore's in the city. He's not in the podcast, so you have access to it.
Okay. I want to know if such a thing exists, and if so, how much. A potion or a scroll that could invoke either Hallow or Spirit Guardians.
A scroll, sure.
Cool.
Say what?
That's fun. Send a bunch of Spirit Guardians is 4, Hallow is 5.
Sounds pretty
There you go.
I mean, a scroll could easily.
It's a cloud of Spirit Guardians.
Okay. Asking there are no potions for, but there is a scroll of Hallow available. And I will say that comes to roughly 6,000 gold pieces for the scroll of Hallow.
4 grand.
How much?
6,000
level spell
for the Hallow scroll. And for the Spirit Guardian, you said it was 4th level?
4th level.
That one is 2,000 gold.
Interesting.
What does that do?
Spirit Guardians would make some beings around us that would...
Spirit Guardian's level 3, actually, not level 4. That actually makes it a lot cheaper. That is 600 gold.
Oh!
It scares evil things away.
That's good.
It's a pikey thing.
Do it.
Yeah.
I mean, spell scroll's only rare, so it should be 5 grand at max. I guess, we don't know the fantasy economy.
It's Spirit Guardian. Okay, can I cast that if I have a scroll?
Look who's been reading the PHB. Also, you're right, my sister Bingo. My sister named Bingo.
If you have a scroll, you can, yeah, it has a chance of failing.
One of us.
You have to roll a magic. We're better at it because we can.
I'll buy one of them. How much did you say?
600 gold pieces.
I'll buy one of those.
All right. Scroll of Spirit Guardians. There's no one available, but yeah. So you mark that down.
Okay, yes, I will. I would also like to find a smithy of some sort and make me a little metal choker, like of chainmail.
A partial coif. Okay. You remembering that you've spoken to Karen before, which is kind of the renowned custom blacksmith in Imon. You speak with her, and she, a chainmail half coif, kind of around the neck there is relatively inexpensive. It's just a partial piece of armor. She kind of looks at some scrap chainmail on the side. It's like, more than happy to use that for it. Should have taken more than an hour, too. Maybe more.
Get one for everyone.
I think they can buy it besides the neck, right?
Yeah, technically, but still.
Oh, for the
Sure, I'll get 8 of them,
vampires.
or 7 of them.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
All right.
How much are they?
7 of those,
totally
I'd say
did
for the
not
whole 7, I'll
fuck
put you 100 gold just because it's custom orders. So 7 of those.
What are they?
Chainmail
Chainmail chokers.
Chainmail dickies.
Oh, dickies.
Oh, what, do you have one more?
And a small one of a dick.
Alrighty.
A little tiny one.
She awkwardly
4 links
has to
connected together.
judge and turns that request down. She's uncomfortable with that.
Then I bow me.
Okay. She got that. Yes, secondary Tiberius. What is it?
I did
I go
not
to
get it.
Gilmore's
I thought it
Glorious
was just like a weird fashion
and
statement.
ask at the front door if Gilmore is there.
Gilmore, unfortunately, is in Western currently, still overseeing the construction of his expansion store.
Understood. Who is the most knowledgeable person next to Gilmore in this store right now?
That would be. What's her name again? Bring it up here. My see this. Is it Shelby? Oh, I can't find my updated NPC sheet. Do you know what her name was?
Sherry.
Sherry. I think I was like Shelby. No, Sherry. Sherry is there greeting us.
She is.
That would probably be me.
Oh, hi. You remember me.
Yeah.
Yes. I have a very important question. I won't take up much of your time.
Good.
I pull out a small metal skull cap, dented in a few places, rusted a bit from the Underdark.
Oh, yeah.
What can you tell me about this?
She takes it. If you're requesting identification of a magical item, that is a service we charge.
Sis, can I borrow a bit of money?
How much do you need?
How much would that require?
125 gold pieces per enchantment identified.
Done.
All right.
Talk her down.
She takes it, she steps inside this on the counter, and starts going through her books and starts like kind of looking at it and holding it for a second and kind of doing a full inspection of it and researching it. Based on the enchantment on this device, it's very crude in construction, and the enchantment is of an arcane offshoot of language I'm not very familiar with, but it appears that it is a guard from some sort of mental influence. If worn, it would give you a stronger resistance against things that would attempt to peer into your mind.
We're talking magic.
Yes. So essentially what it would do is it would give you advantage on wisdom saving throws against.
God, I don't know if that was Liam or if that was Vax, but that's such a funny response for like a rogue, like a non-magic user. Just be like her like explaining it like it would give you this advantage against blah blah blah. He's like, so are we talking magic on the magic item that you just identified for me? That's so funny.
Yes. Against wisdom.
Give you advantage on wisdom saving throws against magical effects.
Hells yes.
That's fucking brilliant.
That's how Thorota managed to
hand
avoid a
over
lot
the
of
gold and say, Scanlan sends his regards.
She kind of noticeably blushes and goes, well, send mine back if you wouldn't mind.
You know it.
Everything else I've got work to do. And she brushes off.
Thank you.
All right, now.
Very clever.
Tiberius.
There are 16 errands to run.
I only have 8.
Oh, God.
Just kidding. No. The real quick ones go to the temple center to pick up my canteen.
Okay. You paid for it already?
Yes.
Yes, you paid for it. Okay.
Yes.
So you get the canteen. The explanation is the enchantment of the actual water creation itself is a separate than the holy enchantment that has been attached to it. The holy enchantment is not very powerful because it is already an enchanted item. How it functions is the first burst per day that you use of the water does an additional 1d6 radiant damage. That's it. But any additional after that is just water. Basically, it just...
That is so generous. That is so incredibly generous. Not at all what I would have given him. That's crazy. That's really... I mean, it's only 1d6, to be fair. That's not crazy, but I would have literally just been like, yep, the water in there is now holy water. Once you use it up, it's gone. Sorry. I don't know.
Whatever water is immediately contained within it at the start of the day is considered blessed. Once that's expelled, all the rest that it creates, because it's pulling it out of the elemental plane of water, that's how it's continuously projecting it. The rest of it is just run straight through, so it doesn't have a chance to even absorb the blessing.
Gotcha.
That's a very fair way.
Second thing, I drop off my swallow to, or I'll call it Surge Blade, is what I'll call it, and to have that enchanted on both ends.
With?
So one side fire, the other side water. So however many mages I have to hire for that to happen in 10 days, I think we talked about it, maybe 8 days? Or is that
Are we talking about the grand?
Oh, no, is that only one side?
So, what enchantment do you want? Do you want to just do an additional... what do you want it to be?
Wait, so I'm confused now, just based on that, of him talking and saying we talked about it being 8 days? So that sounds like they talked about it off screen. But Matt is acting super duper confused. So I don't know if maybe when they talked about it, it was just different or what was going on.
I just want it to be a magical weapon.
Just a magical weapon?
Yeah.
Okay, just a general +1 magical weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. That would take about... let me double check the rarity. This is here.
Let's play a different game.
One quick step here would be... This way.
In the meantime, check out those Critical Role keychains available on Beacon 76.
That would run you
no, but seriously.
approximately 700 gold to create it as a +1 magical item.
Okay.
Would take one mage a week to do it.
Okay. So I'll do that.
I think that's within the uncommon range.
Yeah, 20 mages.
So for the week that it takes, you pay 700 gold pieces. Your quarterstaff with a couple of daggers tied to the end.
Surge blade.
Is now considered a +1 magical weapon.
I stop at Gilmore's,
Okay.
and I drop off my ring of protection, and pay whatever that is to add a +1 to make it instead of a minor, an actual ring of protection.
The unfortunate thing is an enchantment cannot be progressively enhanced. You would have to disenchant and then re-enchant the entire.
Oh, Gilmore said that they could do that there before. That's why I was could cough up the green or the gill, as it were.
No, they can enchant the item with it, but like it would be the cost of basically re-enchanting the item.
How much would it make it to be a thing?
That would be.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, here we go.
Hey, quick
That would
errands.
cost approximately
Errands.
25,000 gold pieces.
Oh, geez.
Oh, that's it?
And would take a better part of a year. It's a +2 ring protection is a very powerful
It's a
item.
good investment.
Okay, how
You even acquired one.
The better part of a year? Okay, to be fair, at this point, Matt did not have Xanathars. Xanathars really streamlined crafting within D&D in, I think, a great way. If you have never read Downtime Revisited and Xanathar's, I legitimately think that Downtime Revisited is one of the best, like, rule sets that has ever been produced for D&D. Straight up. But besides maybe, like, the PHB itself. But I think that Xanathar's Downtime Revisited is better than most of the DMG, most of the Monster Manual. Like, obviously you need the PHB because you need the fucking rules. But look up Downtime Revisited. It goes over crafting, training, bunch of other shit. If you've never read it. It'll give you ideas as a player. It'll give you ideas as a DM. Like, this, everything, and I feel for them. They didn't have Xanathar's at this point. But everything in this scene is streamlined out of your imagination by just crafting an item in Downtime Revisited in Xanathar's Guide to Everything. He brings up the Draconian Knights. Yeah. Matt's enchanting times are a big gripe of mine. Yeah. Look, I'm all for long, big downtime projects. I'm all for that, but they do seem inconsistent at best. Anyways, I'm off.
Earlier it was...
Wait, how about
respect the time.
Buffing the Ring of Sword spelling?
Ring of Spell Storing?
Fuck. The thing that I had that I still want. That one. The Ring of Sword spell storing.
That's right. Ring of Spell Storing is... No, that's its enchantment. Like, there is no more powerful version of the Ring of Spell Storing.
Oh, that's shit.
If you wanted to attempt to do that yourself on your own time, you could.
Ooh, I'm gonna do that!
That will cost you upwards 60,000 gold pieces in about a year.
Well, not right now.
How about we stick to the level we're at?
You know what? I didn't know all that stuff was gonna be that way. That's why I saw.
And you know what my fucking gripe is? You know what my absolute gripe is? How does Gilmore's glorious goods stay open? Are there mages around Taldore enchanting 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, all the time, to create the plentiful amount of magic items that are in this store, to the point that he is franchising? If one rare item is, I think the Ring of Protection is a rare item. Maybe it's a very rare. I don't know. But, like, how is it that expensive and most of all that time consuming? And they have a fucking emporium for it. The answer, and you know what the answer would be? The answer would be, hey, they're old. The world is old. There aren't a bunch of mages doing this all the time, but there have been a bunch of mages that have done it over the years. That would make a ton of sense. These are relics. They are ancient, except for the fact that they can be disenchanted by a brief contact with acid. We know for a fact that magic items are fragile in this world, so they couldn't be ancient artifacts just lying around everywhere that we're digging out of ruins, because they're gonna disenchant during the first fucking rock slide. One collapse of a civilization, all of your magic items are gone. Yeah. So, good lord. I don't even know, man. I need a soapbox. Yeah. Stick to the level we're at. It's legendary. Imagine shutting them down right and left. Now that my soapbox rant is over. Mega hates beloved CR NPC. I love Gilmore. I wish that he was a small traveling merchant rather than a magic items entrepreneur. That is franchising his establishment, his TARDIS-looking ass establishment across all of Taldore because there is such incredible demand for his goods. It must be Mega vilifies CR's main LGBT character. No! Oh no, I love Gilmore. I hate his glorious goods. And you can quote me on that. You can put that on my fucking tombstone, baby. Ah! Tempt dispelled plus acid, to be fair. Tempt dispelled? The magical. I don't think that had any effect on how... Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Which means acid beholder ruins your items. Yeah, it's so true. We already had a zombie beholder.
Right? How do you learn if you don't ask? It's all right.
Exactly. No, it's good to ask these things. Yeah.
Okay, so in the while the days are going, I want to roll for animal handling to teach Lockheed stuff, and which is like every morning or whatever. And then also
I'll say throughout the week, because you've taught Lockheed a lot of things back to back. Yeah. You can't like just cram everything in there in the period of 4 days and be like, you learned everything. So I'll give you a roll for, because you've already taught Lockheed one thing this week. Roll for a second thing you want to teach Lockheed.
Like with advantage?
No.
I'm just having fun.
Can I roll for one beer?
Sure, I'll give you advantage.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take that. That's 17.
Great, I rolled and it was good, so I'll just take that. Fuck you. I'm already mad about the magic, so you're getting more ticks on the OAC. Fuck you, Orion.
It's a roll advantage. Go for it.
17.
Okay.
For the sake of brevity, can I roll one beer check?
Yeah. You can roll several beer checks.
Yeah, you roll 43.
Bunch of beer checks.
43 starts filling in.
Ton of beer checks. Do it.
81.
Nope.
86.
Oh,
Come on, Grog.
That was good.
Ooh.
16.
Ooh.
16.
Ooh.
68.
What?
19.
How do you get under 10?
58.
Okay. So by the time the week comes to an end, the other side of your beard has finally filled in, and you are back to a full bearded grog status.
Good job, Garoga.
So yeah, no, that succeeds. It takes you a few days to get it through, but what do you want to teach Lockheed?
Ripping your pillow.
I'm gonna teach him to be quiet.
Okay.
To be
A very important thing to teach a creature. Yes. Okay, so Lockheed has learned to be quiet. Good.
Okay,
Anything else?
Yes. Just make sure I get that. Throughout the days, I'm gonna go to all the shops and see how many glass just mirrors. I'm looking for mirrors, all kinds of mirrors, every size. As long as I can.
There are plenty of mirrors out there. Like there's general stores that sell them all over.
I'm looking
They're
for 5x5 to 10x10 size mirrors. Feet? Yeah.
5x5.
No, inches. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I misunderstood.
Like there and then like that.
Okay. Yeah. I'll say. I mean, they have them custom made if they weren't out there, but they have mirrors of that size
I get
available.
about 1,500 of them.
What?
I get 1,500. Okay. How many can I get?
There aren't that many mirrors in the city.
Okay. How do I get as many? I have all of them.
You know, if you hold two right up next to each other, it looks like there's a million.
You know what? That's true.
Hey, Orion, why? Squeeze me? Why? Look, I've said this before. I know that players want to surprise each other. They want to surprise the DM. They want to do cool stuff. And I'm so down for it. You are not allowed to want to surprise me with 1,500 mirrors. Why? What do you want to do? Shut up, Nightbot. All the shops. Oh, Nightbot got mad at you, SSH. You've been a bad boy. You seemed annoyed. OAC? Yes, he is getting an OAC for that. The hate is flowing through me, chat. This is not good. This is not good going into the back half of this episode. Because the hate is flowing. I actually think that this might be one of the most inflamed I've been on stream lately. And we haven't even gotten to the bad part. Oh my god, opening a hall of mirrors. I mean, I think he's trying to do the Archimedes mirror thing, whatever, sure. Tell me that. You don't get to buy 1,500 mirrors and not tell me what you're doing with it. I'm sorry, I'm a dickhead. That's just my table. He's trying to steal Percy's. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's trying to steal Percy's death ray.
That's true.
They're 5 gold apiece.
Okay.
And of what is currently available for purchase, you may be able to acquire about 35 mirrors, and you will clean out most of the places that will stop selling them to you.
That's a lot of mirrors.
That's cutting edge technology in this day and age.
If I laid them out on a flat surface, how many feet?
On a bed.
How many feet would that? Or ceiling? How many feet would that cover?
Well, 2 per foot.
Who cares? Okay, this is actually calming down a little bit, getting a little bit off the soapbox. This is actually really important for Matt to stop him and say, what are you trying to do? Because he's trying to do too much science, frankly. This is not, because we need to remember that the economy, and I obviously just had my big rant about the magic items. That is just to say that the magic economy, or just the economy in general, in almost every campaign is going to be fucked. I'm not saying my economies are fantastic and great and amazing and beautiful and you should all copy them. I'm just saying that Matt's economy's fucked. My economy's probably fucked in some ways. And when you start doing too much science and you are relying on, like, how many, like, raw things can I get my hands on, Matt needs to know the goal so that he can cut that off if he needs to. Or he can, like, abstract it if he needs to. Because he's like, how many feet could I cover? He's going to start doing fucking calculations on his phone to do physics. And this is a fantasy game. Mega. Colin. Like, yeah. I think that's it. That's all. This is like the peasant railgun. Has everyone heard of the peasant railgun? That essentially you line up a bunch of peasants in a row and they can all go during one round of combat, which is 6 seconds, and they can pass a stone between each other in that entire 6 seconds, therefore accelerating it to the speed of light. Because the only requirement is that, you know, they all go like one after another. So they can pass it miles. They could pass it around the world in 6 seconds. So, like, that's the hard part about D&D, is if you want to break physics, you just can, like, easily. And so you can't do too much physics without understanding the goal first, because if you can break physics, you also need to, like, restrict it, right? You can't let them do these, like, wacky, crazy, cool things without understanding what they're going for first, so that, number one, you can keep it in line, but also you can, what am I saying? You can also, like, cut through the chaff. Like, we don't need to do the calculations. We can abstract it. Like, I might want, oh God, it is the timer. Fuck. Like, I might want you to have this. I might want you to have the death ray, or maybe I don't. I don't know. But, like, we can cut through all this noise really quick. Complaints about Magic Shop not being realistic. Also, Mega, stop using logic in D&D. It's all fun and magic. Fuck you, Mr. Dad. I can be contradictory.
Dibs.
That's math.
But you are right. Yeah. GG, go next. You win the ELO this round.
5 inches apiece, right? You can fit 2 in a foot. So you just bought 35. So that's about 17
feet.
of
17 whole feet of mirrors.
in a row, in a line,
If
right?
you're doing a square, it's like 3 feet by 3
Yeah,
feet.
it's 4 by 4.
Say 4 by 4 foot, yeah.
4 by 4.
So there you go.
Okay.
4 by 4.
I'll take all that. How much is that?
Okay. 35 times 5. So we're looking at
Mr. Dad wins the argument
175
award. I'll put it in the Be
Done.
Right Back
And
for
I
this
think,
one. He
that's-
got me.
wait. And then the just to for timeline stuff, I'm gonna do as much as I can to start enchanting my bolts. And I'm gonna be working with Keyleth on stuff.
Keyleth's been working with Percy this whole time.
The whole time?
I'm telling you.
It's taken the entire week for him. You said you were assisting him.
No, you said I couldn't assist him.
Right,
You said I had no
right.
intelligence to assist him.
Right, so she's
Okay, so then I thought you said you were still going to help Jeremy.
No, I
so
said
that's
no.
fine. Okay, then no worries. Yeah, you're available.
I'm gonna try to make as many sleep arrows as I can, bolts as I can. But the particular thing with Keyleth is I would like to enchant a bolt that is a smoke screen, but it consists of my holy water. So I'll use like a pour from a day from the canteen and use it as a mist instead of a smoke. So a mist.
The enchantment of an arrow to do that is the use of a fog spell. There is no way to infuse a fog spell with holy water.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know if you can put holy water. I can do a fog spell.
can we fuse a fog spell with a sleep spell?
No.
Can we try super hard?
Sure. Make a roll.
God damn it. Okay.
Make a roll.
Imagine if I was to do it and you take one of these holy water things.
Roll. What am I rolling?
Plus Arcana.
Do you think it matters?
No. 24.
24. Okay. After spending approximately 500 gold in materials, the enchantment fails. Both spells fizzled. You lost 500 gold.
Okay. It was worth.
Matt, don't stoop to his level. Like, yeah, he's being annoying, but don't just suck 500 gold away from him. Just move on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't love him being that feels like Orion's being a dickhead. He's being super annoying right now. But you don't be a dick back, you know? I don't know. Look at this backlash. Sure, try it. Okay, you lose 500 gold. Yeah.
But now you know. Probably can't combine 2 spells into.
I also agree with that, Serial, of like it is very like he's like contracting people in and out, And, like, the tone is infecting other people. I don't think Keyleth was annoyed there, really. But, like, her tone got, like, snippy with Matt. And I think it's just because of, like, the vibe of, like, that Orion's giving off. Of, like, oh, you said I couldn't help him, whatever. Like, I don't know. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just not a good moment from Matt. Yeah, I mean, and there have been a couple of times with Matt and Orion where, like, Orion is very clearly being annoying, is pushing the boundaries. Like, he is in the wrong, but Matt just doesn't react well. He doesn't react in a way that is going to be, like, beneficial and constructive, you know? And I don't necessarily blame him for that, but it's I don't know. I don't know. And this is, I don't know. I don't love saying this because it's like high roading a little bit of like, he should be better and he should take the high road. Like that, which is fucking lame. But I don't know. It's not nice to see. Have you had to kick a player from a table? No. So not a discussion for after stream. I have not had to kick a player from a table. Campaigns have fizzled because of players that I have played with, but I've never had to kick them from a table. He told Orion repeatedly, though. I mean, I agree. And that's, again, what I'm saying is, like, Orion is in the wrong here. And again, I don't want to be, like, a holier-than-thou whatever. But it is probably best to just suck it up and talk to him afterwards privately and be like, hey, that wasn't cool, rather than retaliating in-game. Like, taking out-of-game annoyance and out-of-game chicanery and giving it in-game consequences is essentially the same thing that we're criticizing Orion for. Like, we're talking about how, like, Orion's out-of-game attitude means that his in-game stuff can't be criticized. That's, like, part of, he doesn't react well. He gives out-of-game consequences to, like, in-game actions. And Matt's doing the reverse. He's taking out-of-game actions and giving them in-game consequences that he wouldn't normally give. So, like, it's, I want to criticize the behavior on both sides. Orion is being a huge prick here. Like, no question. But I still don't, I don't like the behavior on either side. Matt gets a pass for dealing with this 27 plus episodes. Oh, Matt gets a giant pass. This is not an indictment on Matt. Let me make that ultra clear. Matt has all the Orion passes in the world. That doesn't mean he can't be a dick or that he can't do things poorly or badly like Matt in this situation, but he gets a pass for doing the bad things. He has the bad thing pass 1,000%. Yeah. He did ask to try after being told it wouldn't work. I wouldn't have made him roll. I would have told him you can put resources toward it in game, but it wouldn't work in the end. Yeah, I mean, I would just tell him it's hard because they're on stream, so it's harder to just like stop. But if we're really talking about like what would I do in this situation, I would stop. I would look at him and I would be like, "Hey man, out of game. Stop pushing this. Like it's weird. I told you no. Unless you just want to like waste in-game resources, I'm telling you right now, you would waste them if you tried. And if he still says yes and he wants to make that like an RP moment, then sure. But like it's harder for Matt to do that in this because it's on stream, so it's a little bit harder. I guess I'm glad Matt finally gave him a straight up no. I agree. He should have been given a straight up no, and he should have gone with that. And if he kept going, Matt should have just kept telling him no. No, 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 no. Or tell him if you want to do it anyways, even though it won't work, then you will waste the 500 gold. The patient's bank account is on overdraft. You say it's better he talked to him out of game, but there's people looking at his die. I bet he has still been talked to dozens of times and is still doing... Oh, I would be totally annoyed. I would be 1,000% annoyed. And, like, these conversations out of game would escalate. Like, and I don't, I don't know. This will probably get brought up in the Orion autopsy, I'm sure. But I'm shocked that he is still behaving like this after they have assumingly talked to him at a game, because I believe that they have. So it is ludicrous that he still acts like this. It's crazy.
A single enchantment.
I'm just saying.
And knowing
how much
is
for
half
the
the
normal
battle.
fog thing? Don't worry, it came out of my pocket.
I've got fog.
Okay.
How about you get nothing else and we move on?
Last thing that I do.
No last thing.
I stop at Alora's.
You go towards the top district, and the guards stop you again and be like,
Oh, damn, we can't go there. I remember that as I walk up, and I go back to Graceful Keep.
All right.
Oh wait, I don't do that.
Oh wait, I don't do that.
Hashtag Orion Combat.
I realize what I'm doing, and I stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you head back to the keep.
Also, this will just take 10 seconds. At some point in the week, when Keyleth is taking a walk, I go into her garden and I clip one flower, and I take it.
Okay. All right.
How many sleep bolts can I make in 10 days?
How many sleep bolts? Well, let's see.
That's right, 8.
Go sleep in your money.
Sorry. He said I could do that.
I'm kind of busy this week.
Can he get back to the keep and we've all left? Like,
I will also say, so this is a totally separate thing. If I'm Matt here, you get to do one thing. All of them. I know it's a week. But if you all get one thing, you all get two things, you all get three things. You limit the number of things. They do not get unlimited things per week. Because obviously, Orion's a big dickhead in this conversation. We can all agree. It's not up for debate. But as a DM, you have to think about the dickheads. Kind of. Especially if you want them to continue being friends with them, you want to continue playing with them, and you want to just like have a good time at your table. You have to think about like, what if my friend is accidentally a dickhead here? And he's going to bring the vibes down for everybody, and that's going to be shitty. I don't want that to happen. And so like, they all get one thing. And just pick the most important thing. If you want to train Lockheed, you are training Lockheed all week. If you want to shop for all these mirrors, buying 1,500 mirrors is more than a week's worth of work, if you ask fucking me. Like, you all get one thing. That's it. You want to go shopping? You get shopping that week. That's it. Like, Percy had his one thing. He worked on the device. And yes, that might be a little bit unfair. Some people's things will be smaller than others. But it is also unfair if you uncap it and let Percy just work on this design all week and Orion is running around the city teleporting all over to get all these mirrors back to Grayskull. Like, both of those situations are unfair, and one of them, I think, I would posit, will give less bad vibes overall. They may give slight annoyance. They might give like, oh man, I really wish I had more time. They might give like the stress of having to choose, but I personally think that that's kind of fun stress in D&D, of like having to choose between several things. But they won't lead to whatever the fuck that just was. So, yeah, he's been on edge since Half Chub. I'm on edge with Orion. This is one of the more consistent. This is one of the highest OACs in a while for like this episode rating. This one he's been like really consistently annoying. If you've seen this episode and want to talk about it opening, there's a spoilers channel in Discord so we can talk unintentionally spoiling things. Yeah. I'm sure that the spoilers channel is alight with conversation right now.
4 days ago.
That would be awesome.
I will say,
Karen Groceries in.
But dude, I would be annoyed as Travis right now too.
Look, guys, hoagie stuff.
You're Tiberius.
We
Nicely left.
We got pretty bold and we left.
Vox Machina.
okay, I will say for each arrow will cost you 600 gold and will take you 6 days to do per arrow. You will
6 days per arrow?
Yes.
Also, how does he have this much gold? I feel like most of the party is significantly more poor than this and have to dip out of the communal funds. So I hope he's not taking from the communal funds right now. And I hope that he's all taking it out of his own pocket. Because if he is taking out of communal funds, I can see that being a big blow up. We will see. And don't forget, you said you'll go back and discuss some of those potential OAC moments. You might have to retroactively add some. Might. I mean, I'm sure that the autopsy will be its own. I'm gonna do a whole stream, probably like a 2 or 3 hour stream on just Orion. There's gonna be a lot to talk about. Great question, Megan. That would be insane, wouldn't it? No. No. Oh, fuck. I'm like losing my breath right now. I can't even imagine how like heartbroken Laura's going to be.
It's 1 day per 100 gold of an enchantment.
How do you make any money?
Which is even me making it higher than the book says. It should take you 4 times that. So
cool. Can it cost more if I hire a mage? Oh, should I say?
Oh my god.
You want to hire a mage?
I need to do shit too.
1 arrow.
I can't be everyone's bitch.
Okay.
So 3.5 days, and it costs you 1,200 gold for a single sleep arrow or sleep bolt.
Sweet, and I can do 2 of those, and I'm broke.
He's down. He's spent, people. He's spent.
I got like 48 gold now.
Okay, so you've done all your shopping in 1 day and spent the rest of the week doing those. All right, so there you go. You're broke, and you have 2 sleep bolts on your person. Keyleth.
48 gold.
I go to Gilmore's and I buy an alchemy set.
Okay, that comes to
95,000 gold. It's gonna be a lot more than you.
Oh, that's true, SSH. That's true. I do remember them getting mad at him for that. I thought this was gonna be like him consistently taking from it. Ugh.
Think apparently. Because I'm like, well, I got like,
alchemy supplies 50 gold.
Oh, come on.
Enchanted, yo!
It's magic. Give me all the magic.
This is made of things.
Yeah.
This is made of things. And then I go home and I make a few cure wounds potions, try it out since I've learned and I've been studying and I've been doing my research. So maybe like do like level 2, level 3 cure wounds.
A level 2 healing potion, a greater healing potion. The materials involved in creating that will come to, I'd say, about 400 apiece.
Okay.
And you'd have time to create 2. It's about 4 days per potion. To purchase, they cost about 500 to 600. She's getting a discount. She's making it herself.
Wait, they cost 500 or 600 and they cost 400 for me to make them?
Yes. It's your first time doing it. They'll probably get cheaper over time as you get better at it. But.
Oh, okay, cheaper over time as I get better at it. That's funsies.
We also
okay. Well, let me make one. What is that? A greater healing potion?
It's a greater
healing potion.
So for each one you make, roll d20 and add 5.
Let me make one for right now.
Okay.
That's an 18. That's pretty good.
Then yeah, you successfully create the potion. No issue.
Awesome.
No, he hasn't.
And then I'm gonna make a couple of. I have a Percy roll, and he hates me for it. And then I'm gonna make a couple of. How long will it take me to make a daylight scroll?
A daylight scroll. What level spell is that?
3rd.
3rd. That'll cost you about, I'd say, 600 gold piece. It'll take you 6 days. You don't have time.
I don't have
You pay
time.
more to have somebody else help you make one if you wanted to.
Then I make 2 greater.
And I will say, David, probably that sort of thing is probably for some a good contender for the spoilers chat in Discord. Obviously, it's vague. So you know, I appreciate that you kept it very vague. But even probably for this episode more than others, that's maybe for the spoilers chat.
Healing potions. Actually, no. I want to experiment. I want to take one of the.
Not to call you out. You're totally good. Just wanted to, yeah, you know. This is maybe one of the more important ones for spoilers.
Those
okay, we can. You know, I got John. We can keep it cool. It's all good. It is good, chill vibes. We're fine. But yeah, we're all good.
healing holy water bottles, and I want to see if I can enchant it with my fog spell to make it like a holy water fog grenade, where when you throw it, it'll go ksh with my fog spell.
Yeah.
But also holy smoke bomb.
You know that upon throwing the holy water, it would shatter. It would create a fog, but the holy water itself would just still affect the creature you threw it at. You'd be able to blend into enchantments. They don't necessarily mix because the fog itself is not created from the water; it's created from the glass that you're enchanting.
Plus, we didn't get any holy water. We only got holy oil to put on our weapon.
We've had a couple flasks of holy water.
Oh, okay.
What if I enchant it with like daylight? Oh wait, it still won't.
Enchanting a glass, it's a whole different thing. Daylight, that's more of a scroll thing too.
I'm gonna do it anyway. Cause I'm gonna do the fog thing because I said it. I'm gonna commit.
Okay, that will cost you.
Standard.
I'll put it at 500 gold pieces, and that'll take you 5 days.
For a fog scroll?
No, for the fog holy water thing.
Special hoo-ha.
The fog.
And a
Called the
spectacular
holy smoke grenade.
Someday we will get out of the character creation menu, but not this day.
I don't like the nose yet. It's too low.
Sure, that'll be my 2 things I do. This here?
Okay, roll another
This here?
d20. That's fine.
This here? Natural 20.
All right. You feel the fog enchantment take shape in the glass vial. It seems relatively unstable. You gather that this glass was not meant to contain an enchantment at the get-go. You somehow managed to make it function, but you have to be very careful with that vial.
Okay, put it in here.
No, don't.
Who knows what'll happen if it actually is thrown?
Put it in a bag of
Give it a
holding.
Scanlan.
Yeah.
Who would like a very unstable item?
Percy's used to unstable things.
I give it to Scanlan.
Is that a jab? It might. No, never mind.
It's a fog enchanted vial of holy water. You can write it down that way if you like.
Not discuss my
Well, I'll
taste.
just
Really?
put it on my back.
Okay, but you just.
I mean, I'll just
No, please,
hang
be careful. Please be careful. It's very careful. It's very
Okay.
gentle.
All right.
Oh, wait, I tell him Scanlan.
Oh, yeah.
Scanlan,
Yes.
this is very delicate. Please be very gentle with this. I don't know
You're
if you should
telling
have it-
Scanlan to be
I
gentle.
will put it where I put all gentle things.
Oh dear.
That I trust. I trust that more.
Pants
Fine,
that bad boy.
good.
You do not make the wisest decisions here, Your Majesty, I must say.
Yes,
What was once holy. All
All
right.
Oh God.
All right. So, what is
I
the
give everyone else the chain. I give everyone the chain.
Okay,
and
there's a little chainmail.
Oh, look at this, so fancy.
Put that, I take that fancy box I bought a couple times ago, and I take the blue crystal that we found in our very first adventure, and I put it in it, and I seal it tight.
Okay.
And then I also I have one more thing I wanted to do.
Lots
Oh
of-
yes, I drink my shit scrying potion, shit in a jar, and leave it in the kitchen.
Okay.
And tell,
by the way-
help, don't touch it.
Okay.
Don't.
It takes much convincing, but nevertheless, they acquiesce to your request being the boss. So. All right. Anything else?
Yeah. Just gonna let the guards know to watch our guest while we're away and keep him under protection.
Okay.
Are we leaving him here?
I thought everyone could go somewhere to the,
Oh God.
The what?
the guy who builds stuff, like regardless, did I do that or was that just in my head?
Right, Lord Doxio, you mean?
Yeah.
What about him?
I didn't, so I didn't do that yet, okay.
Yeah, you gonna do something on his room, Keyleth?
I go find Jarrett,
Okay.
and I give him 200 gold. And I say, do not let Desmond
Yes.
leave your side.
Think 2-2.
Watch him, watch for invisible anything. Protect him with everything you can.
I will do this with my life. Do not worry.
Have we given them a raise?
I just gave him 200 fucking
Double,
gold.
double
The
the
rest
guard
of
on
the
him.
rest of the
Double the
people.
guard on him.
And yeah, everybody. Fuck.
Just 2.
They all make.
Just
5 of them make
I give
100 a month.
100
5 of them make 100 a month. 2 of them make 50 a month.
I give another 200 to him and tell him to pass it out to the rest of the guard. We'll be back soon.
Very generous, and I think they'll be very happy to find this. Thank you very much.
I told
And
everyone...
add another guard to the watch.
2 to Jared, or 2 to Desmond, at all times.
Very well. I will do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell everyone to go and ask for court for the person for the lord that we can reconstruct and tell him that we would like to make some changes and have the cells converted into barracks for our soldiers.
What?
They won't do anything.
Just tell him that. That's what I do. That's what Tiberius does.
Okay, everyone goes, all right, sir. And he wanders off, and
Getting a good reputation does not mean holding prison cells.
about an hour or so later, Erwin returns and says, I'm sorry, they would not allow me into the central district. I do not have...
Yeah, because we already talked about this dude. Were you not listening?
I had to ask.
the proper papers to pass within. I mentioned that I worked for you, and they told me I was not to enter.
Oh, maybe we should have said like a different name.
It's okay.
They would have known when they got to our keep.
That's true, right?
Shall we head out?
Yes.
Did I learn anything from Secret Cell?
Go ahead and roll a d20, adding your wisdom modifier.
Oh, jeez, really?
Come on, Laura.
Oh,
Come
jeez.
on,
What if
Laura.
I roll like shit?
Then it'll be hilarious. Come on, roll that die. Come on,
I'll say-
make it
I'll
roll
say-
high and it will be
I'll say
amazing.
Make it with advantage because Asum is a very, very good teacher.
He is. He's so good.
He's awesome.
no, that was terrible.
Advantage, advantage.
We're playing D&D right now. All right.
That's my wisdom. Reality. 17?
Pretty good.
17?
Is she an emperor now?
Is that how this works? All right, so, talking with Asum, he works with you for a bit and teaches you the ranger ability skirmisher stuff.
Skirmisher stealth?
Nice. The rural juror?
Okay.
So if you start one of your turns hidden from a creature, you can then, as a bonus...
Critical Trolls was funny bad. Critical Trolls was funny bad. And also, Serial, do not worry about being a Tiberius Naysayer. I just try to give him as much benefit of the doubt and, like, try to spread, like, or try to, like, identify all of the sources of, like, what might be going on here, because I truly think that a lot of people might have Orions at their table that are good friends, that, like, occasionally do have really, really great moments with in, you know, in game. And I want to try and, you know, really, like, hone in on, okay, maybe you do have an Orion at your table. Like, here are things that's going to make it worse. Here are maybe the things that, like, tipped it off. Here are, like, you know, whatever. But, like, I want to be clear. It is okay to be a naysayer. He's not cool. I don't like him. I really hope that he's gotten a lot better. I hope that he learned from all of this and that he is a better person to play TTRPGs with now. But he sucks right now. So that's all good. I'll turn off my need to control what I cannot control. Sorry. Hey man, it's all good. It's all good. It's I don't mind. I don't mind you, you know, reminding people about spoilers, you know, like I don't mind anyone in chat reminding each other about spoilers, like, or saying like maybe that was too far. Like, you know, we're all good. We're all on the same team here. It's just, you know, we're keeping it light, keeping it chill. And I know that won't always be possible, but I'm at least going to try. You know, it's all chilled out and friendly type vibes. Damn that shade, man. I mean, look, the truth is the truth. I'm not friends with Orion. Like, they are. Like, they played in a campaign with him for what, like 2 years before this? Like, I get that. I get having friends that you go to activities with them and you don't like doing that activity with them, even though they're still your friend. And so if you're in this situation where you want to continue doing this activity, maybe you want to even continue doing this activity with that friend. Like, maybe it is a situation where it's just like, hey, we just can't do this activity together. It's just not going to work. We can go do other shit, but we can't do this together. You know, I think that there might be situations where you do still want to do that, and trying to identify all the pieces of the puzzle is what I'm going for. But yeah, he's a prick. I'm sure he's a completely different person today. We hope. The fact that I described the vibe as chill and used it twice before reading my message should let you know your stream is chill. Well, thank you, Serial. I mean, you know, people are gonna butt heads. That's all that's inevitable. I'm gonna butt heads with chat. Chat's gonna butt heads within themselves, and you know, we just chill it out. Just like Orion getting mad is infected Keyleth, I think that my soapbox rants infected the tone. but no, it's all chill. Yeah. All good. Yeah. I think everyone's and like I think it was SSH had a problem chatting once and was like, "Hey man, did I say anything in chat?" And I was like, "No one's ever said anything in chat that I have not felt comfortable just verbally being like, hey, no." No one's ever said something where I like felt like I needed to time them out or ban them. I'm always pretty comfortable just speaking my mind on what I see in chat and what I think about it. So we're all good.
Action. At the end of your turn, make another stealth check to remain hidden from them. You essentially can dive between areas and still be hidden.
While I'm attacking?
Yeah.
That's all rangers stuff?
Yeah.
Shut
So yeah, we'll go over the details of it after the game, but yeah, essentially you learn a new ranger ability from Secret Lesson.
Nope.
Wow, I bought some sticks.
Alright.
At the end of the first day, before all that stuff happens. Sorry guys, this is necessary.
No,
Is it first?
Is it? It's the first. Look guys, I destroyed him.
It's
Everybody shut up and let Grog go on a one-man solo.
We're on 10. We're on 10 errands.
What a piece of
Just gonna secede.
It's how noble and reasoned.
I was joking.
Tiberius, what do you want to do?
He's up to 10.
Yeah, no, it's
I'm in my bed the
serious.
first night, and I write an inscription to my father, and I go, "Dear father," and I tell him about the circumstances with the vampires.
Dear diary. Sorry.
At the end of it, I go, "I invoke the ambassadors of right of wartime, as of now, and moreover as your son. When I provide concrete evidence, you will know. But in the meantime, I would have you gather 50 ground troops of the Draconian Knights and 50 winged soldiers of the Wyvern fleet. Have them at the ready for my signal. I know it will take you a few days of travel to get here, but this is a town of vampires and possibilities which you know just need to be destroyed no matter what. Your son, with love, Tiberius."
All right.
Everyone is aware that Tiberius is the giant eagles in Lord of the Rings. Tiberius can invoke just ultimate destruction at the call of whatever he wants.
I don't know what's going on over there.
All right. As the week comes to a close, eventually a note appears before you, Tiberius, within your magical room. It reads, "Tiberius, child, I understand your request. However, you are fresh to these political matters, and as the young one prone to jump at the sight of a shadow, I would need some very, very heavy proof to invoke wartime, which, if I might add, is not your jurisdiction but my own. Should you wish to bring this to my attention, you are welcome to, but you have but one chance before I set aside this intrusion to my work time as mere poppycock. Tiberius, I trust that in time you will prove yourself to this family and to this country. But for the time being, business matters of this larger scale are best left to those with experience. With love, Pruvan Stormont."
Send him 3 more letters.
Damn it. That sucks, actually. It's hard to prove that my father. Fine. You didn't say no, which is what he always says, which is a lot better than what he always says.
I walk into Tiberius' room while he's having this conversation with himself, and I say, Keith's there. What are you doing in here?
I'm talking to myself, Scanlan.
Okay, all right.
Per usual.
I'm gonna go get some garlic from the kitchen, and then let's go.
Oh, I love garlic. I'll follow you.
I write a note, addressed to Uriel, hand it to our main butler, who I know his name.
Irwin.
And it basically says, Uriel, FYI, we didn't totally flee. We're looking for evidence. No. We didn't flee. We'll be back. How about that? We'll be back.
All right, the note is left with Irwin.
And I tell him, only give this to anybody if they come looking for us and they're angry. We're gonna be in big trouble.
He has no cameras.
Of course.
Grog.
I mean, that was very well put by Matt. I'm very glad that he quashed it. I think he answered very succinctly, very well in character. And I think he had an opportunity, right? Like, that wasn't like the other one where he just had to tell him, like, hey, no, stop. Like, he did have the opportunity to quash it in character, where Orion couldn't just be like, but please, I wanna. So I think that was really good. That was a really good way to stop and quash that. And it is sort of Matt forcing this to be what we were kind of talking about before, of like this being an Orion trait, not a Tiberius trait, of this like confusion around like Draconia sending in its knights. Like, that's ridiculous. That's kind of funny as a character moment. And Matt is taking what was not that and turning it into that, which I think is delightful. So I think Matt did really, really well there. You mean players shouldn't be allowed to have 100 NPCs to help them invade a city? Dude, no. And you know what? Here's the thing. That situation isn't like crazy out of line for their level. Like, level 11s are like regional heroes. It's not that crazy to think that they might like be able to garner a militia to do that sort of thing. But oh boy, did he go about it terribly. Like, totally depends on the game. Totally depends on the game. But like, with this level, we are in between regional and world heroes. So like, the type of threats that they're facing could be threats to entire towns and stuff. But it should not be a, hey, I have an army, by the way. It should be a, hey, let's go like prostrate ourselves, petition the king, do a quest, do a favor. Like, we need to work to get that. That'll be a sub-arc in and of itself, like gathering that force. And if that force was what was needed to complete the quest, and doing a little sub-quest within it to get that could be totally reasonable. Like a little 3-episode arc could totally work. It can't just be like, hey, have them ready to go when I send you the word. That's insane. But you work with your DM to do it, not poof out of thin air. Yeah. Precisely. Orion just assumes everything is possible without any checks often. Yeah, which is just, I mean, he's working in his backstory to be too powerful. Your backstory can be intense, but there has to be but like, I very often will say that like your backstory should only give you, like, in terms of like mechanical benefit, allies. It should give you allies and enemies. And so like, him being a noble from Draconia, that is a great ally. Like, he can get an audience with the king. That's not something that everyone can get. And that is something very reasonable for his background that I'm super okay with. So for him, if he were to say, hey, everybody, I think we should all head over to Draconia and we should ask my dad for some help. Like, that's a super fair thing for him to say with his background. But he cannot just assume that he gets 50 NPCs as beck and call because of his background. That's insane. That's ludicrous. Yeah. Just joined. Holy cow. How is the counter at 19? Oh boy, this has been an episode. This has been an episode. If Orion played his guards differently, Matt would have definitely given him a mechanical advantage before everyone else, but Orion handled it poorly. 1,000%. 1,000%. If he had handled it better, I think he could have gotten those knights. But he handled it like shit. When he said the noble was just flavor and the sage was the mechanical perk, I do remember that.
Do you think I should do the whole elemental, guardian thing?
Why not?
All right.
How are you doing, Grog?
I'm fucking bored. I've been sitting here for 30 fucking minutes.
You
I'm
got a shovel
bored.
and a
Cast an
pickaxe.
elemental and make it smash everything around the keep.
Give me that ruby.
Here, just hit me once.
Whoa. Ting.
Go.
Catch it.
Right.
Water elemental seems appropriate based
Right.
on our knowledge,
Yes.
yeah?
Yes.
Water
Right.
elemental, poof.
All right.
And planar bindings.
All right. So,
And I talk to him in my elemental speech, which I can do.
and you say?
And I say, look, we're gonna be gone for like 30 days. We have a prisoner here. Make sure nothing or no one brings him any harm.
Better drink. No, I was going to
So you know what I can speak English. What's the
the elemental gives you a.
Oh, wait. Was she an elemental or does she just speak elemental? I think she summoned an elemental and then planar bound it. Did she also turn into an elemental? I don't think she actually shape changed.
Acknowledgement and speaks back in its own tongue. The equivalent of, for my time here, I serve.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
My time here, I serve is essentially the essence of what you get.
For my time here, I serve.
My time here, I serve. All right.
Onward.
I love doing this show.
We know where we're going. We're gonna.
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna
know
get
where we're going.
Oh, I have a head.
Percival the Rolo knows where we're going to go.
We head to Turst Fields.
Are we are we riding there by horseback? Is that what we're doing?
And
How are we
both.
getting there?
Free your mind, and the rest will follow.
Do we know where we're going?
Well, Percy's in the Turst Fields. The Turst Fields, you do know. Some of you may have passed by them. They are to the east, kind of northeast area of Western, on the eastern side of the continent. It's about, I'd say about
I think I mentioned
4 days,
those in my
4.5 days travel horseback.
What if we purchased a carriage?
What if we went on airship instead? We have one at our disposal, don't we? Do we not?
Well, we had one at our disposal when we were friends at the city.
It's I think it's in the Cloud Top district
It costs a little
actually.
bit more coin to rent one, but
I have a feeling.
I think we need to
Wagon.
go on the down low.
Besides, yeah,
Keep
yeah,
us on
we're
the
trying
down
not
low.
to tell anybody that we're leaving.
down low on the high, right?
Just down low.
Carriage. Let's go. How much do they cost?
Your undercarriage?
Do we need a carriage? We have a stable full of horses.
Rein it in.
Yes,
We're
my
going to
horse.
fight
You have
vampires.
4 horses, and you technically have the teleportation sigil for Western.
Oh yeah.
Is barbecue there?
Western's most of the way across the continent. It's about a day's ride out from Western.
Oh shit.
That would shave time.
I would shave about 3 days off of your journey.
Matt, I'm pretty sure it's a Google.
Do that.
Western, yeah.
Dude, you guys, you know about the
Turst
Western?
Fields is just northeast of Western.
Let's do it.
That's quick.
I love that idea a
What's
lot.
in those fields? What's in those fields?
Fields
The
of
Turst
gold.
Fields are a farming community that takes care of a lot of the eastern side. They're not really an extension of Western, but it's one of the closest cities, and they do a lot of food trade up into Whitestone, or did previously.
It's where we'd make our camp before we start heading
Got it.
south.
Alright,
Percival,
well, let's head there and make camp.
I think-
We can talk about a plan.
yes. I think Percival, you're leading the way. Use my sister as an advisor.
My sister.
You're leading the way right now.
I'm going to draw out a crude map while we make our way, so that I can sort of let you all know where we're
Well,
going.
then join me in my laboratory, everyone.
All right. Yes, we go to Tiberius's laboratory.
Okay, Tiberius, you go ahead and cast teleportation circle.
Not yet. I go, hey, look at the laboratory, guys. What do you think? I made some scanning. It looks like you're impressed. All right, now I cast.
Now you cast circle teleportation.
I use my sigil there.
Yep.
We got set up there.
Yep. And the circle appears. You guys rush through it. You do not have your horses with you because they would.
That is just classic reading the room shit. Like, that's actually kind of a funny joke of, like, a difference between an annoying player and an annoying character. Like, that's Tiberius being annoying. And I actually got that. But read the fucking room. You have been really annoying, and you need to rate it the fuck in. Tiberius needs to maybe even act out of character for a little bit and not be annoying for like a sec. You just read the fucking room, dude. He just wanted to show his friends his room to his friends. Ooh, ooh. Oh my god, dude. That's
travel through the teleportation circle.
crazy.
However, you could probably procure
Get
some.
some in Western is fine.
In doing that, you guys, just for the case of brevity on this, because we've been missing that for a lot of the session.
Let's do this in real time.
Yes. We'll say the total gold to purchase horses for the whole party. Is
After I haggled. Let's be honest, I would have.
You would have. Go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
You would have.
Even in real time.
Do it, do it.
Anyone.
Yeah.
21. Okay. Yeah, we'll put you at
Whatever.
about. We'll say because you
Me
are
and Travis are soul sisters, man. I'm a mixture of Travis and Keyleth, and really Sam.
down in this area, and you talked to Western, helped them during the Winter's Crest Festival the year before.
I think I am actually the most like Sam, but me and Travis are bleh.
Using that discount, well knowledge there, you managed to procure everyone outfitted horses, including your war horse, for 210 gold.
Got it.
Yes, war horses.
Which is a pretty
Great.
decent discount.
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
real talk. Really.
Yes.
Come on.
All right.
Can I share my map?
You can, yeah.
You made a map.
You drew that just now?
No, I've like forged all of our documents. You are aware of that, right?
yeah.
Like anytime we've needed papers.
Wait, where is West? Oh, there's Western. That's where we are right now. So we have to go.
I
I just
see.
made on your map,
Oh,
Percy.
I see.
Up through the woods into
fine,
like
okay.
mountains. Whitestone is mountains.
But you can handle that.
Yeah, I can handle both.
We're here, and we've got to go here.
Great.
Right.
Let's set out.
So you have two paths. You have the path into the center of the Parchwood Woods that leads up into the valley of these Alabaster Sierras that surround it. That is the direct route to Whitestone. That leads through the main pathway
Where they'll
to
be
the central
expecting.
forest to the front of the city. There's also the Alabaster Sierras.
Was this shopping sequence worse or not as worse as the shopping episode? This was way worse. This was way worse because most people were not with each other. It was all individualized, which I like. Individualization in D&D, like really like siloing in on one person, needs to be handled very sparingly and delicately. Oh, now I need a timer. Like, again, let's think about like the pit fight example with Grog fighting. The thing I didn't like about the pit fights was that everyone else didn't have fuck all to do. They don't need to do something every single turn. Don't get me wrong. But they need to do something probably every like 3 to 4 turns. They need to have like one like thing that they can do, someone that they can talk to. Let's progress these discussions, whatever. Maybe even every 5 turns. Like we can really like lengthen it out. And in the shopping episode, everyone was together. So we could RP during the middle of the shopping to make it a little bit more tolerable. And in this, everyone was so isolated in what they were doing that we were just stuck with like one person role-playing with the DM in succession, which can take so long. And we were talking so much about enchanting shit and crafting shit, which is cool. I like enchanting and crafting shit. I'm super down with that. But if you're wanting quick errands, enchanting and crafting are not them. Unless you get like one thing. So, yeah, I don't know. Travis is such a good spot to the viewers in regards to showing maps to the audience. Such a good spot to the viewers. I don't know that I understand that. Like swallowing a pineapple. And when do you handle things? And when do you handle things you want to do at the table versus between sessions? A lot of times I will handle ideation and like making recipes, let's say, out of session. So talking about like what someone wants to craft, what the goal of it is, like what it does, how much it'll cost, what the effort will be. I'll give all of that to them out of session. And then when we get into session, maybe I'll go through it quickly for the other players, but the person I'm talking to already knows all of that. So we're just rolling checks at that point. They already know the costs, they know the rarities, all of that. So especially when we're talking about that. And I've said before, I'm a menu shopper kind of guy. Like, if they go to a store, or even if they're in a giant city like this, I will give them a series of menus with what they have available to them. And if they want something that is not on the menu, they will either have to craft it, they will have to go and find it, or they will have to special order it, which will be expensive and time-consuming. That is how I roll. Or they have to hire. Well, a lot of times, I find it fun to have them hire another adventuring party. I think that's really fun. But yeah. So in session is very fast comparatively. The players was still engaged with the fight though. I agree, this dude. On the Grog example, I'm using that as a that was still pretty fucking good. The Grog pit fight was still good. Like, I think that Matt ran it well. And so I'm trying to draw the comparison of I criticized that. This was so much worse. This was in a whole other area. But I think that that like that sort of siloing can lead to player disinvestment. I think in the Grog fight, they cared enough about the fight and the story there, and Matt did well enough with the fight description that they were all riveted, sans Orion. But I think if you had someone like Travis that was watching that sort of fight, he could have de-invested a little bit. Like Travis gets bored occasionally when it's, when other people are off doing solo stuff. So I think it's just a risk that you run when you silo people or when you like solo experience. Do you think the shopping experience was so bad that any shopping experience from here on out will be better by comparison? No, SSH. I don't think that. Spot sport. Oh, Travis is such a good sport to the viewers in regards to showing the maps to the audience. Yeah, fair enough. I believe this shopping app scarred Travis from future shopping. Oh, lol.
Themselves, which surround that peninsula that extends into the northern part of the continent. They are very tall, fjord-like, craggy mountain ranges right up against the sea on the edge. They're a little more treacherous, but a little more out of the way and kind of a back route. So you guys choose which route you want to take.
I would prefer not the direct route.
Always go in the back door.
Can you say anything that is just not laced with sexual innuendo?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Mountain ranges are part of my favorite terrain, so we don't get disadvantaged, traveling.
I would prefer taking that direction. I don't want to head straight towards them.
There probably will be mountain giants, though. Remember that throw boulders and they'll be terrible.
The Perchwood forests are dangerous as they are. There's really no safe way.
All right.
Trust Percy, whatever you say.
I do as well.
Percy, you are aware that there have been problems in the past with various mountain-faring giants that lived north of Whitestone that occasionally would wander too far south, and there were certain, but like they mostly kept it themselves, but occasionally they had some crossover and there were some scuffles here and there. Okay, so you guys are deciding to take the Alabaster Sierras.
Yes, and I want to cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone.
Okay. You guys head out from Westerun. It takes about a day's worth of travel. You go ahead and stop in the Terse Fields. It's a small farming community. You ask.
Whoa! What? Oh, because they're in Westerun. Oh my god, I was so confused. Because they teleported to Westerun. Makes way more sense. We're chilling. I was like looking up here and figuring out how they were gonna do that. Okay. So Westrun, they're going to the Terse Fields, and then they're gonna go through Parchwood up through the Alabaster Sierras. Cool. Dope. Zoom enhance.
Around for a bit. Most of the folks there say that they haven't had much trade or communication with Whitestone like they used to. They still provide crops and such, but they don't allow anyone past into the actual forest. They're traded at the boundary of the forest. They still pay gold, but it just seems like a very more enclosed scenario. But very few folks there seem to be questioning it, as business as usual is still left within Terse Fields. Make your way northward to the bottom of the Alabaster Sierras.
Whoa,
and as you begin heading up the outskirts of this mountain range, you do notice that the mountains are extremely high in altitude eventually. Like it's just this perpetual climb at nearly a 40-degree angle as you continue upward further. And the drop off at the edge of the cliff is 1,000, 2,000 feet at times, just straight down into the ocean and rocks below. There are paths worn up here that has been used as travel before, although you're uncertain as to how recently they have been traversed. Occasionally the wind picks up and you kind of have to steer yourself and put yourself against the side. The path, thankfully, is maybe 15, 20, sometimes 30 feet in width. It's not too much where you're being forced against the edge, but it's enough to just be aware of the danger of the circumstance. You guys are heading up, I'd say, about half a day's travel. It's about 2 in the afternoon before the...
I will say, I don't love teleportation travel. And I use that abstractly. Actual teleportation circles, the spell, whatever, super down with. Love it. But just being like, boop, you're there. You traveled for a few days. I don't love. I really, really like working in plot elements on the way. So I'm not working in like random fights. I don't fuck with just like rolling random fights on a table just to elongate travel. Don't fuck with that. But I like to throw in like plot foreshadowing on the way, just stuff to break up the monotony, but still make it feel like we're traveling. I also have done boons and banes out of bowls. If any of you know Z Bashu's strategy for travel montages, I use that. I love that system. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it is the first ever video I made, I think, was about this system. Let me see. Oh, wait, no, view my channel. There we go. If I go to videos, all the way down here. Oh, so almost the first video. Zbashu's best DM tool for D&D. Is towards the end is where I talk about the travel montaging, I think. But I use that a lot because just like I was talking about earlier, I won't go into the whole system. You can watch the video if you want. But that system allows the players to really direct what they want to see on the trail. So basically they have to put in like one good thing and one bad thing into the bucket, and then we draw. And so even the bad thing, if we do draw it, it was something that they were at least interested in or afraid of. So I don't like just this like, and you're there. But also I get the slight sense that we're behind from where Matt wants us to be. And because this is a stream, I feel like they probably have like beats that they have to end the stream on. Otherwise they just don't end the stream. And so I feel like there's that some of that is what is pressing him to really zoom through a lot of this. For the sake of brevity. Yeah. Who does love teleportation? It's so hard as a DM to try and figure out what they're doing. C2, you see more how he makes traveling harder for lower level and quicker for high level. C2 evolution of party travel is chef's kiss. Fuck yeah. I'm down. I really do like the idea of travel. I have a lot of thoughts on it around how to make it interesting, because one of the things that I hate the most about D&D 5e, one of my big gripes, is how little attention the exploration pillar got. I think they did exploration super duper dirty. And so I'm always thinking about like creative ways for players to explore the overworld in like a satisfying way that doesn't get just to be like drudgery and like random fights and just throwing shit at them that they don't care about, while also not being instant. I don't want the entire world to feel like one big city. I want it to feel like if we want to go somewhere, we have to travel there. Like we have to like commit to going somewhere until we get something like teleportation circle or teleport or what have you.
So you can tell through the there are slight outcroppings a few hundred feet down to the bottom, a few bits of stone that jut out from the side, and you can see small nests or bushes that have kind of taken root on those side areas. The rock itself of this mountain range is unusually, unnaturally white. Like the actual rock that forms this entire region is it's almost like a glowing quartz-like texture. There are parts that are almost translucent, some parts that are just a very, very milky white, and you can get, number one, you can now understand as to partially why the area is called Whitestone in the town nearby. And you've heard mention from Percy in the past of the large quarries there that mine the stone for various uses and export it throughout all of Tal'Dorei. That's where a large portion of the town was kind of built around that trade at the very beginning of its construction. Eventually you come to a point where there was a fall-off on the path, where there erosion or some sort of large impact of the side caused the path to fall into a scooped crevasse. That is a smooth fall down the side. There's no way across other than a large sea salt air rotted rope bridge that goes across about 100 feet. And you see it kind of rocking with the wind.
I don't think this looks very stable.
Man, you know what I would give for a flying fucking carpet right now?
So the bridge is just out?
No, the bridge is across. It looks a little rickety. It's not like terrible or frightening, but it's been there for a while, and you can tell from the color of the rope.
How far is it across the?
100 feet.
I'm gonna.
Should I go first, everyone?
I just want to inspect it from an engineering perspective, if that's possible.
Let me make an investigation check.
10.
Okay. Looking at it, I mean the anchors are pretty solid in the stonework. There's no looseness to their element. The rope itself is taut and it seems to have serviced long enough. There are no signs of like extreme wear other than just time and weather.
I'm gonna walk forward.
Wait, I'm gonna tie the fucking rope around your waist before you do that.
Oh, that's quite a good idea.
Siren Ray, jeepers. I start to, I'm gonna use perception. I'm gonna look at it before going out. That is a 23.
Alright. Are you taking your horse with you?
No, I leave my horse with my sister.
Okay, horse is left with
I'm on foot, I'm on all fours, really.
Okay.
Spidering out.
Making your way across, you get halfway across the bridge.
Hold on,
there's the creaking sound, the slight movement as the wind picks up at times, and you kind of like...
So I'm lasting, but can I make... What would I make, like, as an insight check to decide if I thought Grom could make it across this thing?
Investigate.
Make an intelligence check. Just roll and add your intelligence modifier.
It's a 10.
Take that 0 off it, and you got it.
Well done. Best you can tell, Grog looks like a big guy.
This is
looks
fun.
like strong rope.
You
It could
swing
work.
back and forth.
You don't know?
It could
You're
work.
so
Grog, I think you might like this.
How far
fine.
across? How far across
100
is the
feet.
bridge? 100 feet.
Once you're across, let's secure the rope that's attached to you, and we'll make ourselves just a guideline that we can hang on to.
I like
in
it.
case
All right,
anything
he
goes
sounds like a Debbie Downer, Grog, but I'll go across and then you can follow.
Okay, you make the rest of your way across. No issue. The rope bridge carries your weight all the way.
Tie your rope.
All right.
I tie it on the other side.
Is there anything on the other side I could tie it to?
There's a couple of small cliffside trees that kind of grow off in a strange kind of almost like
Rope bridge is a classic challenging path. If you don't know what I'm talking about when I say a challenging path, go watch my stream, How to Make a Map in D&D. I'm doing a lot of self-plugs today. Very weird. Rope bridge is a classic challenging path. I actually talked about this in like episode 3, I think, when they're about to go into the Dwagar war camp. But a unstable rope bridge across a big ass chasm, even if the party can fly, it is still an interesting, challenging path because forcing them to fly inherently puts them in danger. And if you're ahead of that as a DM, you can still make that very interesting with wind gusts, with like a big ass monster that comes out of the crevasse. You know, who knows? You can do all sorts of things to make that challenging and interesting. Maybe lava spouts that come up and they have to fucking dodge them, whatever. And you can see, even when they could fly, a big ass pit with acid at the bottom still fucked them up. So, I mean, this is the classic big-ass crevasse, big-ass pit. Works at all levels. You just have to customize it for your party and the challenge that you want to provide. So, I mean, there's a reason that it has appeared as a crevasse with a bridge twice already in Matt's campaign. And then a big-ass pit has appeared another time. They're just good obstacles. And they are so flexible that you can really flavor them to the flavor of the dungeon to fit the tone of the scene, whatever you're going for. And you can introduce really small things to make the challenge more interesting and to make the challenge more specific. You can add archers to the other side that are, taking them, that are shooting at them as they cross. Something that Percy with the bad news would be able to make quick work of, but no one else would be able to touch. You could add in a severe gusts of wind. This is blowing. They would never be able to keep the magic carpet separate, but somehow the bridge is holding together. Kind of odd, kind of interesting. Why? How is it holding together in all this crazy wind? I don't know why. You could add floating platforms that are going across the crevasse. The stones here are enchanted somehow, and they are, or it's like little Avatar like floating islands that meander across the cliff. Maybe they don't even across the crevasse and go back to the other side. Very like a Legend of Zelda type puzzle where they have to go between these islands. And maybe these islands are fucking like 6 tiles big, enough to have maybe a combat on. So they're jumping between islands over this huge crevice. And now you've actually made jump distance potentially matter. Like the crevice, the chasm is just, it's just such a classic obstacle. It is. You can use it almost anywhere, and it just works.
Twisting bonsai tree-like branches that stick off. They're pretty sturdy.
I use a sailor knot.
Okay.
I use a special ranger knot that's really extra strong.
Secret ranger knot. Well played. All right.
Ranger knot!
Who's up next?
I double knot mine.
Well, we gotta get the
I'll go
horses
next.
across.
Do we? They ain't coming.
They're not coming? Oh,
Bye,
well, I just dimension door
horses.
across the...
Okay.
Jeepers, we won half elf when you're gonna do that.
All right, Oopsie for a second. You can hold on. You make your way across.
Oh, only your size?
You guys are now on the other side. You're holding on to everyone's horses left behind, and now you.
Trinket.
I tie up all the horses to a very large tree.
Are we just going by foot now? Is that what we're doing?
Like it.
Can horses not pass through there? Or
You type maybe so you still on outside.
Other great point is that it might force them to leave horses, carriages, big equipment behind, and potentially make the rest of the journey more grueling unless they use resources to, I don't know, like cast fly on the horses or something, or levitate,
I'm on everybody's. I'm
So
on
it can
the-
be almost like a good filter for like part of the way through a dungeon or part of the way through a journey.
Are you with me still?
Big thumbs up.
I love you.
Sure. Do you want to make it across?
I can climb on him and you guys find him and you have to use one little spell.
If I cast it on him, I'd probably jump on myself because I'm a little bit heavier than you are, darling.
Then do it!
She's haggling you right now.
You can have him afterwards.
No, yeah, you can go and I'll just use the little rope.
It's fine.
Alright.
Proceed.
So you cast fly on trinket.
No, I don't. I don't do shit yet.
Okay, gotcha.
Only for you guys to get across, so if something happens, then I can cast it.
Okay, just protect him.
Yes,
So you get on trinket's back?
No, he hasn't cast it on him yet.
Take your hand back.
So who's going across now?
I am.
Okay, you make it across. Issue, no problem. You're light enough and, able to kind of guide the movement of the
I
bridge.
think I only had one for Tota the other day.
Here's my question. What looks shaky? The connection of the bridge or the actual physical condition of the bridge itself?
The physical condition of the bridge. There's no actual, visible point that is,
bridge.
Yeah.
Alright, just for, bonus added safety, in case this bridge gives way, I'm gonna cast Grasping Vine and kind of have it loop and wrap around the edge of the
Okay.
bridge. Kind of further enforce it.
Great. The vines reach around and wrap around the edges of the actual wood slats and the rope handholds, and it seems to be pretty well held on that side.
Clever.
Okay.
At least that side will be fine.
I mean, the rules lawyer in me is pretty sure that it has to attack a creature, not an object, but fuck it, it's cool.
And then I'll...
No
I'll
issue.
go across.
Oh, okay, that's good too. Cool, make it across that roll.
Who else needs to go across?
Just you and
Me, you, and
Tiberius.
You want me to go first?
No, it's fine. I hop on Trinket and I pet Lucky, now we're friends. And then I hop on Trinket and
Mimic
cast
bridge.
Fly on him and remember how to go across.
Tiny keyboard, you son of a bitch. I love non-chest mimics, and a mimic bridge is such a good fucking idea. It stretches across a chasm that never has had a bridge built across it, and its mouth, and you narrate how the middle of the bridge actually seems to be a little bit more stable. The slats are kind of getting progressively closer together, and its mouth is right in the middle, so when they get to the midpoint, they just fucking drop into its mouth. I don't even know, because you would have to make it thick in the middle somehow. I don't know how you would do that. Maybe you have a chasm that there's a big stone pillar in the middle. And so the bridge looks like two separate bridges with a little, wooden kind of cut across, a little wooden, slat thingy on the stone pillar in the middle. But that is actually where, the mimic's mouth is, hidden in a pit. Like a gelatinous cube in a pit. Oh, I love non-chest mimics. That's such a good idea. Mimic bridge this episode, singing quarter of town last episode. Mega is getting help from chat to build such a diabolical world. Hey, man, you guys are going to have to deal with it.
And then, as we start flowing across, I'm going to cast Telekinesis on Grog and take him with me. Kind of do magic.
Okay.
Concentration spells.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
That should be 12 seconds to get across a bridge, right?
Yeah, that'll be 12 seconds, which will be enough time. So as you're coasting over with Trinket, kind of floating, you turn around and cast Telekinesis Grog. All of a sudden, you lift it up and kind of huddle off. You look down over yourself, waving your hands instinctually, looking down. You can see about a good 600, 700-foot drop before the rock kind of comes to a point, which would probably splinter or crush anyone that fell into it, and then is pushed out into the ocean. So it's a little scary, but you start flailing about as you're being pulled across by Tiberius. Eventually, Trinket comes, lands on the other side safely. You guide Grog over down onto his feet, safe and sound.
Who's left?
No, the horses.
Oh, the horses.
Oh, yeah, what do you want to do with the horses?
We tied him up.
I'm going to dispel the fly, but I'm going to hold the telekinesis for the 10 minutes I can, and on Grog. I'm not going to do anything, I'm just going to keep that spell going.
Okay, cool. Alrighty.
I say a prayer of thanks to the horses who will surely die of starvation.
Nay.
They were tied up in a super grassy area
They'll
with a shit ton of water around
They'll
them.
be eaten by something long before that.
Right.
That's fine.
Alright, so.
Vampire horses.
So what's our plan? What are we doing?
The plan is walk until we get there.
Okay. The path pinches a little bit tighter as you go across by a 10-foot width, and you guys begin pulling across as a sudden large gust of sea air blows in as you guys go ahead and buckle down to hold on. I'd like you all to roll an athletics check.
Are we in the mountains yet?
Yes. We're in the mountains.
So I'm in
Yeah, no,
advantage.
those horses are.
Me too, I can
they're
probably
super
do that.
relaxed
True, yeah.
still. Today.
Yes.
What is this? Athletics. Athletics.
9.
18.
Those horses are actually recurring characters in C2. They're actually, one of the only recurring characters. That's crazy.
19.
10.
11.
23.
All right. As you guys are holding tight, both Scanlan and Vex are trying to grab something. They're holding onto rocks, but before they can get enough weight, they're both so small. The
How many
wind
times passed?
pushes them out.
How many times passed?
This is like 3
minutes?
seconds.
Oh,
a pass since the bridge?
Yeah.
5-6 minutes.
Can I try to catch him? Because I saw the telekinesis going?
You can catch one of them.
Why, Matthew?
Because the spell has to be directed.
Are they flying off a cliff?
It's pounds. They're both being dragged by the wind off the side of the cliff. You see them like grabbing the ground. Vax is just being pulled off the side as Scanlan is actually going to look.
I know Vax can't. I grab Vax.
No, my sister,
I jump and try and grab Vex.
Okay.
Vax.
Make it.
You want to hold me?
I'm Box.
Wait, you're grabbing him? Because if you're grabbing him, I'll grab him.
I'm Vex.
Sorry, no worries.
Oh, okay.
So you grab Vax and hold him in place as you reach out and grab Vax by the arms and pull him back onto it.
Wait, who?
You.
Oh, he grabs me.
I grab her.
He
Rob
grabbed
her.
He reaches over.
Rob grabbed me.
Scanlan's still
You were
flying
fine,
off the cliff?
I know, but he still said he grabbed me.
Okay. Then you're being held aloft now by Tiberius' telekinesis concentrating. Scanlan has fallen out of view.
I'm grasping behind him before he goes out of view.
I thought he said...
Okay. It's alright. Alright, I
On
will
the side
say...
of the cliff.
Go ahead and make an attack roll. With grasping vine.
I can manipulate 1,000 pounds.
You've got me.
Make an attack roll.
What?
Yeah.
It's just to aim the vine as he falls.
19.
19, not a problem. The vine grabs Scanlan and pulls him back and holds on as the wind slowly dies down.
I got back to the cliff.
Right, you guys,
It's like a bungee.
the wind dies down. You guys now begin pushing yourself very close to the edge of this pathway up the side of the seaside cliff.
Challenging path, so much fun and so cool. I love it. I talked a lot of shit on Matt's dungeon design, especially during the Underdark arc, and frankly, I haven't been like overly impressed since, but I have been impressed at Matt's use of challenging paths, which I have not seen used in practically any other setting or like campaign. Like I see them used occasionally, and I see them used sparingly. But I think that Matt uses them incredibly. So just loving it. John sure is copying a lot of people. True, guys, true. Vax, Vox. Yeah, the 6 dwarves. Or the 6 half-elves.
It doesn't seem to deviate much beyond that 10-15 foot width now, which puts you all at general unease. As the sun's getting closer and closer to setting, you're making your way around the crest. You've been traveling this mountain range for a good number of hours now, and you're at a decent height, and you're on foot a good distance inside the Alabaster Sierra mountain range. Perception check, everyone.
Yeah. 5.
4.
Mega's
3,
not
2.
impressed.
25.
26.
29.
25.
I rolled a natural 1 with -2.
Okay.
So
those of you with a higher perception than 20 on this roll, as you're pulling along, you hear this echoing sound, this
Oh no.
in the distance, kind of the wind's carrying it as it's blowing past you.
Does it sound like anything nature-based? Like
Sound like a
that's
rock.
something I could possibly have talked to in the
Is it
past?
something I would know?
You would.
Does it have a
Go
mustache?
ahead and make an intelligence check. You go make an intelligence check.
Oh, yes.
Samuel, that's very cool. That is very, very cool, especially if they're traveling a lot. Like, you, like, having their vehicles, their horses, whatever, if they are traveling around a lot, I would say that I would really compare it to, you know, if they're not traveling around, if they're, you know, really staying in one place like Amon, and they have a stronghold, that stronghold should reflect the party. It should present boons and banes and whatever. But if they're going on frequent excursions and they have these 4 horses, that's a really good point, that they can be really cool narrative comparisons. I've honestly never really thought about it like that. Yeah, showing the gang is used to a rough lifestyle. That's super duper cool. Yeah. That's very dope. I'm going to think about that. It won't be relevant for this BitD, but I do need to think about with BitD maybe working in their hideout description a little bit more. I've left it like really abstract, but like the hideout and the lair is like a core part of their group and their crew. And as that evolves, kind of making it evolve narratively as well could be really, really fun for them. Yeah. Very cool. Very nice. It's all these subscribers gone to his head. That's what we say. I've been shit-talking Matt since day 1, and y'all know that.
25.
It is birdish in nature, but it sounds too guttural and too articulate to be a bird. There is enough of, you notice there's enough of this, like, there's like a language of the chittering that is bird-like, but there is actual voice. You recall that there are various creatures that make the cliffsides home. One of the ones that are more obnoxious, and that some of the earlier traders of Wyvern had problems with making this path for mining, were clusters of harpies.
Fucking
Harpies. Harpies.
Harpies.
They're the opposite of the hoppers, which are good.
What's a harpy?
A harpy is a jerk, stupid butthole who is super loud.
You glance over as you guys have this conversation behind you. You can see in the distance from where you were a couple of these dark shapes like swooping down, and you see a cluster of about 4 or 5 of these harpies just.
Can we find a
diving.
place to maybe settle
Like
down
burrow?
and get some?
Yeah.
Can we
get
stealth?
going?
Stealth.
Actually,
I
wait.
cast Pass Out of
Don't
Trace on
worry,
us.
I can make us all look like cows again.
Oh!
How long is the concentration on Pass Out of Trace? How long can you hold that concentration for?
Up to 1 hour.
Okay.
Where-
It's faded since then.
Where are we against the mountain? Are we still on the mountain edge?
Yeah, you're still like on the path, and you just look back from where you came from.
So we have like a mountain behind our
Yeah,
backs.
sheer cliff that goes up probably another 400
I turn
feet.
around and I cast Move Earth, my 6th level fucker, and I clear out like a cave.
Okay. So as you guys are as you're concentrating on this, eventually Keyleth begins to focus, and over the next minute or so, she begins to push a.
I cast Pass Out of Trace on us now.
Okay. As this is happening, you're watching what's happening. You can see now the harpies have definitely found some sort of prey. They're distracted as they're slowly tearing apart. What you're
God,
gathering
horses.
are the horses you left behind.
Oh, terrible.
I'm saying this on my head.
Yeah. Good news is they're distracted.
What are you gonna do?
Horses saved our lives, guys.
Should we
Horses
keep
saved
going?
our
Should we keep
lives.
going?
Bad news is they're probably not going to be there. when we get
making
to
Hey, man, with teleportation circle, you always have a way home. You don't need the horses for the way back.
Dark, I think we should
camp in this
So
cave.
you're saying there's a chance.
Oh my god.
So over the next few minutes or so, Keyleth, you pushed a good like 10 by 15 foot cavern into the side of this wall that didn't previously exist. You guys are able to step out of the light as the sun's just starting to disappear over the mountain range cliff keep, which you can see in the distance across this channel now. There's like a channel of water between the two.
I go ahead and druid craft a little campfire. Tiberius,
I'm
do
gonna
you
use-
light a fire for us?
Well, I'm gonna use hide in plain sight. I'm gonna see if I can do this. That sort of ability
Yeah.
to kind of camouflage the opening of the cave to where like they wouldn't be able to see it. Sure.
All right, go ahead and make a stealth check.
28.
Okay. You take the next 15 minutes or so finding what nearby pieces of what you can and rocks that have kind of been loosely around the area, and you start setting up this pattern of them that closes off some of the entrance from the smooth opening that Keyleth had created. It takes a little ingenuity because it's just a rock opening and there isn't a whole lot of like brush and things around. But you feel you've managed to masquerade to the point where from a distant eye it would be hard to see that there is an actual cavern there. At this point, though, the sun has set, night has come in, and you guys are sitting within this cavern, hearing just the distant sound of the ocean waves crashing against the bottom of these cliffside coastal fjords.
Me and Tiberius made a fire.
All right, fire is made.
I lit it by spitting on it.
Okay. Tiberius forms a relatively useful and effective campfire within this cave. So, you guys.
Oh, I want to use my holy oil and dip a couple arrows in the holy oil because I know I can make 3 based on what we've done before.
You can, yes. Do be aware the holy oil will only probably last about a day before it eventually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So I'll do that right before.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's one of those things where like if you just dip it now and leave it, eventually over time it'll just either evaporate or drip off of the arrow. So.
Good to know.
While my sister's looking at her shit, I bogart trinket and sort of climb up onto these and like.
Wait, what the hell? It's... We only have like 17 minutes. No, it's gonna happen. It's about to happen.
Sleeping bag and cuddle into his softest warm parts and fall asleep.
Trinket at first kind of half asleep, kind of pushes you away, but then kind of recognizes your scent and lets you
Yanked
do
my
it.
sleeping bag.
Sorry, not sorry.
I'm gonna find a little patch of dust and do a little dust bath real quick.
Okay.
And then I'm going to research. I'm gonna use one of my books of stuffs and start researching liches for just because I want to. That evening.
Okay. I mean,
What book?
what book would you be researching this in?
Token Spirit Guide.
The researcher ability is kind of you can go to places of research and find books.
Oh crap!
You don't really keep like
I'm
a
out of the
tome
place where
of
I can
all
do that.
knowledge with you. So next time you find a town or you're in town, then you can
Or
use that
not
ability to research in advance. But just
Can I find a Token Spirit Guide then?
I asked Grog how he's doing.
On board as shit.
You want to arm wrestle?
No.
No.
Come on, do it, Grog.
Do you want to just punch me for no reason?
You can't beat a
Oh,
girl.
come on.
do you guys all rest for the evening?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we should
Is
take
Percy
watch.
still awake?
Is Percy still awake?
Are you still awake?
I'm still awake. I'm going to fall asleep last, so.
I also stay up with Percy.
Okay.
Who's taking first?
I'll take first watch.
Wake
Alright.
me up when you're tired.
I'm gonna feed Lockheed some treats.
Okay. You guys continue your business for the evening.
I talk to Percy for a second.
Go for it.
Percy, while we're alone for a moment,
Yes.
there's something that's been bothering me and I can't get it out of my head. And I thought I'd talk to you about it. Because I feel... We're friends, right? We're friends? Are we friends?
Sure. I'd like to think so, yes.
We've been through a lot. Been together a while.
It's been a while, yes.
2 years now?
I suppose.
I go invisible and see if I can hear their conversation.
Okay. Go ahead and make perception check.
Perception or stealth or 20. Oh shit.
Okay. You were keeping relatively low and able to overhear the conversation.
You know, you're a very brilliant person, but
Thank you.
I can't help but feel like I'm being watched right now, but that's... Never mind, just forget I said anything. I can't help but feel like there's something...
Yeah, I am scanning it all the wrong ways. I am Sam.
Something else. There's something more to this that you're not telling us. And I didn't really think of anything until when we were having that fight where Tiberius brutally murdered that old woman. And
I've been trying not to think about it.
as you, yeah, me too. But the one thing that I can't get out of my head was something that you said during that fight. And you know, for a long time, I was like, damn, Percy's got really cool one-liners, and he's so smart, and I wish I could have cool one-liners.
I mean, it is on the bingo board that Percy does canonically have cool one-liners, so that's very fair of her to say.
And Grog have really cool one-liners. And then you said, your soul is now forfeit to the person you shot that night. And I thought, wow, that was an interesting one-liner. And then I
did
thought,
say that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, you know, and for some reason, I was the only one who noticed it. And I don't know if that's because I'm just reading into things, if that was just a really awesome but scary and brutal thing to say in the moment, or if there's something deeper that you might be serving.
Honestly, I'll say I've had a number of years thinking about what I would do and what I would say, and how I would go about this. This kind of obsession is not healthy, and I know.
You know, I might call that a Keyleth moral dilemma. It's at least close enough.
That, and it's no way to live. And I'm sure that was something on the list of things I thought I would say. Some attempt to be scary when I met them, as opposed to being scared. I think I was. Again, I don't really remember much because I was so angry. I've never been so angry, and I think I was just trying to sound threatening. And I'd had these dreams before, you know, you don't build anything like this without the knowledge that you're... I'm aware that inventing this thing has been a mistake.
What thing?
I pull out my gun.
Wait, what are you saying? You had knowledge? You didn't build that without inspiration? What do you mean?
I've had thoughts about it, but I didn't really think about what I was doing and what I was going to build until I decided to take my revenge. And I'd never thought about building it because I realized what a dangerous idea it was. And I fear that for the day that comes back to haunt me. I don't know what I'll do, but I don't know, I think I was just trying to say something to be intimidating. I honestly didn't even think I was going to kill him. It just happened.
Can I see if he's lying to me?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
17.
17. Go ahead and roll a d20.
Insight really that good?
Yeah, I'm wise as fuck!
And add your charisma modifier.
Yeah. Adequate, maybe.
Add my charisma modifier? 18.
Best you can tell, he's seeming honest and sharing open-hearted to you. You feel like you've really gotten to the core and truth of what Percy's about.
Well, that settles that.
What? What'd you say?
You feel he's gotten to the core and truth of what Percy's about.
Yeah.
And perhaps your questioning this has upset him, and you kind of feel like maybe you've pushed this a little too far.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I do regret what happened. And I know he was a bad man, but I hope to never lose my temper like that again.
You got to roleplay that shit. He convinced you.
I still really feel like we're being watched. Do you feel that?
Ever since...
She's like, I don't know.
Honestly, I think we both need sleep.
It's really distracting. Yeah. Well, I love you.
I love you too.
I'm this with you to the end.
Thank you.
Let's sleep.
Okay. Guys, through your turns, the evening goes by uneventful. Morning comes to you. You can hear the distant caws of seagulls waking you up as the heat from the morning sun begins to eventually hit this side of the cave. Since you're on the side of the mountain, by the time you wake up, you realize the hour is probably a little bit past noon.
Oh shit.
We overslept. It's so dark in here because of the cave thing.
Okay, so wait, Percy, how much further out are we from Whitestone?
Yeah, how much time have we got left?
You gather you probably have about a day's worth of travel, and you'll be able to make your way down into the ravine from here. You've come up quite a bit of the mountain range.
About another day before we can camp close enough to attack.
Far.
Let's keep
Should we stealth through the mountains just in case they have any kind of lookouts?
Oh, they will have
Will it
lookouts.
matter?
Yes.
Yes.
I cast Pass Without a Trace on us again.
Let's go slower.
And can I? We should be all stealth. Try at least.
Right.
Yes.
Let's keep stealthy.
Okay. You guys gather outside of the cavern and head up, continuing along this path. Eventually, you do notice that the path becomes broken and too steep to continue. It actually falls and tumbles down into this long sliding ravine. There is a slight kind of rock slide trail that you could climb up and over, and it looks like there is a separate ravine or a separation where the two mountains join that could possibly be traversed.
Let's do it.
But continuing on the seaside path is not going to work. This does bring you inward towards not maybe a little further south than you would have wanted to for an optimal backdoor entrance into Whitestone, but it's about your only path.
Have I walked this path before? I never walked this path.
You would have had no reason to walk this path. You've heard about it, you know of like this side of the mountain range, but based on your history, there's no reason you would have come here.
What it takes to get into that back door.
Everyone make a stealth check, by the way, just so we're aware of what your stealth rolls are with the path of trees.
Add 10 to it.
Yep.
10. Oh, well, I got a 40 then.
Okay.
27.
9.
With the 10?
Oh,
Add
19.
19, okay.
32.
32.
27.
37.
That's a pretty good spread. All right.
Hey, look at that, we're twinsies.
So you guys, there's the path. Are you heading up the rock slide trail?
Yes.
Okay. You all one by one begin to climb over the trail, and some rocks kind of tumble and are loose beneath your feet, grasping. You kind of help each other get to the very top.
Where's my mage hand to help me?
That's adorable.
As he looks at the clock. That's adorable.
I grab a rock.
So you all eventually manage to make it over the top of the rock slide trail, and eventually it leads into what is where these two large mountains come together, and there is a small path that leads between it and winds and travels down, where you can see bits of the rock have fallen and crumpled, and there are small boulders and such that just over time and through erosion have tumbled down this ravine to start filling it with occasional chunks of stone. You begin walking through this ravine for another good 45 minutes to an hour, keeping a keen eye out. Okay.
Is this the same ravine?
The eyebrows.
Traveling across?
Basically, you guys have been traveling up the side of the coast. You've now turned inward over the mountain range to head down into the Valley of Whitestone. You are currently just now heading up through the mountain range, inwards towards the
Is this the river? This the river?
There's no river here. It's just stone that comes together for a pathway in between. This is where two large peaks of the mountains basically come to join at the bottom.
Okay, so we're not at the river.
I shall name this
No,
path.
the river is actually inside the valley into the south of Whitestone. So
it's cool.
So pressing down, I would like you all to roll a perception check.
Jesus.
1.
Oh, natural 20!
Natural 20! Yay!
1, 20, 20.
16.
14.
16.
Okay. As all of you guys are trudging forward, both
Give me something.
Vex and Vax, you kind of
Give me violence. Give me someone I can threaten. Give me some. I think he was pretty tuned in. I honestly think Travis was pretty tuned in during the conversation with Assume. He's just not into like the crafting and shopping. Like, I think he was like even relatively tuned in during like the traversal over the cavern, but it's just like, we made it. Now we're back to doing nothing. Nat 1 and 20 rolled in a row. Oh, was it? Hell yeah. Wait, was it? Because that's a bingo if it was SSH. Was it? Nat 20. I heard Nat 20. No, wait, that's Mage Hand to help.
Okay.
The shopping broke his spirit.
Is this the same ravine?
The eyebrows.
Traveling across?
Basically, you guys have been traveling up the side of the coast. You've now turned inward over the mountain range to head down into the Valley of Whitestone. You are currently just now heading up through the mountain range, inwards towards the
Is this the river? Is the river?
There's no.
Okay, so we're not at the river.
I shall name this
No,
path.
the river is actually inside the valley into the south of Whitestone. So
it's cool.
So pressing down, I would like you all to roll a perception check.
Jesus.
Let's see.
1.
Oh, natural.
Oh, 1 and 1 and 20 and 20. That's double Nat 1s and Nat 20s.
Natural 20!
Natural 20! Yay!
1, 20, 20.
16.
14.
16. Okay.
Nice.
And
that's bingo for us. Let's go. Woo! We got a bingo.
you guys are trudging forward, both Vex and Vax, you kind of hear this slight noise of a couple rock.
What could happen? Guys, we have like 6 minutes. What could happen? Like, this was a bad episode, but like... But is this it? This can't be it. But we only have like 6 minutes. I'm stressed. Bug, I need help. Can you remove Ashley-related 2 cells in the bingo card for next episode? We have decided that if there is a bingo square that references someone who is not here for whatever reason, they will basically count as like half squares. So if, getting them would have gotten the win, then we'll consider it a half bingo. But that's just part of the game, baby, that they may or may not be here. Because otherwise, the issue with it, when we first started doing bingo, I had to like almost pre-watch a little bit to like figure out who in the cast was going to be there. So like I had to like look ahead a little bit, and I almost spoilered, I think it was Kate, their artist, being in that episode that she was in. So I'm just saying, if it's on there, it's on there. And that's just them's the breaks. When you piss off your siblings so you start cracking more jokes so they aren't as mad when mom gets home? That's the Tibbs feel so far. Yeah, a bit. I mean, I don't know that at all because I don't have a sibling, but I can imagine. I can picture it. Just wait till he starts slinging racial slurs. God, that's what it feels like must happen. I can't imagine he starts stabbing the trinket stuffed animal. So what sort of behavior do you want Orion to fix by next episode? I don't even know, dude. I'm so nervous for the last couple minutes. We'll see. We'll talk about it afterwards. John, no spoilers. No sibling Sag. I was fine with being an only child. I guess I have stepsisters, and they're cool. It's not like I don't like them, but they're we never lived together. My dad and my stepmom got married when I was 18 or 19. I was out of the house already. So, they're cool, but they're not sisters. Even I feel like a lot of stepsisters, I feel like if you live together in the same house, that's very different. To me, they're more like cousins. But yeah, I don't know. I like being an only child. Apparently I didn't when I was really young. I always asked my parents for a sibling, and then they got divorced, and I stopped asking. But no, growing up an only child was cool otherwise.
Another Vin behind you. Both turn and look.
Your ears twitching.
And for a split second, you swear you see between some of the rocks and paths of jagged stone that mark the walls of this ravine. You see a quick blur of blue that vanishes behind a higher platform above you.
Smurfs.
Blur of blue?
What is it?
Everybody should drink.
A large blur of blue disappear behind one of the outcroppings that's kind of blocking your view higher up the ravine.
I cast Stone Skin.
Okay.
Stealth.
You know what? Hey, thank God he did it before initiative is rolled. Good job, Orion. That's improvement.
As
fasten my cloak of displacement.
And I
you guys prepare for a second, and as you're all paying attention, you guys also see another shift of blue go across the way. And this time you see it's something large and blue that moves across the stone and goes into a small cavern. It looks about 25 feet up on the way. That's just past your visual range from this low in the ravine.
Do we have any kind of visual on what it could be?
It moved very quickly, and for a split second, you could see it appeared to be... The way it moved was almost serpentine, and vanished inside. You swear you saw limbs, though. It wasn't a giant snake. There was something attached to it.
I look at Keelan.
What?
And I whisper, but for sake of microphones. Yeah. Do you know of a creature that's blue and fast and is kind of snaky but has arms and legs?
Let me think about it for a second. Do I know a creature that's blue and snaky?
It sounds like basilisks, but they're too slow.
Super fast.
What did you roll?
I don't know. It's 24.
It could be an ogre as well.
Yes.
You've heard of various, lizard-like creatures that can grow to large sizes. Usually those fall into the realm of dragons and such. The color blue, though, is uncommon unless it were a blue dragon. However, the motion of this creature does not seem to necessarily be the territory of a blue dragon. You're hard to point exactly what this is, but you do know it's probably something in the serpentine type magical realm.
I heard them describe it, but I know it from the description, just from my local knowledge.
Go ahead and make a history check.
The blue thing's weird. The blue thing is what's throwing me.
9.
Unfortunately, nothing of this type has come across here. If it has, it's been too long and you've forgotten it. There are a number of dangerous things that exist in these mountains.
Really good idea. Wait.
Grog.
Wait, yes.
Grog. Call them out.
No. Grog, pick up something really heavy and Throw it as far as you can.
I go over and I grab Scanlan.
No! Look at how instant he was just like, wait, I get to do something?
A boulder. Something
I
not
put
living.
Scanlan down. Okay. I find a large rock.
Really far.
Let's tumble down, maybe.
Really
Yeah,
far.
there's like they're easy to find. There's like some that are this big, some that are larger. They're really heavy.
And I like discus the thing and.
And everybody duck down.
Athletics
As
check.
quiet as possible.
Throw it. Hell yeah.
That was great.
Woo!
24.
Nice.
Whoosh, you release the rock.
Grog does have a comedic misunderstanding. That's
Skids to a halt. As that does, you'd see suddenly over the course, something very quickly moves, and it's a head. It's a snout. You see, it's probably a good 6-7 foot wide. A giant lizard-like toothy jaw. Blue scales against it with large kind of horned ridges across the back of its head, and its claws on the edge. Looks down at the rest of you. Rears back.
It saw us?
It saw us?
Didn't see
But-
me.
Well, of course it's sauce.
We're 37 stealth, yo! It saw us! Holy.
But it didn't seem to give a shit?
It just withdrew over the edge of the.
Should we run? We can
No, we just
proceed.
move really fast away from it.
All right, let's
I can cast anti-life shell on us, and we can just haul ass really fast.
Will
Do
it
it.
move with us, your shell?
Yeah, as long as you stay close to me.
with her.
Yeah, it moves with me. We're in a group.
Yeah, fuck this thing. Let's just get out of there.
Okay, I cast anti-life shell. Stay close.
Okay.
Okay.
We're all like running under a little umbrella.
Finish the spell as the sphere appears, at which point you now see a large blue blur dart off of the cliffside in the air and skidding right in the front of you guys, blocking off the side of the ravine you guys are running towards. You can now see it. A huge, elongated serpentine body covered in blue scales and horns. You can see what looks to be 6 to 8 arms and a series of legs all across its long, snake-like torso. As it looks and snarls at you all. You see
It's over here. Oh, I put it together at the last second. Okay.
sparks of energy, like electricity.
No.
I love
like
it.
Jaw.
Salamander?
That's where we're gonna end.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
You can't do that.
I can, because it's 10.
That's all? Is it in the post-credit scene? Is it a Marvel like post-credits that gets him kicked off, or was this not the episode? Were y'all fucking lying to me? Ah! Oh my god, I'm sweating. Why would you do that? I knew it. I was like, they might be gaslighting me. They might be, but I didn't. I didn't think you were. Oh, this feels worse than any blue ball. Oh no. All will be explained in Super Geek Mike's videos. You miss Samuel Jackson's cameo. I think he's ending more on time than anyone else. The shopping took so long. Watch the things afterwards before we say anything. Yeah. That's true. That's so true. That's so true. You're so right. It's so true. 27:42 is what we're looking for. Okay.
30.
No, it's not. It's like 8:45.
We can keep going if you guys want to stay longer. It's Thursday night.
Comic-Con.
Highlights tomorrow to be New York Comic Con.
I was gonna name.
I'm coming in with my laptop before you continue.
Who's that guy?
But to give you a little perspective, that is what essentially.
Oh, what the hell?
Dragon.
What the fuck?
No, that's a.
It's got so many arms.
That's Kobold.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that.
Oh yeah. Guys, have fun in New York.
Hey,
Yeah, come and see us.
Come see us in New York.
Yeah, come see us Saturday. Come see us
Be
Sunday.
there tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
At the Wikia stage or at Forbidden Planet?
Yeah, either or.
Sweet. Do it. Go see them.
Forbidden Planet. Sunday.
Okay, so we have some donations to get through.
Alrighty.
And then after donations, we're going to play some videos of fan art that's been sent.
Okay. So 33, 33, 35. 333, 35 is the important bit. 33, 35. Right here. Okay.
And a single entity group that's ever given them that amount.
That's inspiring, man.
And the total for Los Angeles last year was just over 100,000, so we're
113,000.
probably going to pass that, which is
Awesome.
amazing.
We're boss.
Who knows why this is happening?
76,000.
Who knows why this is happening, but it's happening, and thank you for watching, and thank you for giving, and that is an amazing cause to give to. Congratulations.
Really, guys, sincerely, thank you all so much. Well, anything else before we sign off?
I have one more errand to just do.
No.
Okay.
I
want to buy.
I've got things to buy at New York Comic Con. I'm going to buy myself a new
You
T-shirt.
can do all the errands you want at your
I want
Comic
to buy
Con.
some cow
So many
chops.
dice.
I'm going to buy a yellow T-shirt.
There you go.
Dice.
All right, guys, we shall return next week, starting with that fight, that battle, and the party's descent into Whitestone to face off against the Briarwoods.
Ascent to victory.
Briarwoods! Woo! Descent into the valley.
Oh god.
We shall see.
guys.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Hope
I'm so
you're
excited.
too. It's gonna be fun. All right, guys.
What? You guys are fucking with me, right? I have to know. You guys are fucking with me.
Hello, everyone.
No.
And welcome everybody to Critical Role.
What? So it must have just been my old, because like I thought it was going to be something so much worse, but it must have just been that they have talked to him about his antics, and like that was just like an especially bad one after so long of them talking to him, because they did seem all really pissed off and really annoyed, and the Bahir was probably supposed to be this session. So, like, not only was he being annoying and spotlight hogging, but he derailed the entire session. Or maybe it wasn't, and they just wanted to get to the reveal. Like, maybe they had to skip over a whole ass quest. That's crazy. Oh, no, Serial, you got... Wait, why did Nightbot for stop spamming caps? Why did it delete the one before that? That's weird. Why are you surprised you had a counter? I mean, I know I had a counter. 177. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There are 177 things that led up to this. It's just, I thought it would be, I don't know. I just thought it would be more. I thought something more would happen. The Chubb thing was weird. The Chubb thing was terrible. This session, he was really terrible. But I guess it's just death by 1,000 cuts. That's so crazy. It's almost so thematic that he just goes out on a whimper. Oh, God. Everyone say goodbye. Well, boys, we didn't get it to 200. That's so crazy. Goodbye, OAC. We'll miss you. In 2 days, he's in NYC with the cast for an NYC Comic-Con Q&A. Whoa. Then next up, he's missing for his birthday. What do you think it was that got him kicked? Can we add an extra 23 dings for the Chubb comment? We can add a spiritual 200 for him annoying me that he didn't even go out in a super traumatic and controversial way. We can give him a spiritual extra 23. That's so crazy. There are also a lot of personal things and issues that I'm sure were not, that we are not sure about behind the scenes. I have to imagine. Also, Alphonse, I think that's... Are you a first-time chatter? I don't know. If you are, welcome. If you're a second-time chatter, fuck you. You only get one hello. You've tricked me. You haven't. My memory's tricked me. Welcome. But that's so wild. That's so they don't even address it on stream. They just tweet. 2 days before episode 30, they tweet out that Orion has parted ways with GNS and CR. Oh my God. I assume Orion stream. You don't kick someone out because of one thing. It's so true. It was likely that they talked about it behind the scene before this episode. I honestly thought that I was waiting for another Vax Arrow moment. Like, I think that the singular worst moment of him on stream, where I was like, wow, that was so terrible, was him telekinesising the arrow. into Vex's arrow into the hole. I thought it was going to be something like that, where it wasn't something like, you know, I didn't think he was gonna start, you know, slinging slurs at the end, or that like he was gonna like fuck up like the fireball thing on set. Like I didn't think it was gonna be like call the police traumatic, but I thought it was going to be like a very clear like final big moment. That's so crazy. Just so you know, this episode is so bad within the community that people outright skip it. I've only seen it one time prior. This episode is notorious in the community. It was really bad, but I don't know that it was that. I mean, there have been others on par, I think. That's crazy. I have a link to the Reddit thread that has a huge compiled list of what he did off and on screen. Oh, interesting. You can see how this departure led to a ton of online discussion and conjecture. Yeah. With it, like, with it not being addressed outside of a tweet? I feel like there must have been my inkling, and this is pure conjecture. I feel like they must have had, like, a really serious sit-down, like, escalation of their conversations backstage. And I feel like that must have gone really badly. Like, I feel like that conversation must have just devolved. Because I can't imagine if he was willing to, like, really commit to fixing this, I can't imagine that would have put him out. That's so crazy. That's so wild. Oh, man. Congrats, one and all. We survived. That's, yeah. Whew. I am a 5-second skip Andy, and that's the only way I could stand this up. John, we should save that for after the SGM reactions. We could. I mean, I can just not look at it. Yeah, we could watch the Super Geek Mike stuff first. The half chub is what I said was the moment, IMO, because of the sexual nature, but you're right that the telekinesis on the arrow was also bad. I mean, and this is part of the thing, right? I've always said with the Scanlan and Pike stuff, is it really depends on how the vibes are backscene or like outside of the game. If Laura was like, if the vibes were bad on that comment could be taken really badly. Even though like, I don't think it was, I don't want to say it was like benign or banal, but it was like, I think it was on the level of other stuff that has been said on screen. But someone made a great point that all of the other comments of sexual natures have been directed primarily towards NPCs. They've really, really rarely been directed at other players. And he made the weird Keyleth advances 2 episodes ago. And then he made this like half-chub comment to Laura like right afterwards. And I can especially see like if the vibes were not good between, you know, Marisha, Laura, and him after all that could have been a really solid, not solid reason, but like that could have been a big trigger towards kicking him out. Whoa. Yeah, currently the thought is that it's mainly out-of-game things that seem to have motivated this. I can see this really triggering, like, really, because even I said it halfway through the episode. Like, John asked me, how would I handle this? Or maybe it was Serial. But one of them asked me, how would I handle a player like this? Have I ever had to kick a player out? And I was like, I would talk to them. I would continue to talk to them out of game at the table. And if the conversations out of table like really devolve and get really like bad and mean and personal, I can really see how that can just lead to them leaving. Because, I mean, that is a realistic outcome of, like, you talk to a person about their behavior and they don't want to change the behavior. And you say, look, man, like, this is a 7-person collaborative thing and 6 of the 7 have a problem with your behavior. You either need to change it or go. And they might choose to go. They might just say, I'm not gonna change. It's not even allowed to discuss him It's not even allowed to discuss about him on the subreddit? Really? Yeah, they might have banned discussion afterwards. That's wild. This is considered the worst episode in CR history. Wow. I mean, I can see that. Like, really taking it all in. Honestly, it might be because we just came off of Critical Trolls. If we had come off a normal CR episode before this, I might have a much worse opinion on it, honestly. But considering it in isolation, I can definitely see that and potentially agree with it. That is wild. Wow. Let's watch Orion's shopping montage again to really digest it. Welcome to the real start of CR. You have finally arrived at CR. Let's go. I finally arrived at the Legend of Vox Machina because I know Tiberius isn't in that. Oh, man. Oh, he put out his own vid on the situation. It's since been lost to time. Really? Oh, I would love to see that. I would be so interested to see what he has to say. Not from like the, I want to hear both sides, like sort of thing. I get why he was kicked off. I don't need both sides of the story, but I would love to hear what he thought he was doing. Like, I want to know what he thought he was like, you know? Like, I'm so fascinated to be like, does he like say that they're like putting it, like blowing it out of proportion? Like, what does he focus on? What does he not? That would be so telling. Oh, I want to know. Although I'm a YouTuber apology fanatic. I love YouTuber apologies. I'll watch apologies about people. I don't know the situation. I don't care about them. I don't know them. I love YouTuber apologies. They're popcorn to me. Oh, apparently in real time people were very surprised. In hindsight, it's more obvious. Yeah, I can definitely see that. That would be wild for him to do something so bad on stream and keep the VOD up. Yeah, I suppose. Again, I thought it was going to be a Laura telekinesis punch situation. I thought it was going to be like something, especially like this episode, like kind of, you know, thinking that it was this one going into it. I thought it was going to be something with Percy's backstory. Like, I thought he was going to, like, kill someone that Percy wanted to keep alive. Or, like, he was going to, like, purposely, like, fuck with Percy or, like, insult him about his backstory. Like, tell him to, like, stop being such a wimp or something. Like, that's the sort of tone I was expecting, where it was, like, something that is maybe okay at, like, a very specific type and tone of table, but that is really bad behavior at most tables. That's the sort of thing I was expecting. But still, I mean, it was still very bad. Don't get me wrong. Welcome to Critical Role Campaign 1. But it made sense. Sam made half-chub jokes prior to this, but because his character is a joke, it lands different. Yeah, like Orion is constantly asking to be taken serious. And I've told you guys, one of my problems with Scanlan is that I can't take him serious because he's such a joke. But, like, that is what he's established. Scanlan is a joke. And, like, that's fine. I don't like it because, like, I think it makes it hard to ever even potentially take Scanlan seriously. And I think the few times that Sam has delivered interesting or cool monologues in Scanlan, I don't think they hit as hard because I have trouble taking Scanlan seriously. But on the flip side of that, Orion is constantly asking for us to take him seriously. He is constantly being serious and being strategic and whatever. He is not making those random jokes. That's why when he made the Chubb comment, I was like, that is so weird. Like, if it had come from someone else, maybe I could have seen it as a joke. If it had come from Scanlan towards Vex, it would have been weird. But it would have been less, like, egregiously awful weird. Yeah, I don't know. Orion Oh wait. Orion tried to mimic it, but didn't understand how it was doing different. Oh God, I'm losing chat. I gotta go faster. Tibbs towards Allura was always weird too. It was weird in the same way I think of Scanlan and Kima or Scanlan and Pike, which I agree, all weird. But yeah, it was Cyril. In regards to comments about who he made comments towards that were inappropriate, Laura and Marisha, both their boyfriends and husbands are at the table. Yeah, surely that makes things incredibly more awkward. We fucking saw Travis's reaction and Matt's reaction. I mean, it's hard to see Matt's reaction. And normally, you guys know, I try to back off too much speculating on, like, what are the other people at the table thinking? Unless it's, like, very obvious. And I think Travis's was pretty fucking obvious that time. At how, like, weird he found it and how, like, not cool it was. I may be totally wrong, but also isn't this around the time Matt and Marisha had started becoming romantically involved, around the time Orion was making awkward comments to Keyleth Marisha? I think they were already romantically involved. I think they're already there. I mean, their boyfriend and girlfriend, I know they're not, like, you know, fiancé or married, but yeah. Ugh. I think he also tried to get the fans to bring him back on the show. Oh, that's cringe. Ugh. They've been dating for years. Yeah. Now you know why I said you had to react to Critical Trolls when you did, because it would have been weird to go back to watching a one-shot featuring Orion. I never could have watched it. You're so right. I never could have watched Critical Trolls after it, like, seeing Orion there, especially Quaalude Orion. It had to fit in a very specific window. Can I bring up Draconian Knights now? Yeah. People have let Draconian Knights slip. That one has slipped through, which is so interesting. And I almost want to see like a breakdown of it. Like, I don't want to watch an actual episode, partially out of, like, you know, kind of not wanting to support. But I'd really love to watch, like, a summary of it, or like a review to, like, see what someone else thought of it. That'd be very interesting. Some of what you're wanting is brought up in SGM vids. Ooh, exciting. I'm so excited for the SGM vids. He gave a very corporate, separate ways thing. Oh. The irony of TMing his own character stuff, though, and then all of the CR products coming out, he himself put the nail in the coffin of Tibbs never reappearing. 1,000%, yeah. Or trying to do whatever he may think about. Yeah. I mean, like, it is so possible that Tibbs could have reappeared, that he could have come back, but yeah. Whoa. That's so weird. Does anyone in the chat room know when Orion yelled at a person selling Tibbs merch? What? One of the earliest things he does in Draconian Knights is to enhance his magic items to what he wanted them to have in a scripted radio-esque show. Dude, that's so crazy. That's so wild. To just be like, well, Matt wouldn't give it to me, so I'll just have it now. That's so wild. I believe before this episode and the rest of the cast had to speak to him, tell him off, and apologize to the person. Whoa. He wanted a specific hero superhero narrative throughout, and wouldn't even let the dice tell him he wasn't half the time. He wanted an interactive book, not a D&D campaign. I mean, frankly, there are systems that allow for that. If you guys aren't aware of the system, City of Mist, it's an incredible system that is specifically built for that exact sort of thing. Like, you can have these sorts of deals. You can have head-to-heads. Like, me and my wife have played head-to-heads before where it's like one DM, one player, and they get to be the fucking hero. Like, there are ways to go about this. It's just, like, not the table, man. And I speculated on it before, and I'll probably talk more about it in my autopsy, but, like, I don't know what could have changed so fundamentally about the table between their at-home games, because they played together for 2 years. And then they're, you know, out by episode 27. Like, I wonder if he was just very different on camera. Like, if he was, like, more entertainer man in, like, a bad way. I know that he streams, so maybe that was part of it. Like, frankly, I'm sure that if I ever play D&D, actually, I don't even need to wonder. I know when I'm playing D&D at a home game versus the one shot that I ran with Dice Brain, I was different. I don't think I was worse. I don't think that like I was like a huge shithead in Dice Brain's video. I had a ton of fun there, and I think he had fun playing with me. But I guess like his entertainer brain just took over in like a really bad and toxic way. I don't know. Because it's so weird that they would have played with him for 2 years. Like and when I say it's so weird, I don't want to say like I think that they're blowing it out of proportion now. Like I think that something changed with him in order to like make this mental shift. That's wild. The topic I had my tongue mostly on, Orion ultimately couldn't shake the DM versus player mentality. That's fair. I can definitely see that. Not even just DM versus player, he had a PvP mentality with counterspelling fellow PCs and stuff like casting silence on Scanlan to shut up an argument and trying to steal and trade magic items. Like, yeah, it was very, very aggressive play. The merch thing was a fan making and selling a shirt with Tibbs on it, and Ryan blew up at them on Twitter and said something along the lines of, they're kicked out of the fandom? What the fuck? That's crazy, dude. I already know I want to be a streamer. I want to be a content creator, but part of content creation is that I want to focus on is streaming. I know that with the sheer amount of hours I will stream, someone will eventually, I will eventually stream when I'm having a bad day, and, like, I will say something that I later regret. I'm sure. Like, I think that it is inevitable if I plan on streaming consistently for the next 5+ years, 10+ years, right? Just the sheer amount of hours, statistically, it'll happen. I cannot imagine getting on a show and potentially like fucking up, like he is. And then also getting on Twitter to then be more of a public person. I don't get Twitter personally, or X, or what the fuck ever. I am not like a social media guy. If I ever start a Twitter, X, Facebook, whatever, it will be purely promotional. The only other place I will interact is in very private forums. I mean, private, in the Discord. Like, that's the only other place you'll catch me. And, like, even there, I said it to someone the other day when they were like, oh, it's, like, a bit quiet in here. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of a lurker. Like, I'm not a big social media head. I will never understand blowing up and yelling at someone on social media. And that's not like a higher road thing. Like, I've had my share of internet arguments, especially when I was younger and social media was newer. But as an adult that has a career that could be fucked by whatever you say, like, I don't get, especially as like an entertainer, like someone who needs people to like them as part of their job. I cannot imagine going and just yelling at someone on Twitter. I can't. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's insane, man. It's ludicrous. I'm right because I'm stronger is a cool way to not have friends. Yeah. I'm right because I'm stronger, more popular, more clouded, whatever. It's fucking toxic, dude. Well, he did try to steal Percy's idea, and he tried to usurp Percy's story by playing the Draconia army card. That is true, SSH. That's not a bad point about, like, usurping Percy. I guess I expected it to be more sort of singular. I expected it to be a little bit more of a flashpoint, kind of like the thing, but it really was a death by 1,000 cuts. Like, the half jump was almost that flashpoint, and then it was backdropped by his terrible shopping experience and all of, like, the stealing Percy shit and all that. So it was kind of a combination of the two, yeah. Travis contacted the fan to let them know it's all good. That's good. I'm glad. I think the term Orion used was, you are uncrittered. Wild. Man. Since the cat is out of the bag about Orion, you mentioned you were going to do an autopsy. Can you describe what that is? Yeah. I'm going to do a video, or not a video, a stream, similar to Super Geek Mike's. I haven't decided, because I've really been thinking about it. I haven't decided if I want to do my autopsy before Super Geek Mike's Why We Need to Talk About Tiberius, or after. I've been really debating it in my head. I think I want to do like kind of like a quick final thoughts, and then I think I might combine it into one. I think that like watching Super Geek Mike's video might be like part of the autopsy. So like I'll do like the beginning, like my really initial thoughts, try to concise it down to like a 30-minute type deal, and then we'll watch Super Geek Mike's video, and then maybe I'll be pausing constantly to give more and more thoughts. And then I'll give afterthoughts, and then we can like go and watch the other one, the second Tiberius video. I think maybe that's what I'm thinking, although I have to think about the ordering a little bit. I'll have to think about it before Wednesday. But yeah, I've been going back and forth on the ordering a lot. Also, I'd say that Orion let the fame get to him. Fair enough. Yeah. The Draconian Knight was not all bad, I think, but after everything that came out, it turned a lot of folks off. I can imagine. I mean, I've heard, it was presented like a radio show, which is like an interesting format idea. But yeah, when you've got such a bad taste, it's hard to come back. I truly believe Orion knew what CR was going to become before anyone else, and that power corrupted him with people buying him things. That's fair. Like people buying him the fucking jacket. Or the vest or whatever. Yeah, that's a really good point. That maybe he kind of saw the forest a little bit through the trees when everyone was still kind of stuck in the mud. It's very possible. Damn, uncrittered. Someone on Reddit about the half-chub Lamau. Yeah, he let the fame get to him in the worst ways. Yeah. Recall when they first announced shirts and they sell out before the ad pitch is over? He already knew it was going to happen, so he knew what they had before anyone else. Yeah. I think he took down Draconian Knights. I think he got high on the fame and had a lot of personal off-camera issues. Yeah. Like, I hate the Beatles or I hate Gilmore and his Glorious Goods. Yeah, those are going to be the things that really get me canceled. Those are going to be the ones. No, I'm sure, like realistically thinking about, like, what I might do, like, I could see myself, again, really bad day, whatever. I could see myself snapping at someone in chat and people being like, hey, that was a dick move. Kind of like, Matt did or whatever. I can't see myself saying something that actually gets me canceled. But yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Mega, you were so let down that there wasn't a huge event that led to him being kicked off. I was. It's weird because I think the reason that I wanted there to be a big event so bad was because it would give me closure, right? Like, with this situation, where my mind goes is that it all happened off cam. Like, it happened off cam, and it was in their discussions about his on-cam behavior, and he probably could have fixed things, but he didn't. And I want to know how those conversations went, but we just never will. And so I think the reason I want it to be on camera so bad is because it would give us closure and, like, understanding around the details. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard. Yeah. Something changes to make his mental shift. It's worth knowing that Matt and the table itself changed to be more accommodating towards stream. Certainly. They certainly did, which I think I called out closer to the beginning of when this started happening of, like, I think that they must have changed a lot of how they ran the game, which, like, you fundamentally would have to. But probably the tone shifted a lot and everyone else shifted with it and he just couldn't. Also, I'm trademarking Tibbs as his property. Now Critical Role is $1 million company. Yeah, woof. Their original name was The Shits instead of Vox Machina, and everyone at the table evolved. Yeah. Ryan didn't shift, though, or he did, but he did it poorly, or he wasn't able to. And I think that's actually part of my problem is, like, the lack of closure. I very much understand why people aren't out there talking about it. Like, I very much get it. But it's hard to know. I want to know exactly, like, what the eventual problem was. We can only, we can look at it in a lot of detail, but we can only speculate to some degree. Also, I'm trademark. Oh, yeah. Shopping at all the shops for the mirrors was so odd. It's like he thought he was smarter than Matt and was hacking the system to get the death ray to work. I think that is ultimately one of the challenges is, you know what? I think I'll address it in my autopsy. I have a few points I want to hit, but that is definitely one of them. Yeah. Do you have any more sources besides Super Geek Mike's video? Is it cool if I sent you a Discord link with all the details? Yeah, sure. Yeah, totally. The main one that I was planning on watching was Super Geek Mike's, and he's the only one that I have permission to watch. I don't feel bad about watching Geek and Sundry, the 2.3 million subscriber channel. I don't feel bad about watching their stuff without permission, but like Super Geek Mike is hugely bigger than me, but he's still, in like the 30,000 subscriber range. So like I reached out to him. If he did not give me explicit permission, I wouldn't have watched his video, or I wouldn't be watching it. So if it's somewhere around like the Super Geek Mike level of subscribers, I will reach out to them. So it might not be, ready by Wednesday, or it might just not happen at all. If they say no, because if they say no, it's off the table. Shopping from here is an actual term at my table for describing wanting to cover something quickly, like doing quick shopping instead of RPing it out. That's so funny. I'm pretty sure the SGM videos don't have spoilers, but I'll check them tomorrow. Sick. Very cool. Spoilers for future C1 arcs because I know one of his videos has that. Gotcha. Okay. I think I asked him about it at one point, but that also might have been, we might have been talking about the demystified videos. Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, sounds good. Mega expected so much hype for Orion leaving. I did. I expected it. I expected it to be a thing, and for like next episode for them to be like, Orion Akaba is no longer with the company. We wish him well on his future endeavors, but it just wasn't a good fit. And like I expected to be reading the chat as it just goes. I don't know. Yeah. It's man. Yeah, big brain on John. Yeah. The cast asked the fans not to talk about it, more or less. That's fair. I mean, that's very fair. I can imagine it would be very uncomfortable for them, for the fans to be talking about it. Make sure whatever you send Mega doesn't spoil anything else from C1. That is true. So yeah, Serial, if you do send another thing, try to pre-check it for spoilers. If you can't, it's okay. I have other people that have seen CR in my personal life that I could ask about it. I don't I don't need you guys to do all my work for me. But yeah, I think, and I've talked about it before, the spoiler thing is hard. It's like, I want to try to avoid them as much as I can because I do think that is one of the sort of unique shticks about the scene is that I don't pre-watch. I don't know anything else. I told everyone the only thing I knew about CR, all of CR into C2, was that there was a vampire hunt arc. That's all I knew. So we're in it, and this will be the end of my CR knowledge. So we try to avoid spoilers, but also I assume folks are acting in good faith. Like, I assume that folks aren't trying to spoil it if they know about the spoilers, the no spoilers thing. So, it's not like you're not gonna get timed out, you're not gonna get banned or anything. Like, it's not like, there's no like hard rules. It's just trying to preserve part of the cool factor about the stream. I rewatched the second one like a month ago, and there's no spoilers. There's a couple of times it seems like he might spoil something, but he never does. Interesting. Okay. All right. That's cool. That's cool. Maybe the CR spoilers channel was popping off tonight. I can imagine. Ooh, boy, I can imagine. It's going to be so crazy to, like, look back, like, after, like, C1 and just, like, count the messages. Like, I'll be so curious. I bet that the CR spoilers channel will have more messages than all of the other channels combined. I bet it already does. I've never gone in there and checked. We've been waiting months for this. You have. Very patiently. Oh, man. Well, that was crazy. I will, I think I will leave all of that to the autopsy. We'll be doing something on Wednesday. We'll either be doing, like, a full stream that is just talking about Orion, or probably more likely it'll be a combination of what I kind of normally do for a CR stream, where I give, like, you know, my takeaway at the beginning, then we watch something, and then I, you know, talk at the end. But with probably Super Geek Mike's video. So I think that's probably what'll happen on Wednesday, but we will see. We'll see. It may or may not be. I don't know. I'm not confident yet. You shouldn't go in after C1 because there might be C2 or C3. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Fair enough. Yep. All right, C1 gets good now. Let's get in. And you know what? If you guys, especially the new folks, if you're going in and watching from episode 1, you will know one of my main issues was the player count. Now that we're down to 6, that's like approaching a reasonable player count. That's a player count I've run for. I thought that 7 and 8 was just ridiculous. So I'm excited for that as well. I think it'll give more people more space and more breath, and it'll be easier for Matt to DM, frankly. So I'm pumped. I'm psyched. Good stream. Let's go. 7, Ashley is a Percy too. She's a person some of the time. She's a person about as much as Will Wheaton's a person. Megan counts her as a guest now, though. I mean, until she's back for more than one episode in a row, she is firmly relegated to guest spot. Since she joined the Temple of Sarenrae, she's been back for one episode. So yeah, she's a guest player. But anyhow, thank you for joining. Thank you to all the new people. Thank you to Super Geek Mike for sending all the new people. I appreciate him. I appreciate you guys stopping in, hanging out with us. And I am excited to talk about it more on Wednesday. Have a good night, everybody, and I'll see you then. Goodbye.